Ooh, baby, that was bomb detonation. B-O-N-K with an exclamation. Man, I love it when the kids go and get creative. Got me roasting on a pig like I'm making bacon. Ooh, not today, saying, not today, saying. Especially when guys that take time for escalation. Man, I watched the clip and it was fascination. Student and the faculty against the fascist nation. Oh yeah, and I know that we gon' win, bro. Pays a holy water jug, it's a symbol. It's very versatile if you know how to use it first. You bunk up a cup and then you go and fucking quench your thirst. Stay dangerous, it's okay to take a risk. Give a fuck about the police. Grab a water jug and come with. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then give me some dash. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. Go ahead and shake your ass. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then yell at cat. Ooh, if you hate cops just like me, then hit that dance now. Hit that bonk dance, baby. Bong bong, that's how you should treat the cop. Make them take more than 5 L's, that's how you beat the cop. Bong bong, do you want this jug or not? Comrade, go hard with the jug, I call him juggernaut. Cal Poly going too off with big old plastic jugs just like a boob job. They wanna know what I think when I watch first. Thought that popped into my head is this is bunker. Bong 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 bong, what the students say. From Columbia Uni all the way to LA. Let us unify and rise in the coolest way. Motherfuck 12, free Palestine to the grave. Not a single cut, there's a lot of love. What you got with a Rayco on the water jug. It's not a clip only, bitch, it's a life lesson. If you're resourceful, anything can be the right. If you hate cops like me, then give me some dash.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic moment, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. That's right. It's Wednesday. Sorry. It's also May Day. That's right. May Day. It's May 1st, 2024, first day of May. It is a very important day in revolutionary history. Very important day for labor in general. Unfortunately, because in the United States of America, we have to co-opt everything and then whitewash it. Of course, it's not. It's internationally an important day for labor. In America, we have Labor Day, which is different. And well, anyway, why is your dog always asleep? It's because in the mornings when I work out, she also works out as well. Oh, this is great. Ready to stand up against corporate greed. Join the May 1st, 2028 movement. 4 more years, baby. I love that. We'll talk about that in a second. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, okay, there's a lot happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker. My trainers are back. I finally worked out. I finally worked out in the gym again, which was great. Last night I ended the broadcast, and what did I do? I had a breakfast sandwich and I watched Warrior. I'm also really invested in the Netflix show Blue Eye Samurai as well. That's pretty good. People were right when they told me, Hassan, you have to watch that. I was resistant at first. Shadows, will they find out dogs sleep on average throughout the day as much as cats? No, dogs don't. They wouldn't. I would say that this dog normally probably wouldn't sleep as much throughout the day, but she works out a lot in the morning. Anyway, what about X-Men 97? Shit is gas. I haven't seen that, so I'm sure it is. So I highly recommend the C-SPAN coverage today. This guy's a historian in student protest. He does such a good job combating the propaganda from callers. You won't regret it. Sure. His name is
Washington
Angus.
Journal continues.
His name is Angus Johnson. Anyway, you look like a cutie today. Hassan will never be able to admit he has the most cat-like dog ever. I mean, I'm fine with that. I love her. And if cats are like her, then that's great. Except the major difference is, one, I can wrestle with her because she's 100 pounds. Two, she's actually the kindest, most gentlest soul of all time. What do I mean by this? Well, when new people come up to her, because she is so phenomenally well socialized, she actually responds positively. Whereas cats, on the other hand, are like little baby tigers, and you know, it's kind of hot and cold. It's a little hit or miss. Hey, be careful with that chain around your neck. I saw on Morning Joe that professional protesters are infiltrating the Colombia demonstrators with those things. Yeah, we're gonna talk about all of that. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Also, obviously, we have the Kendrick diss that I didn't get to cover, but there was a lot going on yesterday, as you guys know, which is why I did fucking like 8 hours of coverage, 9 hours, 10 hours of coverage yesterday. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Columbia journalists, okay? Columbia student journalists. I don't know if you're in the chat right now, but I love you all, okay? You guys did such a phenomenal job yesterday, and we're all very proud of you. I was talking to a lot of my journalist friends, and we all felt the same way. We see you, we hear you, we listened to you yesterday, and we found it to be phenomenal. We found your coverage to be phenomenal. I already did my paperwork to go to Cuba. Everybody shut the fuck up. I did it. Okay, I did it. Anyway, please talk about CUNY City College. Yes, I will talk about that as well. Obviously, I covered that yesterday as well. Thinking of moving to Istanbul to be around more cats. That's great. That seems like something a very normal person would do. Shouts out to the student journalists, by the way, 100%. Yes, Film the Police LA has the first 24 minutes of the UCLA attack by Zionist counter protesters, by agitators that are not from that fucking campus whatsoever. We're obviously going to be covering that. We're obviously going to be talking about how unimaginably awful the police were in that situation, and how the university very clearly left these protesters out on purpose in the line of fire by counter protesters who are actually not even from the fucking campus. Now, it's UCLA's public school. You can have outsiders on campus, on the campus, but you know, the goal of the university is to still protect the students, and that's precisely what they didn't do. So I will be talking about all of that. I mean, it was so fucking flagrant that like even the LA Times actually said UCLA cancels classes after counter protesters violently attack pro-Palestinian camp. Think about that. Like, you got mainstream media being like, yeah, listen up, big dog, you guys fucked up a little bit. It's wild to me that rich asshole Persians living in fucking Beverly Hills, who would probably get fucking bullied if they went to Israel themselves, think that like this is the West Bank and they are the Jewish power party. Like, what the fuck do you think you're doing? You can't be doing a fucking pogrom in the middle of UCLA campus. Are you out of your goddamn mind, dude? We had a juicer POV in the Palestine camp. Wait, no way, really? Bro, there's this like wonderful, it's just fascism. It's just fascism. Let me tell you why it's just fascism. Okay? The notion, the fucking idea, the notion that the notion that you think that you can behave this way without any fucking scrutiny is just pure fascism, brother. That's all this is. Shooting fucking fireworks into the camp and all this other stuff. I'm really pissed off, dude. I'm just gonna fucking blast off and I'm gonna talk about all of this, okay? From students, UT protesters were in solitary confinement. I was placed in solitary at 9 p.m. on Monday and was released at 7:30 p.m. on... Jesus Christ, dude. All right, let's blast off. Fuck it. I'm mad. I'm pissed off. Let's blast off. I'm gonna talk about all this shit, okay? I was just like, the double standard is so fucking gross. It's so glaringly obvious. It's so unimaginable. And it's weird to me. UCLA pro-peace student encampment attacked by rabid Zionist outside agitators for hours last night. Cops did nothing. In New York City, cops stormed the halls of CCNY and Columbia University to brutally arrest 300 students for not loving Israel hard enough. Democracy, theoretical democracy, is dead. Huh. Great stuff, man. Fucking great stuff. I was like trying to see. I did something last night. That I should have never done. I looked at a subreddit, World News or whatever, to see like what Redditors think about what's going on. And it was actually shocking. It is genuinely shocking. Like the way that these people talk about, like, they moved away. It seems like they have moved away from like every Palestinian is a rabid dog that deserves the fucking boot to who cares about this stuff anyway, dude? Imagine, just vote blue. Like, who cares about this stuff? These guys are, it's like a collection of individuals that I feel like are basically in a cult. Like the way they operate, it's so cultish. It is actually kind of shocking. It did feel like I peeked into the world of like dudes who are, you know, getting aneurysms off of the lace bra being incorporated into one of 72 Alpha Son Stellar Blade type shit. You know what I mean? Like it feels wild. It feels wild to see. And I have to believe that it's AstroTurf for my own fucking sanity. Cause like even the people I know in my life that I sometimes communicate with that have been like unconditionally dick riding Israel, even they are like a little bit more quiet lately, which actually is shocking. Like I checked out r/news earlier to see what they said about the students, and they said the students deserve to get put in Gaza because they're making Biden lose the election. Yeah, I hope that like there aren't that many people out there who legitimately feel that way, right? I feel like that's the most, I mean, that is the ultimate Divorcelli Octoberelli take, right? Which is, you know, demanding the white supremacists run over Black Lives Matter protesters because like they're actually fucking up the bag for Biden in the upcoming election. Like they're making Biden look bad. That is like, that was his take. That was one of his many fucking spicy takes that were just completely unhinged that got him banned off this website. And I don't know, it boggles my mind that people do operate that way, where it's like, so I guess you just don't care about like voting beyond the fact that your team wins or something. I will never understand that. Like I've always looked at politics, and I think you should look at it in this way as well, because this is what politics is, whether you recognize it or not, as a means of distributing resources and power. That's what politics is at the end of the day. You vote for your team, and your team is like, here are some of the resources that we'll allocate to the things that you care about. And then the other team is like, absolutely not. Fuck that. We're also going to take away extra resources or whatever, right? And yet for some reason, Americans don't see it that way at all. They just see it as like, nah, it's just team sports. Like, I get nothing out of it. It's okay. Both of the teams are on the same side, actually. And it's fine as long as my team wins. It's just like, I don't recall a time, at least in my political commentary career, where so many like liberal left adjacent content creators were so openly just channeling all of their energy into just dick riding whatever the Democratic Party is defending. That's just what we get from mainstream media, right? Like, I don't understand why there are online commentary. There's online commentary that is basically just the same exact shit. Like, online commentary is just like doing a shittier version of Rachel Maddow. It's like, bro, what is your audience? Your audience is just like Rachel Maddow, but I want to be able to say the N-word. Is that what it is? Like, what a weird constituency. Anyway, it's very odd. It's very strange stuff. And it's like spiritually, we're in a strange place in America, and I don't like it. Yeah. Rachel Maddow. Here's Rachel Maddow. So yeah, we're going to be talking about UCLA, obviously, the encampment that I went to, that got attacked last night. We blasted off already. Yes. We are of course going to be talking about Not only that, but also Columbia and CCNY and many other universities all around the country as student protests are flaring up and being dealt with by the violent, rabid dogs of the state in direct violation of First Amendment rights. Wait, what is this? You should know that my friend at the UCLA encampment knows you as the guy who brought pizza. That's crazy. I'm a little offended by that. Half the fucking encampment where HasanAbi is, and you got motherfuckers being like, oh, he's the pizza guy. Anyway, she's really offline. That's good. It's been multiple times now that your presence has meant pizza for a many young radical. Okay, well, I mean, it's fine. You're not beating the pizza boy allegations. Everybody needs to calm down with this pizza shit. Okay, I'm going forward. I'm bringing hamburgers. Okay, no more pizza. Hamburger time. Okay, tacos time. Glenn Greenwald compared you to Rachel Maddow, Lamau. Wait, what? When? If I were a grifter, I'd plant myself in left liberal circles, prattle on all day about how Trump is a fascist and a Russian, and urge everyone to vote Dem, sometimes criticizing them. That's the easiest path to media wealth. Ask Maddow, Hassan Piker, and the Lincoln Project. Yeah, he's just so petty and so fucking resentful that he still will personally sandwich me between Rachel Maddow and the Lincoln Project while simultaneously criticizing the exact same things that I also criticize about mainstream media. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Hey, thanks, dude. Thanks. Anyway, playlist for later. I don't know if you saw. I did. Yeah. Oh, so yeah. Why won't you vote for and promote Republicans is basically the Glenn Greenwald question at this point. It is pretty funny. Like, he's just like the real radical politics in this country are actually on the side of directly funding and facilitating and supporting fascists, lending credence to their hallucinations, okay? And making it seem as though they do have a point after all. That's how you do radical politics. It's like, yeah, you're not wrong. It's just radical reactionary politics. You know what I mean? You're a radical in the other direction. It's pretty funny. It is pretty funny that, like, that is the only reason why I am a lapdog of the Democratic Party in the eyes of someone like Glenn Greenwald, is because I say that Republicans are fucking animals, okay? Like actual goddamn animals. Republican politicians are the only group of individuals collectively worse than the Democratic Party, okay? And I fucking hate the Democrats, as you guys all know. As a matter of fact, most of my time spent on this fucking earth is shitting on the Democratic Party. Why? Because they're supposed to be the champions of social justice, and they obviously aren't. So I do find it rather odd that, like, this man is simply calling me a stooge of the Democratic Party almost exclusively because I don't suck Republican cock on a regular fucking basis like Glenn Greenwald does, because I don't have fucking big dick daddy Peter Thiel funding and facilitating my entire fucking career, okay? Stay away from balconies, Glenn. You know what Peter does. Anyway, dumbass. Is this an ego thing that you don't cover D-Man at the campus? Why do I cover fucking pro-Israeli agitators on campus every goddamn day? It's not like Kendrick versus fucking Drake, dumb fuck. Your understanding of this issue is so goddamn elementary. I don't know how to fucking respond to such a stupid fucking question. Oh man, another fucking pro-genocidal dickhead who is a two-time divorce champion went to a fucking college campus and yelled at a bunch of pro-Palestinian students and tried to debate them and agitate them. How shocking. I cover that every fucking day, dumbass. Is this an ego thing? Why didn't you cover him? Is it the ego thing? Suck my dick. Go watch the fucking dude who loves saying the N-word, okay? Jesus. Go watch fucking Mr. I'm debating the age of consent today. It's so odd. Satire is dead. Oh yeah, this is hilarious. U.S. condemns Cuba over long jail sentences imposed on protesters. Wow. Mr. Octoberelli, Mr. Consentarelli. What the fuck am I supposed to cover? Why would I ever cover that shit? Like, ask yourself. Like, I'm over here covering fucking real news. You're like, why won't you cover my debate daddy? One of the top Reddit posts right now. UNC Chapel students around the American flag to protect it from being removed. What? 10 hours ago, 27,000 upvotes. We're so goddamn fucking fashy, dude. It's crazy. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, Mr. Hard R. Ellie. Wow, brave statement here from Josh in defense of the protesters. Yeah, oh, I saw this. Josh Hawley fucking chirping about Hong Kong police. Yeah, it's such a powerful nation, guys. We did it. America is so powerful. We got students that are defending fucking the American flag. The poor American flag, guys. Come on. Let's think about, how about we think about some good stuff, like how awesome our students are at defending the American flag. Anyway, imagine how many up dudes, thank you for the gold type dipshits would be coming if that was a Chinese flag. Oh, ironically, Colombia, not the university, the nation, is breaking diplomatic relations with Israel. Colombia President Petro says they will break diplomatic relations with Israel. Maybe he saw the Columbia University and was like, we'll do it for you. Yeah. Here, by the way, just so you know, just so you fucking know, okay, here, I'm going to show you this real quick. Okay, I'm going to show you the UCLA campus protesters. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, that is another one of these fucking psychotic flag, isn't it? Isn't that's not the no, that's not ISIS, chat. Of course it's not fucking ISIS. That is also, that's my car right there, but white. No, it's the messianic flag. It's not the Gadsden, chatters. It's the messianic one here. Yeah. I thought it was the Jewish power one. It's not. I thought it was the Kahanis one. It's not. It's not the Kahanis one. It's the Messiah flag, which is fucking, you know, a cult in and of itself. But Chabad Messiah, the flag, like the Messiah is going to come back. Messianic Judaism. Anyway. All right. Yeah, it's it is tied into the red heifer shit. It's just fucking religious cult nonsense, dude. It's cultish nonsense. Brother, I was literally in this messianic sect as a teenager in Brooklyn. Holy shit. No. It says Messiah, and it's often floated in Ben Gvir rallies. They flew them at the protest on a Block 8 in the Gaza. One of the many different sects of, like, insanity on the far right, the furthest right aspects of Jewish supremacy. Anyway, so let's talk about it. First, we'll get started off with the overall violent campus clashes, okay? Now, obviously, if you guys were in here, as many were, covering this in real time, last night, or over the course of this past week, you saw a very different narrative being presented in the media than what was actually going on. I interviewed the CUAD students. I went to an encampment at UCLA. The pro-Palestinian encampments have very clear-cut demands and are pretty reasonable overall. And all of these students are actually exercising their First Amendment rights. Free expression, free speech. It's supposed to be constitutionally protected. These are students who themselves are, as a matter of fact, learning these lessons from these college campus. The college education that they're getting is teaching them that values such as genocide, you know, ideas like genocide, actions that are genocidal are bad and wrong. So, of course, if you're a student and you learn that, you're like, okay, well, I see what's going on in front of me, and I don't want my tuition dollars to go to the funding and facilitation of genocide. Perfectly valid, perfectly reasonable. There is a long history of students always being on the right side on issues such as this one, and always engaging in radical campus protests. Okay? And almost always throughout American history, these students have been called communists, radicals, outside agitators, have been violently suppressed. Now, having said that, for the past week or so, for the past 2 weeks, okay, American media in general, comprised of these psychopathic right-wing adults, have been begging across the board, across political ideology, across boundaries, political, like across whatever your personal flavor of politics is, has been in unison, collectively screaming from the rooftops to do a Kent state on these fucking student protesters. Why? For the fucking crime of not loving Israel hard enough, okay? If you say something bad about Israel in the United States of America, we will fucking kill you. We have to kill you. You need to die. You need to die right now. We need to call the fucking police and kill you dead. They've been begging for this. Begging. And because the student activists broadly in a surprising way, have demonstrated phenomenal messaging discipline and have actually portrayed themselves as best as they possibly can, as pacifist as they possibly can in the face of counter protesters, agitators, and even police presence and police intimidation. The media didn't have a lot of reason to be able to point to go, this is why you got to fucking kill them right now. But that didn't stop them from demanding that the police come in and pack these kids up anyway. That's why they tried to hyper focus on whatever they could. Sometimes counter protesters would agitate and there would be a little bit of a scuffle and people would go, see, clashes occurring on college campuses because of the pro-Palestinian side's rabid anti-Semitism. They lied for weeks about anti-Semitism on campus when they were demanding that Jewish anti-Zionists get fucking packed up with the rest of the anti-Zionists. They went as far as to blame it on students not fucking enough, like Scott Galloway said that. Charlatan, a fraud. And then yesterday, Columbia students were unjustly suspended in the midst of these negotiations, these fake negotiations with the university. They were unjustly suspended. Some of the students weren't even at the encampment. They were at fucking class. Suspended for what, you might ask? Suspended for suspected pro-Palestinian sentiment, of course. They were suspending Palestinian students. Incredibly racist. I don't know how else to describe it. So, of course, the students did historically what they've done time and time again. They took over Hamilton Hall. Almost to a T. Almost exactly to the same fucking date. Columbia students have a long history of taking over Hamilton Hall to further continue their protests. This is a part of the history of the school. It is directly on the website of the school. So the students took over Hamilton Hall and renamed it Hind Hall. Named it after Hind Rajab, the 6-year-old Palestinian who was executed by the Israeli state, who famously called for an ambulance, and then the ambulance and the medical team that tried to get to her was also shot at by tank artillery. And yet they said, well, a couple windows were broken in an effort to get into Hamilton Hall, and there's outside agitators that are actually that have taken over this student protest movement. We have to go in and we have to sick the rabid dogs of the state. Think about that. New York City and the state chose to use multiple millions of dollars worth of resources instead of stopping crime. Okay. Instead of that, they did a show of force. They said, no, this is a fascist police state, actually. How dare you fucking say anything mean about Israel? We will fucking kill you. We will pack you up. We will arrest you.
Yesterday, before police showed up here at Columbia, students received a shelter-in-place warning. Hours later, we saw dozens upon dozens of protesters in zip ties taken into city and police buses as their peers, protesters, and even faculty members cheered them on from the outside. Dozens of NYPD officers in riot gear entered Columbia University around 9 p.m. Some through locked gates, others seen here coming through a second-floor window of the building occupied by demonstrators Tuesday night. The officers entered Hamilton Hall at the request of the university. While inside, police cleared barricades, conducted multiple arrests, eventually clearing the building. Police also began clearing the tent encampment that had been the symbol of the protest on campus for nearly 2 weeks. Then NYPD moved further north in Harlem towards the City College campus. We were there when dozens of officers breached a gate to clear the encampment and began arresting protesters.
Yeah, I mean, of course they were doing IDF shit last night. New York mayor vows to bring back what he's learned from Israel police back to the NYPD, which, by the way, this is from August 23rd, 2023. But let me tell you something. The IDF already trains the NYPD. IDF doesn't just train the NYPD. The IDF trained every single local police department in this damn nation, all the way from New York City down to fucking a bumfuck part of Iowa on anti-terror initiatives. Kettling and corralling was the IDF tactic early on that our riot police also took on and used so adequately on every fucking Black Lives Matter protest, as you saw in the 2020 BLM protests. Okay? Post 9/11, IDF trained every single fucking police, pretty much every single local police force. Why the IDF, though, you might ask? Well, they're the best at dealing with terrorists. Anyway, so it's far before Eric Adams and his dick riding of Israel that this situation, this collaboration was very much in existence. Yeah, I love this. It will be interesting to learn how many of those arrested in Hamilton Hall in Columbia are actually students. Yeah, it turns out they were all students, dickhead, but it didn't stop you from saying, interesting. And it didn't stop your fucking asshole panelists on CNN from making these assertions all goddamn night. These are the people directly responsible for your fucking parents, for your mom and dad and your grandparents, for having these like insane ideas that there's outside agitators on college campuses really pissing off these students, really fucking getting them wired up, getting them ready to act in scary ways and doing anti-Semitism. None of which is true, by the way. It's all just fucking bullshit fabrications from mainstream media to do what mainstream media has always done. Demand that this exact same thing that we watched unfold last night happen over and over and over again. Because how dare they? How dare these students fucking speak out against Israel? Israel is small bean. Israel is powerful lion. But Israel also neurodivergent and minor. Israel, best nation on the planet. Israel, best democracy. Most moral army on the planet. Israel always somehow finds themselves to be in the crosshairs of scary, rabid Muslims that are operating on anti-Jewish sentiment. Of course, Israel has to defend itself. Israel must defend itself. Fuck these students. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill them all. Right now. Kent State. Kent State. Kent State. That's all we heard from mainstream media for fucking weeks and weeks. And now that it's happening, now that it's unfolding, now that the New York City spent millions of fucking dollars bringing in the fattest, most divorced, roided out dipshits with fucking batons and sometimes even live ammunition, as a matter of fact, with guns into Hamilton Hall to brutally arrest and suppress 300 total students from both CCNY in collaboration with CUNY, the City University of New York, and also at Columbia University. Your forced anger is so cringe. Thank you. Chill, bruh. I know, you're right. I should be covering this with a fucking smile. I should not be getting upset about this. I must be faking my anger. I must be faking my anger. I can't possibly be angry that everything that I'm seeing and everything that I've said is going to happen is happening over and over again. And yet the media never actually fucking turns around and goes, hey guys, my bad. Sorry for yelling. Sorry for yelling, chatter. I apologize. You're right. I should not be so fucking mad about Anderson Cooper and every other trusted name in journalism and news basically bricking your stupid fucking parents' brains every goddamn night with this bullshit propaganda that is so easily dismissed. It is so easy. And yet, nobody sees it. You mean Hind's Hall? Man, shut the fuck up. I already fucking used both, okay? Don't do this smarmy fucking rad-libby bullshit to me either, okay? Shut the fuck up. Goddamn 34-month subscriber. You mean Hind's Hall? I know, dude. I know. I've been using both, okay? I've been using both of those terms, you stupid fucking radlibs. Oh my God. Oh my God. Aesthetics all the way. Fuck.
Dozens more students were loaded onto city buses and detained by the end of the night. Many faculty members were outside, like this professor we spoke to, who was visibly upset over seeing so many students handcuffed.
I'm just devastated that this has happened to every single campus in this country. By letting the military in, by letting the police in, these are just students.
At a press conference before police arrived at the college.
The students were calling it Hamilton on the radio last night too. Radlibs are so shitty. It's just like unproductive. That's not the point, okay? Yes, I know why it's called Hind Hall. I've talked about it as well. And I go between both. And I also always fucking mention why it's called that, while simultaneously also, for context, so that people understand exactly what fucking hall this is, use Hamilton Hall, especially when referencing the historic significance of fucking Hamilton Hall. Shut the fuck up, 40-month subscribers. Oh my God. your concern trolling in this circumstance is simply coming out of a narcissistic desire. Okay? It's like when someone has they, she on their bio, and I call them she, which is inside of their preferred pronouns, and you go, they! It's they! It's not just they! Suck my dick! You just want to fucking be heard. Okay? Anyway. They are not students. They are Hamas. Why don't they understand? Yeah, dude, you're right. Yeah. No, you're totally right. These students are also Hamas. Who isn't Hamas? If you are an unconditional... What? If you are an unconditional supporter of Israel at this point, you are just literally hallucinating in public. And it's really damaging because, like, so much of the organs of media, so much of the organs of the state are basically reaffirming your mania. They keep consistently giving you like little bits and pieces here and there to constantly say, no, you're not hallucinating. No, you're right. You're right. These fucking 18-year-old students are actually Hamas. You're right. They're at least Hamas adjacent. I mean, maybe they are Hamas. See, they have tunnels under Hamilton Hall. You know, Hamas is everywhere. It's everywhere, all around. Top of the hour, 3-minute Hamas break. Yeah. You have to defend yourself against that, dude, by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's it. Here's the 3-minute hour break now.
College campuses, Mayor Eric Adams blamed outside agitators for the chaos and urged student protesters to call it quits.
We cannot and will not allow what should be a peaceful gathering to turn into a violent spectacle.
Bro, you did that. Your fucking rabid dogs in the NYPD did that. There's a great way to make sure that that doesn't happen. Okay? I do want to kind of cover Hamilton Hall's significance throughout history because I feel like a lot of people don't understand. Like, the fucking students in 1968 held a dean hostage. They took over Hamilton Hall for weeks. In 1985, they took it over, I believe, for 3 weeks, as a matter of fact. In, I forget which college this was in, but there were demonstrations done by black students that were armed during the civil rights movement. Like, we're talking about shit. We're talking about stuff like our current student protest movement is so peaceful in comparison to how much more radical these students used to be. Did they try to paint the protesters of the Vietnam War as sympathizers of the Vietnamese army? Of course they did. They kept saying these guys are Viet Cong supporters. And then obviously there was a steady flow of propaganda talking about how the atrocities committed by the Viet Cong. Yeah, of course they did that. Remember Jane Fonda? Jane Fonda went and talked to the North Vietnamese forces. They called her Hanoi Jane. They fucking despised her. There are still T-shirts and jackets that say, "I'll never forgive Jane Fonda. I won't forgive. I won't forget. Fuck you, Hanoi Jane. Fuck you, Jane Fonda." Like, people over the age of like 80 still carry resentment towards Jane Fonda. They wanted to kill her. Yeah, this Vietnam vet ain't Fonda Jane. So yeah, I was at VFW not 3 years ago, and it still had Hanoi Jane piss targets in the urinals. Yep.
That serves no purpose.
Wesleyan University President Michael Roth says he has not cleared the encampments at his campus, but he thinks students' efforts should be on legislators instead.
It's the White House that can make a difference on the ground in Gaza and in Israel. And so I think getting our political energies.
Yeah. Forgive Jane Fonda when Jews forgive Hitler. That's a real fucking patch, baby. Yeah, dude. Jane Fonda wronged you in the same way that Hitler wronged the Jews. That's true. Like, I just want you to understand how fucking insane we can get. Okay? I need you to understand how insane we can get and how insane we have always been throughout American history. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because, like, the mania that you experience, the mania that you see all around you with all of these fucking campus protests and the misinformation that flows through mainstream media, that is by design, that is deliberate, that is precisely how you have this level of animosity still being shared by everyone over the age of fucking 75, 80 towards like Jane fucking Fonda. I'm showing you this because like things have not changed in America. This has always been a very American attitude, and it comes from the same fucking. It comes from the same place of hurt. It comes from the same fascist interest. It comes from the same reactionary sentiment. Okay, here.
The year was 1968.
Let's look at the Columbia University protests.
War raged on. Liberal uprisings took hold in Czechoslovakia. The civil rights movement intensified. Across the globe, people cried out for radical change. In the U.S., these cries rang out across many college campuses as students pushed for civil rights and demanded an end to the Vietnam War and the draft. These sentiments translated into activism and demonstrations, many of which ended in violence. Such was the case at Columbia University in April 1968. In February 1968, Columbia University began construction on an $11.6 million gymnasium in Morningside Park, part of the Harlem neighborhood that houses Columbia's main campus in New York City. Almost immediately, there was objection. Students and activists argued the gym discriminated against Harlem residents by evicting and displacing them to build the structure. The gym would be built with a main entrance that catered to students and university affiliates. But local Harlem residents, many of whom were Black, could use part of the facilities but would have to enter through a back door in the basement. Many interpret this as segregation and racism. Among the gym's fiercest opponents was Columbia's Student Afro-American Society, founded in 1964. Members of the SAS labeled the construction project Jim Crow and enlisted help from other Black activists in the Harlem community and throughout New York. While the SAS worked to halt construction of the gym, another campus organization, Students for a Democratic Society, or the SDS, was building
It's really fucked up, man. It's really fucked up, these students.
A case against the university's apparent involvement in the Vietnam War. In 1967, one SDS member, Bob Feldman, found documents in the school library showing ties between the university and a think tank involved in weapons research for the U.S. Department of Defense, known as the Institute for Defense Analyses, or IDA. Many saw this as the university directly supporting the war in Vietnam. In the spring of 1968, the SDS, led by then-chairman Mark Rudd, organized a rally against the university. Their rallying cry? Students would not attend a university that exploited Black people and developed weapons designed to kill the Vietnamese. On April 23, 1968, several hundred Columbia students gathered in front of Lowe Memorial Library, the university's main administrative building. They attempted to take their message inside to University President Grayson L. Kirk, but the administration locked the building down. So the group marched to the gymnasium construction site and tore down part of the fencing that surrounded it. The police moved to disperse the crowd, arresting one student in the process. Then protesters staged a sit-in at an administrative building, preventing Dean Henry Coleman from leaving his office. They presented a list of 6 demands. 2 included stopping construction on the gym and severing ties with the IDA. The students promised not to leave until their demands were met. The students eventually released Dean Coleman the next day, but their numbers had grown upwards of 400.
They had a hostage.
They took over the low...
They took a fucking Dean hostage, bro. Come on. Come on. Like, the students now, the things that the students now are that are doing, that are protesting against, like, Israel are so much kinder. They are pacifists, okay, in comparison to what these dudes were doing.
Library and 3 additional buildings on campus. Students and community members sympathetic to the cause brought...
But the dean's different than a janitor? Bro, that's bullshit. They didn't fucking keep they did not hold a janitor hostage. That was media propaganda, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, yeah? They held the janitor hostage, and then... Yet the janitor immediately left. How did that happen? Was the janitor how did they hold the janitor hostage? Number 1. Number 2, is he a master of kung fu? Did he actually fight his way out? Is that how he got out? The janitor was there for 10 fucking minutes. You think that was being held hostage or being held back for a brief moment while they set up the fucking protections?
Brought food and other supplies. The university tried to negotiate an end to the standoff over the next several days, but the administration refused to promise amnesty to the protesters, and no agreement was reached. Over the course of the week, the numbers of protesters grew. until finally on April 30th, police, acting on orders from school president Kirk, moved in and forcefully cleared all 5 buildings. Amid the chaos, more than 100 students, faculty members, and police were injured, and 712 students were arrested. Motivated by the actions of the police,
yeah, the fucking thugs broke in and beat the shit out of and violently apprehended students on the same exact day, 56 years ago, or 54. I don't know math. I did the math last night on my Instagram story. I think it was 56 years ago. Same exact fucking day, 56 years ago, baby. April 30th, 1968.
Thousands of Columbia students went on strike, and the campus shut down for the rest of the semester. The university's June commencement ceremony was held off campus instead of at its traditional location on Low Plaza. More than 300 graduating students walked out in protest to hold their own counter-commencement ceremony. Eventually, Columbia University met the protesters' major demands. Gym construction was permanently suspended.
What? Were the universities supporting the war financially then, like they are now? Yes, of course. Their involvement, the difference is that the involvement of American institutions of higher learning with genocidal state apparatuses has become increasingly more prominent over the years, is basically calcified. And it's not just that, it's like a multiple prong attack. What I mean by this is, like, you have, especially when it comes to Israel, you have a lot of donors who are just very openly like, if you don't fucking do this, if you don't immediately pack up these students, like, I'm just going to not give you millions of dollars any longer. Robert Kraft openly stated, if you don't pack up these fucking kids, okay, in between getting rub and tugs at massage parlors in Florida, Robert Kraft turned around and was like, hold on, I'm jerking my shit off right now by someone who was trafficked. But let me tell you something, okay? Once I'm done getting my shit jerked off, okay, I'm going to fucking come at you real quick, Columbia, with some shit, okay? You better fucking destroy these students. Anyway, yeah, I'm getting my shit zerked off right now. Let me tell you something, okay? Get my shit zerked off. But when I'm done, when I nut, by the time I nut, I better fucking not see a single goddamn pro-Palestinian sentiment being expressed on college campus. That's what he was doing, okay? Didn't he almost go to prison for that? Yeah, dude, you think we fucking put billionaires in prison in this goddamn country? It's an entire nation that designed around specifically doing the opposite of that. Anyway, the point is, professor pinned on the ground being arrested at UV Madison, asking for the police to leave the student alone. We're getting a taste of Trump's America if elected. It's just cognitive dissonance. I think that's why it's such a common thing for people to say about, like, socialism in action. You know what I mean? Like, they'll just show you, like, obvious instances of capitalism fucking destroying people's lives and then point to it and be like, this is what it would be like if socialism took hold over America. It's like, bro, you're living in the situation. We are so far fucking removed from socialism, big dog. Okay, Farley, calm down. Farley! God damn it. No, my dad just walked in and Farley's going nutty mode. Are you still voting for Biden? Bitch, when did I say I am? When did I say that? I'll tell you who I'm not voting for, Donald Trump. Doesn't mean I'm voting for Biden. Before I forget. I thought a good propaganda framing chat, and it's on. Let me know if I'm cooking. You can't protest genocide nowadays with how woke everyone is. That's silly. Anyway, I thought Farley and your dad vibed yesterday. They did. But Farley's a bit of a fucking fair weather fan, you know what I mean? He forgets quickly. He has a short memory. Little man. All right, let's finish this.
And the school ended its relationship with the IDA. Columbia also began to revise long-established and long-criticized policies and formed a university senate. And after resisting numerous requests for his resignation, University President Kirk announced his retirement before the beginning of the next school year. In 1968, the Columbia protests were just one example of our nation grappling with injustices at home and abroad. And others caught on, validated by what many saw as legitimate and successful means of expressing grievances. Demonstrations spread to hundreds of schools and cities around the world.
Yep. Farley is Caroline and Will's dog, yes, for those of you who don't know. Anyway. Farley's the little angel. He absolutely is not. He's a cutie pie, but he certainly is not a fucking angel. Let me tell you something, okay? That little man is a little bit of a demon, all right? He's a little dog. He's a little guy. He tried to fucking sleep in my bed last night, and we don't allow in this household dogs to be sleeping on beds, unfortunately. I know, it's fascist. The irony of this on Colombia's website, yeah, I know. We covered all this yesterday, but yeah, Colombia's webpage discussing its regret for calling in the police to arrest students in 1968 is displaying a warning about limited access due to NYPD on campus arresting students. Incredible irony. We read this article, we read this perspective on 1968 last night. You're missing out on epic cuddles? No, I'm not. I do rarely allow, I do sometimes allow. Huh? Thank you. My dad said posture check. Dana Bash. Today, destruction, violence, and hate overtake college campuses across the country with Jewish students feeling unsafe in our schools. It is unacceptable and harkening back to 1930s in Europe. Our Inside Politics show open here. Another glaringly obvious instance of propaganda. They are losing an entire generation's confidence in. All right. Told Pops, they said thanks. Okay, let's I also wanted to show you this Angus Johnston is a history of student is a professor of the history of student protests, and apparently he took some calls from cynical assholes yesterday.
Past and present. Our guest is history.
So I want to briefly look at this a little bit.
Student activism, and Mr. Johnston, first on the scope of these protests over the war in Gaza. How do they compare to other student protests of the 21st century? And how do they compare to Vietnam protests of the 60s and 70s?
Well, we're nowhere near the level of scale of the Vietnam War protests yet. But the thing that's extraordinary to me about this wave of protest is not just the number of protests that we're seeing, not just the number of students who are participating in them, but the incredible pace of acceleration that we've seen. These have gone from something fairly small to something that is sweeping the country and continuing to grow in the space of about 2 weeks.
And why the timing of this? Obviously, the war in Gaza has been going on since early October. Why is this all happening now, and why have these past 2 weeks been such a focal point?
Well, it's clear that
I think what needs to happen is that beyond the students, beyond SJP, beyond JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, Students for Justice in Palestine, and beyond YDSA, there needs to be more momentum from the broader student body. But also on top of that, there needs to be more momentum from unions that come in to show support, whether it be grad student unions, whether it be faculty unions across the board, and just other unions as well. It's just that right now there is a lot of momentum on this front. There is a lot of momentum on this front, and we must not let up. We must not cave. We must not capitulate. That the goal, obviously, the goal obviously from the state, the goal obviously from the universities is to violently suppress these demonstrations. UAW 4811 announced that they're going to go support the California students. Hell yeah. I hate the media's insane pro-Israel coverage so much. It's even made my mom a little anti-Semitic. I've had to explain to her the difference between Judaism and Zionism multiple times now, and luckily she's starting to understand. I used your Christian Zionist takes, and that helped a lot, so thanks. Yes. You should always do that. You should always describe to anyone and everyone in this time when people are developing anti-Semitic tendencies as a consequence of like Israel consistently trying to shield themselves from criticism by channeling Judaism in the most cynical way possible, in the most disgusting way possible, that it absolutely has nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, Jewish students who are anti-Zionists are at the forefront of these protests and are overrepresented in the arrests, are overrepresented in the harm that actually the state conducts on Jewish student populations. Remember, Jewish revolutionaries have always been at the forefront of social justice historically. It is actually the exact opposite. While Israel desperately tries, and very successfully, in my opinion, tries to say that they represent the interests of all Jewish people around the planet and marries their unjustifiable violent atrocities with the long history and culture of Judaism, which is gross. It's gross to do so. It is anti-Semitic to do so. That's exactly what the fucking Nazis say. You must not forget, Kent State, 3 out of the 4 students that were murdered by the National Guard in Kent State were Jewish. Jewish students are also overrepresented, like I said, in the arrests. Since October 7, I've had a shit ton of anti-Zionist voices on this broadcast, many of whom are American Jews. Some of them are anti-Zionist Israeli Jews. They are some of the loudest voices against Israel. Minimizing their impact, making them seem like they're tokens, is one of the grossest, most anti-Semitic things you can do. Jews across the board, let's not forget, Jews across the board, 15 million of them on this fucking planet, okay, are not even a fraction of the Christian Zionist movement in this country, okay? Christian Zionists in this country, those who believe in a theological reason for Israel to be a Jewish ethno-state because they believe in Armageddon. They believe in the rapture occurring, Jesus Christ coming back to earth, like anime shit. They are far larger than the number of Jews on the planet, okay? Anti-Zionist and Zionist Jews alike. This is why I always say, this is why I always say when people go, Zionist Jews own the U.S. government, yes or no? No, of course not, dumb fuck. Of course not. Do you not listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth? There are a shit ton more Christian Zionists in this country than there are Jewish Zionists, okay? I do not know if you are willingly or unwillingly channeling fascist propaganda here. If every single Jew in the United States of America tomorrow collectively decided that they are all loud and proud anti-Zionists, America's actions in Israel would not change, okay? Evangelicals have a broad, outsized, evangelicals in this country have phenomenal outsized political power, okay? White evangelical Protestants specifically love becoming a Nazi just through weapons-grade stupidity. Exactly. However, this is absolutely a problem. This is why anti-Semitism, real anti-Semitism, of course, increases anytime Israel does some shit like this. Okay? And because people lack critical thinking skills, they just see like Israel doing this and then repping the Star of David, repping Judaism while doing this and claiming that they're doing this for Judaism, claiming that they're doing this for Jewish people across the board. And then the media literally also repeats that fucking propaganda. And then the media also cynically weaponizes real and much more fake instances of anti-Semitism, such as the ADL claiming that anytime they hear someone say from the river to the sea, Palestine should be free is anti-Semitic incident, which leads to anti-Semitic incidents rising by 7,000% or whatever the fuck. And the media just unconditionally reports that as though it's like, without uncritically reports that as though that is actually completely valid. When people see that reality, they go, well, what the fuck's going on here? This is such a wonderful opportunity for the fascist Nazis in the United States of America. Okay? A phenomenal opportunity for the opportunist fascists to be like, see, look at what the Jews are doing.
Columbia University's decision 2 weeks ago on Thursday to send in the police and shut down their encampment really sparked a response among students around the country. And so we began to see a lot of reactions to that. And then as it got more media attention, as people started hearing about them, they continued to snowball. And we've seen that a lot of times in the past, including in the 60s and even earlier. But there seems to be a particular level of intensity of the student response around the country this time. And I have some theories about that, but I don't think we fully understand it just yet.
What are your theories?
Well, clearly, this is an issue that a lot of students feel very strongly about. We are in an era where images from war and violence across the world are things that we not only see in our living rooms on television, but we see on our screens on social media and so on. I also, though, think that it's we need to start thinking about the fact that this is the post-COVID generation of American students. Just about every undergrad on American campuses right now are students who started college after the COVID lockdowns. And so this is really the first post-pandemic or post-lockdown wave of American student protest. And I think that suggests really interesting things about what's going on.
How much did you watch what happened last night? New York Police Department clearing the students out of Hamilton Hall in Columbia. At the same time, overnight, seeing the violence between protesters and counter-protesters at UCLA. After several hours, LA Police Department moves in to separate the two of them.
Yeah, I was watching in New York and listening to the Columbia student radio station. I found an old FM radio that I had tucked away somewhere. The images that, and certainly the Columbia images and the city college arrests and violence were really troubling. But the thing that really struck me was what was going on at UCLA, where the encampment at UCLA was essentially raided by counter-protesters who were engaging in what seemed like really aggressive acts of violence. It took hours for the police to be called in, and then once the police were called in, according to the LA Times this morning, they stood and watched as counter-protesters were firing off some sort of tear gas kind of a thing, or pepper spray, firing off.
They were using bear mace, the counter-protesters, the Zionist agitators, okay? All the fucking Beverly Hills Persians went to UCLA campus. All the Bel Air and Beverly Hills Persians got up in arms, okay? Don't even go to the school at all. Got up in arms, went over there to beat the shit out of the UCLA campus students. Yeah, they used bear mace, skunk spray, and fireworks as they screamed, "It's time for a second Nakba." Ironic, because so many Persian Jews oftentimes get shit on by the American state because they look a little too much like they're Muslim. And yet here they are, doing fucking West Bank style pogroms.
Fireworks and engaging in physical altercations with the demonstrators as well.
In terms of what's happening on these campuses, what we're seeing, you mentioned the images, the social media images. It was a caller in our first segment, the Washington Journal, said in the 60s, we weren't waving Vietnamese flags. We were waving peace flags. And she, I think it was a she, didn't understand why all these protesters at the universities today are waving Palestinian flags. In terms of the images that we're seeing and how it compares to the past, what are you finding?
Well, I think that we really do misremember a lot about the 1960s. The cultural memory that we have of what was going on in the 60s is in many cases very, very different from what actually happened. During the Vietnam War protests, there were people waving North Vietnamese flags. There were students chanting "Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh, Viet Cong is going to win," and "Hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today?" And famously, American student organizers went to North Vietnam and toured some of these sites. This is why a lot of people, including I'm sure a lot of your viewers, are still angry at Jane Fonda today. She did a photo op with an anti-aircraft gun. So I think the idea that that American 60s protest that was protesting violence and protesting the brutality of war was not critical of America and not finding common cause with some of the people who were on the other side is just misremembering what actually took place.
Angus Johnston is with us, history professor. It's Hostess Community College at the City University of New York. And he's with us until about 8:45. So go ahead and start calling in with your questions, your comments. Same lines as before in our previous segment. Democrats 202-748-8000, Republicans 202-748-8001, Independents 202-748-8002, and then students, administrators, faculty at colleges and universities 202-748-8003. As folks are calling in, Professor Johnston, Saturday is the 54th anniversary of the Kent State Massacre. we had a caller who was a freshman at Kent State on Monday on this program to talk about his experiences and how these images have brought back that experience that day. How did Kent State become such a historic tragedy?
So Kent State is actually only one of 4 campuses in the late 1960s where police officers or other law enforcement officials deputized in one way or another killed protesters or passersby. There were people killed at Berkeley in '69, at South Carolina State College in 1968, and at Jackson State just a week and a half after Kent State in 1970. Kent State, though, was significant and was transformative for a few reasons. I think one is that Kent State happened in the middle of a huge upsurge of protest in response to Nixon's decision to invade Cambodia. Many, many campuses shut down. Many, many campuses stepped back from the kind of confrontation that happened at Kent State. But in Kent State, the governor of Ohio was running for the United States Senate, and he did not want to appear weak, so he sent the National Guard onto campus. 4 students were killed, all of them well over 100 yards, several hundred yards away from the National Guard troops. And crucially, 2 of those students, by the way, were just passersby. And crucially, there was a journalist for the student newspaper who had a camera and took a bunch of photos, which were then able to be delivered to the AP and ran on the front page of newspapers all over the country the next morning, including the famous one of the woman wailing in front of behind a dead body of a fallen student. That is so well known today. And then as now, images are really powerful in shaping national coverage and national memory.
Talking with Angus Johnson this morning and taking your phone calls about the student protests, past and present. Matt is our first caller in this segment out of Falls Church, Virginia. Democrat. Matt, you're on with Professor Johnson.
Good morning, Professor Johnson. I have a comment and then a question for you. My comment is I'm not really well versed on the Palestinian-Israeli conflict long term, and I don't really have an opinion on what would be best for them, but I really look at the rights for protests in this country, and it seems crazy to me the overreaction to protesters on these college campuses. I mean, just these small groups of kids and they're being surrounded by giant hordes of police seems crazy to me. So my question for you is, do you think more college campuses are going to have protests now that this overreaction will probably lead to another reaction?
That's a great question, and I think there are 2 parts to the answer to it. One is clearly the crackdowns are prompting more protests. We are seeing that spiral happening. But also I think it's really important to remember that police have been called out and arrests have been made only in a minority of the campuses where these protests are happening right now. There are a lot of campuses where the administrators have chosen either to just let the protesters be and allow them to continue their encampments, or to negotiate with them. At Brown, just yesterday, it was announced that they had negotiated a settlement and the students were going to step away, and there was going to be a discussion on campus about Israeli divestment in the fall. My own daughter is a student at MIT. There, the encampment, the last I heard, had been allowed to go on peacefully for more than a week. So the crackdowns that we are seeing are not inevitable. They are not something that is happening at every campus, and many campuses that are not experiencing these crackdowns are finding that they are able to continue their business and continue the semester peacefully.
Returning to Kent State for a second, you mentioned the photographs. Is it Howard Ruffner that you were referring to, who was the photographer there?
Yes, yes.
So he, in 2019, spoke about taking those photographs at an event. He was releasing a book about the photographs from Kent State in 1970. It's
UCLA. Here is okay. We're gonna talk about the UCLA protests in a second and the counter protests who fucking went nutty mode. UCLA supply needs urgent headlamps, airsoft goggles, gas masks and respirators, skater helmets, shields, wood for barriers, knee and elbow pads, rain ponchos, canopies, utility gloves of various sizes, super bright flashlights with strobes, charged umbrellas. For medical, they need EpiPens, non-steroid inhalers, headlamps, organizational bins. For food, they need hot food for lunch, vegan food, gluten-free food, ice, no packaged food, no coffee, no bagels, no bananas, no nuts. For logistics, they need sleeping bags, AA, AAA, C and D batteries, rope, zip ties, electric or solar power, generators, lotion, aquifer, and no sunscreen. Gluten-free vegan food. I mean, brother, I think it's fine. You know what I mean? They're in the fucking heart of Los Angeles, okay? It's not that difficult. When I got pizza for the protesters at the student encampment, I also got vegan options and gluten-free options as well. You know what I mean? It's not that big of a fucking deal, you know? Yes, you can. Yeah, please ensure the donations are BDS compliant. You can donate to the you can donate to their link. I believe they have here, I'll see if we can find it. Very scary that this type of hardening of encampment will inevitably give credence for escalation of police response. They're trying to protect themselves. At the end of the day, you have power in numbers, and when the state very obviously stands aside and allows, and I will show you the images which will help you, I think, understand exactly what occurred last night at UCLA at the peaceful encampment overrun by counter protesters. They have a Venmo here. SJP UCLA Venmo right here. If you're outside of the state and you want to help them. Do I think counter protesters will face criminal charges? If there's enough pressure, potentially. But let's be real. Many of the counter protesters in the video are Persian. They explicitly use sexist Persian profanities in this video. There's a large Persian monarchist presence in this neighborhood, so entirely unsurprising. I can't say this enough, but for our Palestinian brothers and sisters need to know that this is not the majority attitude inside Iran. This is not even the majority attitude amongst many Iranians outside the country. These people represent the worst part of our community and heritage.
Clown! Uncover your face! Clown! Where are you from? Where are you from? Do you even speak Arabic? I'm a reporter. Have you been to Gaza? You speak Arabic? Have you been to Gaza? Send them there, send them there. What language do you speak? Where are you from? Where's your ancestors from? I'm a reporter. Why are you even here? You're just another dummy, right? Another stupid guy. No fucking brain, right? Just an idiot. Hello, guys. This is one of the terrorists. Look at this kitty.
Fucking Jabberwocky's mask is so funny. Choice.
Get out of here. Get out of here. This is a terrorist. This is a terrorist. Fuck you.
A lot of the protesters have been actually unmasked as people who work and live in Israel. Wait, what? No way. UAW-UC just released a statement. Should the university decide to curtail the right to participate in protected concerted activity, discriminate against union members or political viewpoints, and create or allow threats to members' health and safety, among others, UAW 4811 members will take any and all actions necessary to enforce our rights. Told you. This is why unions are very important. Okay? This is why intersectionality is best demonstrated by unions in moments such as this one. You understand? Yeah. Motherfucker wearing his, like, Ugg slippies, his pajamas, to go out, get out of his fucking Bel Air mansion that his dumbass daddy bought and paid for, drive his little fucking McLaren down to the UCLA campus to go beat on some fucking students, dude. It's nice. It's great. If only there was someone this man could ask this question to, perhaps at his job instead of Twitter. I feel like I'm losing my mind a little. People don't understand that occupying buildings on campus is like one of the most common forms of student protest for decades and not some devious new ploy devised by professional anarchist plotters, right? Yeah. I don't know if you know this, Chris. HasanAbi head Chris Hayes, but you're employed by MSNBC. Perhaps this would be a fun little opportunity for you to address these concerns you have on air, you know? Because the morning program is literally repeating this propaganda in the most devious ways. Yes, dude, a juicer was inside the fucking encampment. Jesus Christ, you guys are so fucking annoying.
Are the students, tell me if you want a better angle.
Wait, that pump goes hard, brother. Hey, yo, bro, you think you could put this shit on a horizontal mode?
On what? On portrait?
Portrait, yeah. You might have to put your phone on Yeah, put your phone on lock so it turns. Yeah, you have portrait lock. Yo, you have portrait lock on. Put landscape unlock or whatever. It's not flipping. Jesus, yo, bro, bro, put it back, put it back portrait, bro.
Put it back up.
Yeah, put it back portrait.
This is good overall, though. You know why this is good? Because obviously the juicers are very young. Okay, having one of them inside of the encampment is a good thing. Having all of them see that these protesters, these student protesters, are just like peaceful. They're just peacefully fucking demonstrating against genocide is a good thing.
Yo, bro, rotate the phone, bro. Yeah. Thank you.
Israel is a racist state.
Look at the juicer. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's great. Fucking brings a tear to my eye. Okay. Oh, here's Karine Jean-Pierre. Okay, let's just fucking cover the UCLA protests real quick because I feel like I'm gonna have to dive into this really quickly. But what happened at UCLA last night is obviously unconscionable. It's gross. It's disgusting. What's peaceful about this? The students are peaceful. What's not peaceful is actually the counter protesters coming in and fucking beating the shit out of students that they can get their hands on.
Pointed in the right direction could be very powerful.
Police will now stay on campus here at Columbia until at least May 17th. Yesterday, the university said in a statement that any of the students who were inside Hamilton Hall could face expulsion. But yesterday at CUNY, I heard from a student who was saying, look, we're all here in solidarity with the suffering in Gaza, and any consequence students face is just paling in comparison. Vlad.
All right, Lilia, thank you very much.
In this hour with New York City.
Facts about my 75-year-old black father. He watches Sam Piker literally every day. He talks mad shit about Taylor Swift constantly. That's awesome. All right, let's look at Karine Jean-Pierre. First, let's go through some of the details and the minutia, I guess, or rather, the significant violence that students experience. UCLA, why are you spreading misinfo? No, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That is not misinformation. That is real. Okay? Unlike the apartheid regime of Israel, the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour is real. Okay? That part is real. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free, in which case you won't actually see the ads at the top of the hour. We're going to dive into the UCLA counter protests, all the agitators that came from all around the neighborhood to fucking beat on some students and do some West Bank style fucking pogroms in the middle of UCLA campus, dude. So there's 24 minutes specifically detailing, what is this, man simply too informed to not know that presidents obviously don't control how school administrators and law enforcement deal with local protests or riots. Why are these complaints not directed at local authorities, law? Yeah, you're right. I said, good thing we voted for Biden so this would never happen. No, you don't understand. Biden is small bean, okay? Biden is a small bean. He has no power here, which is why he's only fucking shit on the student protesters that are getting brutalized by the police and said that they are anti-Semitic. That's the only sentiment that he's expressed so far. Also, guys, if we don't vote for Biden, then Donald Trump is going to win. And then Donald Trump is going to do exactly the same things that Biden is doing, but much worse because he's all powerful. He's all powerful. This makes no sense. Makes no dang sense. You know, you have to vote for Biden so that Trump doesn't come in and then do the same things that Biden is doing and worse. Anyway, here's the first 24 minutes of the attack at UCLA campus. Remember, they fucking on GoFundMe raised a shit ton of funds specifically to set up a massive podium that is loud and disruptive to constantly play October 7 footage when they don't have like the worst techno music blaring, okay? Yeah. Jerry Seinfeld's wife, Jessica Seinfeld, gave $5,000, among many others. So as you can see, there is a necessity for why the encampments are protected this way, because people started when the university system decided, maybe we shouldn't protect these fucking students after all. Immediately, these sick fucks decided, oh, let's break into the fucking encampment because they are rabid dogs. So the uniformed individuals you're seeing is campus safety. It's private security hired by the campus. And then you'll see some UCPD as well.
Take off your mask, you fucking pussies! Take off the mask! Take off the mask, you fucking pussies! Take off the mask!
It's so funny that they're like, take off the mask, you fucking pussies. Meanwhile, the fucking counter protesters are all wearing masks because they literally are there to do fucking violence. The students are wearing masks for two reasons. As we know, we've talked to the fucking student encampment media liaison people. They're wearing masks because they don't want to get doxxed, and they're wearing masks for accessibility purposes. Now, of course, on the other side, the same people that are saying, take off your fucking mask, you pussies, are wearing masks. Okay? They're saying, epilepsy warning. If you have epilepsy, don't watch. Okay? There's going to be strobe lights. We're watching fucking protest footage. All right? There's going to be flashing lights. Everybody. Oh my God. As I was stating, what do you mean by accessibility purposes? This is a fucking petri dish of disease if you don't actually properly protect yourself, especially if you're immunocompromised. What do you mean? That is the accessibility purpose there. Okay? It's too late. I looked. All right. Well, it's too late for you. All right. Hopefully you won't die. One, how the people who ask for epilepsy warnings are never people who need them. They're just like the virtue signal. It's fine. Respectfully, you don't have to dance around saying COVID. No, I mean, it's COVID, but also everything else I said is perfectly valid. What do you think when I say a petri dish for diseases, COVID is a part of that? What the fuck? That's wild. Everybody loves picking on the one thing that they care about the most, okay? I got it, chatter. That's why I covered that and more. Do you think they were agitators to purposely create chaos? I mean, look. What do you think they were doing there? Do you think they were there to simply ask questions? Even though when they go there to simply ask questions, the purpose is still the same, to agitate, to disrupt. Israel defenders always behave in the same exact ways that Israel does, like fucking fascists, because they are fascists. Israel is a fascist state. Zionism is a fascist ideology. And those who are defenders of said fascist state and its fascist actions, such as ethnic cleansing and its fascist maintenance of an apartheid regime, are, of course, going to behave in the same exact arrogant, violent ways as though they are, you know, perfectly nestled in the midst of the West Bank, where the Israeli occupying force will come in and defend them. They can do the pogroms, and then the IDF will come in and sweep it up. Like, look at this shit. Remember Montana Tucker crying the other day? Like, they won't let me ask questions. Are they playing babies crying? What? Too easy to disrupt legitimate protests? Fascism as a word has no teeth at all. Only in your bubble, not in the mainstream, not regular people. People don't even know what it means. It doesn't matter. That's precisely the reason why I use the term Nazis, because everyone knows what a fucking Nazi is. Okay? And yes, these counter-protesters are fucking Nazis through and through. Israel is a Nazi-style state. Israel's actions are identical to the Nazi regime and the Nazi state. This is the reason why I use fascism and Nazism interchangeably, because most people don't know fascism, but they know what a fucking Nazi is. And the reason why they hate Nazis is because of fascism. Identical is crazy. Is it? Is it though? Fascism is the underpinning ideological movement that the Zionist ideology represents. Same as the Nazis. Is it that crazy? Is it that crazy? Think about that. Is it? This ain't 2007 no more. Okay, chatter? Perhaps Israel should have dialed it back a little bit if it didn't want the truth to come out about its actions, and for broad populations in the Western world to see that reality. It is no longer relegated to the hyper woke, socialist, anti-Zionist movements that you could just cast aside. Now you have an entire generation that sees the fucking truth. A lot of this stuff that would have been absolutely unimaginable, impossible to use, the terminology that was so quickly pounced on as anti-Semitic, no longer hits as hard. That's another thing that you're seeing alongside the arrogance demonstrated by Zionist defenders, is like the idea that the old versions of defending Israel no longer hit as hard, nor do they work, because people can actually see what Israel's doing. People are paying attention to what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. That's a big issue. How do you deal with Zionist gaslighting? I mean, I don't. It doesn't bother me at all. I have firmly held convictions. I have been advocating for Palestinian emancipation for a decade publicly. It's just that many people are now catching up, and it's great that they are. It's great that they're seeing the truth, seeing the reality. How do you counter it? The counter to Zionist gaslighting is just simply the truth, to speak the truth. That's it, and not mince your words.
This is insane. YouTube.
Oh, YouTuber?
Yes. I wouldn't walk through there because something could come flying.
Oh, yeah?
Like some wood.
This is the safest place?
I would say, yeah.
I don't like that they're...
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker. Is crazy.
By the time I had to spraying bear spray. They're spraying bear spray, so it's hard to breathe over here right now.
Bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe. Bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe.
Yeah, it's like watching modern day Fry Corps, but stupider. Yeah, no, literally.
Oh, nigga, bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch, nigga, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch, snitch, nigga, hoe, nigga, bitch.
They're throwing stuff at the encampment. But Black Bloc, right? Remember, it's the outside agitators, the anarchists have joined the fray. They are the ones. They are the ones who are agitating, right? It's so cool that the cops are just watching these motherfuckers like openly provoke, openly try to fight. They want to say it so badly. Oh, they do. For the record, they do say it. They have said it. Yeah. Then now they're playing the Israeli TikTok song, the Zionist song, the choice song for the TikTok viral trend where they were like fucking torturing Palestinians that they've apprehended unjustifiably. It's so sick, man.
I'm shocked the cops aren't here.
No, the cameraman here is not a third party. It's a Film the Police LA. He is an anarchist. He's a very famous LA area anarchist who fucking is always filming cops. They hate him. I think his son might have been killed by the police, actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken. we have our disagreements, but it doesn't matter. He is always, his son, I think, was killed by the Los Angeles Police Department. He's despite our disagreements sometimes, I don't care. He's great. No, the music is not edited in. They brought fucking PAs to blast Israeli music. All Israeli music is a version of like the shittiest techno you've ever heard, or fucking Eurovision music. I swear to God. What was that back there? Pay attention to what's going on over here. Throwing shit. Trying to take off the... So one must ask, why are they trying to take off the fucking barriers? Because they want to be able to... Because they want to be able to break in and beat the shit out of the students. Just so you know, Hitler Youth activities over here. It's just so fucking gross. It's so goddamn gross, dude. Ugh, it's so fucking gross. Is this why you are bending over backwards in protection of the Jews? These protests do have some external groups fanning the flames. One of them is non-Zionist Jewish groups that hate the Zionist state, modern day Israel. It's important to factor this in protest if protests turn violent. Non-Zionist Jewish groups are infighting and possibly piggybacking on the movement to further their own religious and political rebellion against the Zionist modern day Israeli state and giving out shekels to fuel, it says Reardville, USA. Bending over backwards in order to protect the Jews is a fucking insanely Nazi version. Very cool choice words. See, that was Zionist dragged a student out and beat on him. Yeah, we're going to cover that in a second.
Watch your back. Hey, watch your back.
Every time a pro-Palestine student got outside the wall and beaten, they were swarmed like paparazzi with flash cameras. Yeah, by the way, that guy was using shekels in the 4chan way and not like the actual currency of Israel way. Yeah, that music, again, is the song that became a viral trend in Israel with the Israeli occupying force bastards kidnapping Palestinians in the West Bank and torturing them with that song. Just so you understand. Yeah, the alpha song played by the Zionist counter-protesters in so many of these videos is Mantara Im Matara, an Israeli children's song the IOF blasted on an 8-hour loop to torture captive Palestinians, which of course turned into a disgusting Israeli settler TikTok trend. Like they started doing it to themselves, like because of how fun it was. Yeah, just a psychopathic nation, dude. Sorry, it is just so fucking, it's sicko mode all the time, dude. Just not even remotely redeemable. Holy fuck. Playing music and other sound clips over the PA like this is a common psyop tactic that is being used in the military by the U.S. government. It's basically a form of torture to wear down an enemy and break people, especially the manner they're using it. Oh, yeah. Why aren't people calling it the IOF now? I mean, I've been calling it the IOF for quite a while now because the Israeli Defense Forces don't engage in any kind of real defense. People call it the IOF because they call it what it actually is, an occupying force. It is the Israeli Occupation Force, Israeli Occupying Force. I get why I really hate you just post about how fucking insane everyone around them is in between two news updates. Yeah, it's a target-rich environment. These are mostly Christian Zionists, right? These counter-protesters? Probably not. I don't know. But this is Los Angeles, so most likely not. I would say that there are far more radical anti-Zionist Jews in New York than Los Angeles. Many of the anti-Zionist Jews I spoke to at that encampment talked about how difficult it was for them to make Jewish friends, specifically because of their disinterest in paying fealty to the state of Israel. Anyway, wait, hold on. Where were we? Let's continue.
He's just playing right through it. My guy is unfazed.
What was that all about? I'm sorry.
Well, yeah. No, a lot of Persian Zionists and anti-Iran types and just general fascists. Yeah.
I thought it's about this right here, what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. These people are uncivilized. Hoodlums. You know what? The Israeli, I blame the Israelis, man. They're too aggressive. They're too aggressive. They're very warlike.
I mean, it's clear who started that.
Now, oh yeah, they came.
They're masked up all in black.
Group of thugs came in.
I saw it, yeah. Watch your back. Keep your...
Ben Ghalib of TYT was among the mob as an observer. I wonder what he observed. Maybe he observed stuff that he did not like. Maybe he's no longer defending Israel or Zionism in general. Who knows? Because I'm observing a bunch of outside agitators coming down to campus to get a couple licks in on some students at the behest of a fucking psychopathic, rabid, genocidal apartheid regime engaging in an act of ethnic cleansing in defense of such actions. That's what I'm observing. And when I observe this, I think to myself, gross, you're disgusting. Your parents should have swallowed you. You should have never been born. You are just a rabid, filthy little piece of shit, you know? That's what I'm observing.
Oh my God, I can't see.
They brought their bear mace out too.
Fuck my eyes. God. You let me get water out of this? Yeah, sure. Where is it at? It's inside the bag. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Then they started lighting fireworks, you know, towards the encampment. They started launching fireworks in the direction of the encampment.
Oh, here's your backpack. Don't lose your backpack.
That's the reason you wear no sunscreen. Chad was asking about it. Guys, I mean, just like the Israeli government, this is defensive fireworks. You don't understand. These guys are very threatened by the presence of an anti-genocide demonstration on UCLA campus. That's why they traveled to the UCLA campus to launch fireworks directly in the direction of the peaceful protesters, you know, as an act of self-defense, because they were so scared that these anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionists alike were threatening them by saying, hey, Israel, maybe you should cut it out, you know? Damn, last time a Palestinian lit a firework near Israeli checkpoint, they got sniped. Yeah. Well, that kind of state violence goes only in one direction, not the other. They're coughing because they're bear macing all around. The counter protesters came in with bear mace, specifically to bear mace the people in the pro-Palestinian encampment. Yeah, this was a funny change in the abstract. But this is from 2 days ago. Pro-Palestinian student activists, many of whom are Jewish, taken out of the byline. Pro-Palestinian student activists say their movement is anti-Zionist, but not anti-Semitic. It is not a distinction that everyone buys. Why did they take out the many of whom are Jewish? There was so much mace in the air that the air was toxic to breathe, and I still have a sore throat. Yeah. Bear mace stays in the air for a while.
I can barely see. Oh, God.
Remember, don't touch the eyes.
I know. And most of all, don't sweat. It's hard to do it now.
Oh, here, let me show that one more time. Oh, by the way, here's some updates. I was going to talk about this because I've been in contact with some of the student activists, some of the organizers. Okay. Update from UCLA organizers. They're gathering officers' laws, trying to get a number of CHP, and may attempt to clear the encampment today. Also, UAW 4811 is planning on showing up en masse at 7 p.m. Pacific on UCLA campus. Also, another update, UCLA canceled classes today and declared the encampments illegal. Faculty were threatening to strike today. They're currently in an emergency meeting to see how to respond to last night's situation and things as they progress. UCLA encampment is currently on total lockdown. I can only come in and support if I know someone inside the encampment or if I'm just dropping supplies off. Supplies can be dropped off at the New Fowler Museum stairs by parking lot 5. I'm currently working on facilitating. I'm currently working on talking to the student organizers to see if I can attend as well. How many Jewish protesters are there? Do we have any data? I constantly get attacked by my Jewish friends that these protests are anti-Semitic, which is wild. I mean, I don't know if there's currently any kind of hard data on how many of the protesters are Jewish, but there's definitely a lot of Jewish anti-Zionists at that protest. I talked to many of them when I was there. They say the encampment is illegal, but nothing about these actual crimes that we saw. Admin at UCLA canceled the classes today. Faculty are calling for a strike in support of students tomorrow. The way our students were left completely unprotected is shameful. This is an assistant professor at UCLA of Asian American Studies Department, Noor Judah. Calling all faculty, no work on Thursday, May 2nd. We call on all UCLA faculty to refuse university labor tomorrow, Thursday, the day after May Day, in protest of the university administration's egregious failure to protect the students' protest encampment from attacks by self-professed and proudly Zionist mobs coming to campus every night to enact violence. Chancellor Block pointedly ignored the well-being and safety of these students in his campus message sent on Tuesday and failed to acknowledge it in his message today. Students from the besieged encampment wrote last night, the life-threatening assault we face is nothing. Tonight is nothing less than a horrifying, despicable act of terror. Many students were injured, as were several faculty who rushed to the encampment to support the students. As faculty, we find our university administration to be complicit in such terror. We thus ask all faculty colleagues to show support for our students and stop work, including teaching tomorrow, May 2nd. The conditions imposed on our students are also our working conditions. We will continue to work stoppage if the university administration continues to fail our students. It's not just the students, it's the faculty that is also joining the protest as well. UAW 4811, which is what I just mentioned, is obviously not just auto workers, but UAW is comprised not just only of auto workers, but also grad students as well. I suspect that that is the grad student union. So faculty and staff are also joining the protests in solidarity due to the unimaginable amount. Wait, what? Check MHUD logs. One of them was literally a neo-Nazi. The guy that was coughing from pepper spray in the fireworks video is a neo-Nazi. More info on the video in the thread. Oh, this guy is? I was there. I got maced by this older man. Was coordinating the boys speaking Hebrew. They all had the same look. Brown hair, olive skin, and beards. If anyone has info about this guy, let me know. Leave our kids alone. They're a local transphobic movement that has been harassing our schools. A group of Israel supporters have attacked anti-war protesters at UCLA University in Los Angeles in the U.S. The group was filmed carrying out assaults and using fireworks and pepper spray on demonstrators at the Gaza war protest encampment. This is the info about the neo-Nazi. This guy, Narek Palyan, is a neo-Nazi. Zionist coordinated with a neo-Nazi to attack Jewish and Palestinian students and journalists. UCLA has taken down the Daily Bruin website. Wait, what? No way. Oh my God. They did. It's a host error. If you're looking for I've been told that it was done to censor the student journalists. They sent me a copy of their most recent article before it was taken down. What the fuck is going on, man? Refresh. It's there. I mean, I went on the website. It says browser working, Los Angeles Cloudflare working. The host is giving an error. UCLA Radio News is up still. Why is it? It's up. Click on the actual article. I get the error now, but it works. Well, I'm trying and it's not letting me get in, but maybe other people are able to get in. Likely a CDN error. Your regional area might have it offline. People are saying it's back up, but it's not up for me. I'm literally refreshing right in front of you. You're probably seeing an archived copy. You're probably having Cloudflare show an archived copy of the website. Okay? Here, look. It works, but it says the website dailybruin.com is currently offline. Cloudflare's always online shows a snapshot of the web page from the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine. So if you are able to see the website, you are seeing an archive version of the website before it was taken down. Okay? Go to the website, not a linked article. I'm going to fucking lose my goddamn mind. I'm literally clicking in front of... Look at the stream. Use your eyes. I am going to dailybruin.com. And people are like, no, dude, don't go to an archive page. There could be a number of different reasons as to why they've taken down the Bruin website. It is rather weird that they have, though. Down for everybody or just me? It's not just you. dailybruin.com is down. There you go. Is that good? Is that helpful? I know that you will probably see an archive website and still come in here to tell me that it's actually still up. Okay? Because you saw fucking way back. No, it's not getting DDoSed. If it got DDoSed, there would be a different a different issue. It's being taken out by the host. This man with the red bandana was one of the main agitators. Oh, can anyone identify this man at UCLA? He assaulted a student at the encampment.
NPC, no place in this world. Fuck you.
Pussy NPC.
Fuck you. Why are you out here by yourself? Stop.
How brave are these fucking limp dick, cowardly fascist thugs to beat on a single fucking pro-Palestinian student that's trying to fucking fix the goddamn barricade. Worthless fucking scumbags.
Stop.
Internet sleuths found out that man and he's a healthcare worker in Israel. Are you serious? Yeah, they're like NPC pussy. Yeah, you on the other hand, you're fucking brave. They're back at UCLA. Please watch. What do you mean? Oh, this is live. Yeah, this is nothing, chatter. This will get minimal coverage? No, it won't. And it's not. It's actually getting not minimal coverage, but a decent amount of coverage, at least on LA Times. As I showed you, UCLA cancels classes after counter-protesters violently attack pro-Palestinian camp. There's no uncertainty here. Okay? This is very clear-cut. Very clear-cut. They're just straight up fucking saying that the pro-Palestinian camp was violently attacked by counter-protesters, and they are in the fucking wrong. The reason why they're doing this, the reason why they're openly showcasing this is because this is beyond the pale, okay? It's beyond the fucking pale. It is such an obvious instance. It is such an obvious, gross Nazi fucking action against peaceful demonstrators that even the LA Times is not going to cover it with uncertainty. Of course, other national dick riders of Israel, like the New York Times, will still fucking say, police officers respond as clashes erupt at UCLA encampment. The university called in law enforcement officers to help after horrific acts of violence occurred on campus Tuesday night, an official said. Violence broke out as counter-protesters attempted to pull down barricades at a pro-Palestinian encampment. Violence didn't break out. They brought the violence. They were being violent. Oh, editors. UCLA's complicit in violence injected upon protesters failed to protect students by the editorial board of the Daily Bruin. This was the article that UCLA is censoring by the Daily Bruin editorial board. Here it is. Here's I downloaded the article. It began with ear-piercing screams of wailing babies loudly emitting from speakers. Counter-protesters tearing down the barricades, laser pointers flashing into the encampment, people in masks waving strobe lights, tear gas, pepper spray, violent beatings, fireworks sparked at the border of the encampment, raining down on tents and the individuals inside. At around 5 p.m. yesterday, Chancellor Jean Block sent an email to the UCLA student body claiming the security presence of the area had been increased. That was not visible in the midst of the escalating violence. And even with the security present, there was no mediation far into the night. UC President Michael Drake expressed support for Block's decision to declare the encampment unlawful Tuesday evening, adding that action was needed when the safety of students was being threatened. And yet, in spite of official statements from the university and the UC, we witness little being done on the university's part to ensure the protection of students who exercise their rights. Mary Osako, Vice Chancellor of UCLA Strategic Communications, released a statement at 12:40 a.m., acknowledging the violence, adding that the fire department and medical personnel were involved. This came after a source in the encampment told the Daily Bruin that at least 5 protesters have been injured. Wait, hold on. I got to get March. I'm trying to see if we can go there, and I'm trying to see if we can get microphones this time so there's like better sound. Also, I posted this earlier today. In America, if you don't say you love Israel, either the police will beat you directly or they'll wait around and watch as fascist gangs do it on behalf of the state. Hey, okay, when random motherfuckers come on campus to beat up students, but when students bring people, that's a no-no. No, it's no, obviously I'm not gonna fucking randomly go there. If I go there, it will be with the students. And we're currently working on it. But I will show you the CNN propaganda after I show you what the students have been trying to fucking communicate to the public, and that the university took this down. We are sickened by this senseless violence, and it must end, Osako said. This came after a source in the encampment told the Daily Bruin that at least 5 protesters have been injured, but for hours, UCLA administration stood by and watched as the violence escalated. LAPD did not arrive on scene until slightly after 1 a.m. Once Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass sent them in assistance at Block's request. Daily Bruin reporters on the scene were slapped and indirectly sprayed with irritants. Despite also being students, they were offered no protection. The world is watching. As helicopters fly over Royce Hall, we have a question. Will someone have to die on our campus tonight for you to intervene, Gene Block? The blood would be on your hands. Yeah. The police did not fucking intervene or interfere as Zionist thugs marched into campus and did whatever the fuck they wanted to. Statement from the besieged UCLA Palestine Solidarity encampment. The only means of protection we had was each other. We keep us safe. The university's hypocrisy is all too apparent. The university would rather see us dead than divest. Call on UCLA to disclose, divest, and end the silence. Despite the danger, we refused to engage, standing by the principles of our encampment, self-defense. For all the school's pretense of student safety, we have experienced an unprecedented amount of violence and hatred while they stood by. The university's hypocrisy all too apparent as signs of this escalation were reported. Now, let me tell you something. Remember, I am reminded of the MLK video that friend of the show, Johnny Harris, made, where he said that the images of police brutally cracking down on civil protesters in the civil rights movement caused many in the United States of America to really question their loyalty to white supremacy, and we magically actually eviscerated racism in this country as a consequence of that. Does that feel true to you right now in this very moment? Earthquake in LA? I didn't feel it. Or am I? Racism has not been eviscerated, my man. I never said it was. I guess I missed it. Amit Romem from Israel? Wait, that dude is actually a fucking Israeli? Yo, ain't no way, dude. That's crazy. This motherfucker left Israel, came to 4.3 near Corona. Yeah, I didn't feel it. Ain't no fucking way this dude was like, yeah, no, I got the smoke for American pro-Palestinians as well. No shot. I don't know if that's real or not. No, I don't know if that's real. It's probably a fucking... It's probably a fake name to bait people. There's like a bunch of fucking dipshits out there. I don't believe that shit. It's a Zionist joke. It's some slur. Oh, there you go.
NPC, no place in this world. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Anyway, so now that you saw all this, let's take a look at what the here. Let's watch this really quickly too. Now that you've seen all this. It's a fake name. It's a slur against gay people in Hebrew, just Zionist trolling. Aerial video shows security officers just watching from afar, not doing the one fucking thing that they were tasked with doing, which is protecting the students. Okay? There's an old lady, a pro-Palestinian old lady that they're trying to rip the fucking barricade off of. And the fucking counter protesters are screaming, "You have no chance, old lady." The IDF bravado towards children and the elderly rearing its head on U.S. college campuses. It's great. "You stand no chance, old lady. We will fuck you up, old lady. We love beating on old ladies. What do you mean? We're here to defend Israel. Of course we're going to do some Israel shit." Anyway, so let's hear what our beautiful, brave, bold, progressive beacon of justice in the world, Democratic administration had to say about all this.
I'm wondering if the White House has any response to the reports of violent clashes on UCLA's campus last night that there was a group of counter-protesters that tried to forcibly dismantle the pro-Palestinian encampment.
Wait, check out the LA Times headline now, much more ambiguous. No, dude, are you serious? Well, consent is manufactured, everybody, right before your eyes. After violent protests at UCLA, UC president launches an investigation into response. After violent protests at UCLA, I wonder how that happened. I hope somebody clipped that.
The pro-Palestinian encampment.
Wait, check out the LA Times headline now, much more ambiguous. No, look at that. It went from UCLA cancels class after counter-protesters violently attack pro-Palestinian camp to no, dude, are you serious? Well, consent is manufactured, everybody. There you go. In real time. In fucking 4K. In real time. Hold on. I'm going to post it. The House passed the anti-Semitism bill. House has passed the anti-Semitism bill to expand definition. Nice. I did. I added LA Times. Check out the LA Times headline now. Much more ambiguous. No, dude, are you serious? Well, consent is manufactured, everybody, right before your eyes. After violent do you read any newspaper regularly? I read all newspapers regularly.
And the clash that resulted afterwards.
So look, what I can say more broadly, any form of violence, we are going to denounce, we're going to call out violent rhetoric, any type of violence.
How is there a hater comment 5 seconds after you just tweeted? Yeah, they're fucking dedicated, man. They're fucking committed, dude. They're committed. So many. The Morning Joe Clips community note got removed. Wait, what? Why did they remove the community note stating that these are chains that are readily available by the campus safety? That's crazy. We haven't even covered that yet. We'll talk about it in a second.
We have to call out. That doesn't change anything. We're going to continue to do that.
Thanks for calling out the violence. Who's doing the violence? We're just going to call out the violence. Anyway.
Dana Bash.
Let's talk about Dana Bash's psychopathic fucking propaganda here, okay? Claiming that at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break, which there is, for the record. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, for the record, for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, are we still yelling at you about Cuba? No, I put my information down.
Start with destruction, violence, and hate on college campuses across the country.
How much you want to bet she's not talking about fucking the destruction, violence, and hate that pro-Palestinian students are subjected to on a regular fucking basis, oftentimes by the state itself. Thank you, 34MKD50, for the 50 gifted subs. Yeah, Dana Bash, more like Dana Fash.
This was the scene just a short while ago at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Police clashing with protesters. 12 people were arrested. Those earlier protests rocked the University of Arizona, where campus police used chemical irritant munitions to remove protesters. Around the same time at UCLA, pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian groups were attacking each other, hurling all kinds of objects, a wood pallet, fireworks, parking cones, even a scooter. And before that, the NYPD was able to clear Columbia University after protesters barricaded themselves inside a campus building. 300 people were arrested at Columbia and City College of New York. But it is unclear how many were actually students. New York City Mayor Eric Adams warned this morning that professional outside agitators are getting involved.
There is a movement to radicalize young people, and I'm not going to wait until it's done and all of a sudden acknowledge the existence of it. This is a global problem that young people are being influenced by those who are professionals at radicalizing our children, and I'm not going to allow that to happen as the mayor of the city of New York.
Many of these protests started peacefully with legitimate questions about the war, but in many cases, they lost the plot.
Yeah, totally. They asked too many questions about the war, and we don't like that.
They're calling for a ceasefire, Well, there was a ceasefire on October 6th, the day.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I fucking hate her so much. God, these people are such fucking freaks, dude.
Before Hamas terrorists brutally murdered more than 1,000 people inside Israel and took hundreds more as hostages.
I'm wondering, as I'm watching Fox News right now, they are using the footage of the fireworks set off by counter-protesters and saying it came from the encampment. What the fuck do you do to defend against that? I mean, just show them the footage. I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that it is a lie. You can fucking literally see it. You can see all of it in broad daylight. Well, not broad daylight at night, but still, you can literally see it.
This hour, I'll speak to an American-Israeli family whose son is still held captive by Hamas since that horrifying day that brought us to this moment.
There was no ceasefire on October 6th, dumbass. That ceasefire was still destroying Palestinian lives. It's not a real ceasefire under an apartheid regime.
You don't hear the pro-Palestinian protesters talking about that. We will. Now, protesting the way these...
You don't hear pro-Palestinians talking about that. We will. Shut the fuck up. Oh, so brave. Thank you.
Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister is prosecuting the retaliatory war against Hamas is one thing. Making Jewish students feel unsafe at their own schools is unacceptable, and it is happening way too much.
Bro,
right now.
This is literally mental illness in display, okay? You are just fucking hallucinating at this point. You fucking psychopathic fascist demon, you. Holy shit. You can actually criticize Israel, but not in the way that we, you know, you can actually criticize Israel, but please don't criticize Israel too much, because then, you know, the police should kill you.
I'm a UCLA student. I deserve to go here.
Oh, and then she plays the fucking clip from the dumbass fail son actor wearing the fucking IDF shirt every goddamn day, being like, oh, I can't go to class. Isn't that funny? Whenever Zionists say Pallywood, they love doing Pallywood. They actually love manufacturing victimhood while simultaneously using that manufactured victimhood to destroy Palestinian lives and destroy the lives of those who dare defend Palestinian lives. It's great, man.
Pay tuition. This is our school, and they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance. Why can't they go? Will you let me go in? This could be over in a second. Just let me and my friends go
Fucking
in.
bullshit. Yeah. It's wild that CNN, like, do you think CNN doesn't have enough producers or editors or actual journalists to see exactly what the fuck is going on there? Do you think I have some secret superpower where I can see things that they cannot? No. Okay. It's not like I'm more capable than they are. It's just that I'm honest and they're not. They're dishonest. She's holding back tears. She's
Again,
so...
what you just saw is 2024 in Los Angeles.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking freak. God damn it. Here's another wonderful CNN. What? These protests are literally just trying to get a soundbite to go viral and seem like a martyr for zero effort. Like, sir, people's families and wives are up in the air. Nobody cares about this guy guzzling buckets of cum on camera by saying he can't walk to class. Yeah, I mean, that is precisely what that dude is doing. He's literally a fucking TikToker, I think. They're literally, and it works because the media does. The media does literally take that one snapshot and go, see, they're telling Jews they can't go to class. It's not true at all. It's complete bullshit. He's trying to walk into the encampment, and he has been for fucking 4 days, 5 days now. CNN, of course, doesn't give a shit about the context. We've seen it. What is this? Lauren Boebert attempts to rip down Palestinian flag that was draped over George Washington statue at the GWU campus.
We're blocking everyone else from blocking it, sir.
Stop! Excuse me, that's up here. Excuse me now. Excuse me. This is
Fucking dumb bitch.
this
Fuck
is
you.
property. This is America, and that shit needs to come down.
This is America. Excuse me. Weak ass.
This is private property.
Unfortunately, Lauren Boebert was not allowed to bring her pedophile husband on campus because there are children present. This is why she's alone, surrounded by security and other congresspersons, but her pedophile husband was not allowed because he is not allowed to be within a 10-mile vicinity of a place of learning where children go.
Are you a student here?
I'm on the faculty here.
Then you climb up there and get that down. Wait, you're on the flag is personal property.
I thought her arms would be stronger with all the hand jobs she was given in movie theaters. Nope. All that forearm grip strength didn't come into use here.
The statue is not. Get it down.
Get it down.
It's personal property. I'll stay here.
Zionists always demonstrate phenomenal arrogance and act like they own the fucking place no matter what. Yeah, I saw her fucking brilliant take. Friend of the show, Jabri, owned her as well. I got a strange inkling that all these Columbia and UCLA students running around yelling Free Palestine would not be jumping at the opportunity to do a semester abroad in Gaza. To which Jay Aubrey and many others correctly pointed out, that's impossible to do because Israel destroyed all the fucking universities in Gaza. Literally every quote tweet. This one's good. You claim to be against murder and yet you do not wish to be murdered. Curious. This is obviously a joke, but unironically, this is like how debate lords are. This is how they carry themselves, like, regularly. You think liberals would feel weird that they are on the same page with Boebert of all people? Yeah. How does that work? Because liberals love negatively polarizing themselves. They have no fucking real values, right? And the only time they decide that they're against something is when they see a bunch of the dumbest fucking psychopathic rabid Republican reactionaries pushing that exact same narrative. So you would think that liberals be looking at the situation and going, yeah, actually, I've realized maybe I was in the wrong here, but nope. Yeah. Oh, you think the fire department should put out the burning building? Well, why don't you go take a nap in the burning building if you love it so much? The House votes 320 to 91 as we're talking, by the way, to urge the Department of Education to codify criticism of Israel as unlawful anti-Semitism. Oh, that's awesome. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, anti-Semitism is wrong, but I will not be voting for the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act today that could convict Christians of anti-Semitism for believing the gospel that says Jesus was handed over to Herod to be crucified by the Jews. Read the bill text and contemporary examples of anti-Semitism, like number 9. So I can say fuck America, but I can't criticize the Zionist regime. Nice. Yeah. Liberals like you, Hassan, let's be honest for a second. Let's get serious. Liberals like you, Hassan, law, since when do you care? About what in particular do you think you are criticizing here? Wait, let's look at number 10. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Well, there you go. I'm doing an anti-Semitism. Holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel. Wait, what? Wait, what? Bro, hold up. I thought Israel was the representative of Judaism. Wait, hold on. This is number 11. Openly dictates that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Great. Okay. Seems to me like this is a little bit conflicting because number 11, holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel, that is anti-Semitic. Objectively so. Except that's exactly what Israel says all the time. Accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. That's also anti-Semitic, true. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations, also anti-Semitic, true. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Are you fucking kidding me? You can't say Israel is racist, bro. If you go to the West Bank as a Christian or as a Muslim and have like a 16-year-old settler spit on you, and then you turn around and go, hey man, that's kind of racist. Well, there you go. Pack it up, dude. You're being anti-Semitic right now. You have to eat that spit. Hassan is now an anti-Semite by law. Yeah, it turns out there was a good reason for me to be declared anti-Semite of the week. So don't equate Jews to Israel, but saying anything about Israel is anti-Semitic. Yeah, obviously obviously Israel's actions are completely, literally replace Israel in that sentence with any other country. People look at you like you have three eyes. Yeah. For example, if you changed Israel to Saudi Arabia, okay, if you changed the state of Israel to the state of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, okay, and then changed Judaism to Islam, literally everyone would be like, shut the fuck up. What are you saying? Shut the fuck up. You would not find, I don't even think you'd find Saudi Arabians who love the fucking kingdom to accept that. It's ironic because here's a fucking rabid anti-Semite. Are you ready for this? Where is it? Letter to the New York Times, New Palestine Party, visit of Menachem Begin and the aims of the political movement discussed. It was Einstein who literally fucking compared the actions of the early terror cells to the actions of fascists. Okay? Which, of course, fill out the paperwork to go to Cuba, you charlatan. I did. I already did. Shut the fuck up. Einstein warns against partition is leading to narrow nationalism. April 19th, 1938. Albert Einstein, Professor Albert Einstein, last night opposed a proposed partition of Palestine as against Jewish spirituality and as leading to narrow nationalism. He addressed 3,000 Laborite Zionists who crowded the Hotel Astor's Grand Ballroom, far beyond capacity for the 6th annual Third Seder of the National Labor Committee for Palestine. Speaking in German, Dr. Einstein declared he would much rather see a reasonable agreement with the Arabs on the basis of living together. He urged that if the Jews are forced to accept partition, they bear it in the knowledge that it will be in contrast to our nature. The Laborites, who had given noted scientists a thunderous 3-minute ovation as he arose to speak, applauded him somewhat less enthusiastically when he had concluded. Many in the audience, not knowing German, did not understand the address, and no translation was read. Other speakers were Herbert Morrison, chairman of the London Country Council, who urged the British government to restore the absorptive capacity principle of Palestine immigration, Maurice Feinstein, Secretary of the United Hebrew Trades, David Pinsky, President of the Jewish National Workers Alliance, Goldie Meyerson of the Palestine Histadrut, Isaac Hamlin, Secretary of the National Labor Committee for Palestine. It's weird that all of these Jewish orgs and early Zionist orgs were, some of them just use the term Palestine? What's that about? Yeah, Einstein, more like Hamasstein, exactly. The early part of Professor Einstein's address dealt with anti-Semitism. He declared that we shall survive this period of oppression no matter how heavy a loss of life it may bring. A community like ours, which is a community purely by reason of tradition, can only be strengthened by pressure from without. For today, every Jew feels that to be a Jew means to bear serious responsibility, not only to his own community, but also towards humanity. Coming to the subject of Palestine, he praised the accomplishments of Jewish pioneers despite the fanatical Arab uprisings. He paid tribute to the solidarity and confidence of the Palestine Jews. The disorders he charged were fomented by those interested in embarrassing not only the Jews, but particularly Great Britain. On the subject of partition, he asserted, I would much rather see a reasonable agreement with the Arabs on the basis of living together than the creation of a Jewish state. This would be considered an anti-Semitic act. Now, this is an anti-Semitic statement, according to Zionists. Wait, why the fuck am I in a why am I in a CSGO matchup? Hard to kill with a 6'2 DPR that shows up at restaurants right before they close? Does this meme even mean? But I mean, I'm okay. Apart from practical considerations, he said, my awareness of the essential nature of Judaism resists the idea of a Jewish state with borders, an army, and a measure of temporal power, no matter how modest. I'm afraid of the inner damage Judaism will sustain, especially from the development of a narrow nationalism within our ranks, against which we have already had to fight strongly, even without a Jewish state. We are no longer Jews of the Maccabean period. A return to a nation in the political sense of the world would be equivalent of turning away from the spiritualization of our community, which we owe to the genius of our prophets. And if external necessity should, after all, compel us to assume this burden, let us bear it in the knowledge that it will be in contrast to our nature. Who is this guy? Seems smart. Yeah, he was a pretty smart guy, you could say. Socialist, smart guy. Definitely had enough foresight to warn against, these sorts of things happening. Condemning violence in our community from the UCLA chancellor.
16. Good morning to all of you. Some pretty stunning images coming to us overnight, Evan. We also are just learning at this hour that banners have been hung from the hall. They read Hind's Hall and Intifada. Hind is a reference to a woman who was killed in Gaza.
A woman.
Intifada, of course, a reference to uprising, violent struggles that Palestinians have had over the years against Israel.
Woman. CNN's Casey Hunt referring to 6-year-old Hind Rajab, a woman killed in Gaza. Nice, man. Come on, guys. Come on, please. What are we fucking doing here? 6 years old, man. Anyway, new. Israel warned the Biden administration, this is from 4 hours ago from Barak Ravid. Israel warned the Biden administration that if the International Criminal Court issues arrest warrants against Israeli leaders, it will take retaliatory steps against the Palestinian Authority that could lead to its collapse. Here's Prem Takker's translation. Israel is blackmailing America, its largest funder, supposedly the world superpower, to make it stop an international court from holding Israel accountable for war crimes, all by threatening to hurt the people it's accused of committing war crimes against even more. Nice. Thanks, guys. Well, can't do anything about it. Anyway, here's some more footage from the... Oh, my God. From what the fucking... from what the Zionist counter-protesters were doing. Pig. They keep fucking pepper spraying themselves too. So happy. Counter-protesters are in full brawl with pro-Palestinian demonstrators at UCLA. Some counter-protesters have been using sticks to try to strike the hands of demonstrators holding the fence. Both sides use pepper spray in exchanges. No police in sight. Doing anything to the Palestinian Authority would be cutting off their nose despite their face. It'd be harmful to Israel in the long term to do something like that. Yeah. But it's not shocking that Israel would literally fucking neuter its own security apparatus that it uses that is sick against the Palestinian population in the occupied West Bank. That would not be the last time that Israel has done such a thing. That's classic Israel behavior. It would literally embolden infinitely more radical groups to take control over the power vacuum that they've created so that they can turn around and be like, see, it's just like Gaza. It's just like Gaza. We have to kill all the people in the West Bank too. Moving away from a slow burn of serialized pogroms directly to direct ethnic cleansing like the form that you see in Gaza. Kind of insane how peaceful it was when you were there, and now it's an attack on them, and they were so nice. Like, what a night and day difference from the agitators. Yeah. And if you notice, even amidst all of these attacks, they are still keeping their fucking cool. They're still demonstrating discipline. They're not fucking retaliating. They're simply sitting in a defensive posture. What a lesson this teaches, by the way. If the university capitulates to these rabid fascist freaks, these Zionist counter-protesters, you're basically giving the go-ahead for any and every paramilitant group around the nation to go and beat on these pro-Palestinian students, Christo-fascists and Zionist fascists alike, Zionist Christo-fascists and Jewish Zionist fascists alike, to basically give them the go-ahead that police are not going to defend these encampments that are peaceful, and that you can go in, and if you beat them up, then we'll say, sorry, too violent for us, and take it down ourselves. Dude yelling in the megaphone is currently screeching the most important prayer in Judaism, the Shema. Translation, Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one. Counter-protesters at UCLA descended on pro-Palestinian demonstrations to fight and tear down the encampment. It's full-on brawl. Men are walking towards the fence, trying to tear it down. Counter-protesters are throwing things at them, including glass bottles in some cases. Real good guy behavior, bro. Real good guy behavior. Shocking to me to see the see the defenders of genocide behaving in such animalistic ways here. This was last night at UCLA campus, which the LA Times correctly titled "Violent counter-protesters stormed the UCLA pro-Palestine anti-genocide encampment." Then they changed that title because it was too good. And they changed it to "After violent protests at UCLA, UC president launches investigation into response." Phenomenal edit. The NYPD just posted a highly edited propaganda video complete with over-the-top dramatic cinematic score about their raid on Colombia last night. It has to be seen to be believed. Oh, I can't wait to see this shit. The left are free Palestinian terrorist R words. Nice, man. You fucking owned them. No police in sight at UCLA as counter-protesters descend on pro-Palestinian protesters to fight them on campus. I've been for an hour now at UCLA watching this brawl. No police response of any kind. At least this fat fuck is getting his cardio in for the day.
Stay strong! Stay strong! Stay strong!
Counter demonstrators brawling the pro-Palestinian demonstrators at UCLA. No police in sight. It's past 1:30. This has been going on for an hour. The cops just stood idly by and watched these fucking fascist freaks for an hour and 30 minutes continuously try and fail to break into the fucking encampment. If the university does not offer unconditional support to this encampment and actually defend the encampment, what lessons will people learn? That you can get away with doing whatever kind of violent, illegal action as long as those in your crosshairs are pro-Palestinian students. That it's okay to do this kind of thing. Don't you think that it's rather strange, by the way, that CNN is still fucking running the line about how outside agitators are the reason why the NYPD had to storm Colombia? That, there were outside agitators, maybe even a terrorist at Columbia University. The real outside agitators were and have always been the police and the Zionist counter-protesters that do not go to that school. Marksy Marks, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Yeah, I hope the UAW also takes action for the record. Sean Fain said the UAW will never support the mass arrest or intimidation of those exercising their right to protest, strike, or speak out against injustice. Our union has been calling for a ceasefire for 6 months. This war is wrong, and this response against students and academic workers, many of them UAW members, is wrong. We call on the powers that be to release the students and employees who have been arrested, and if you can't take the outcry, stop supporting this war. Do you think the Teamsters will get involved too? Probably not. I can't speak for the Teamsters in California, but Teamsters National, most likely not. Sean O'Brien is no Sean Fain, I will tell you that much.
City police clearing.
Do you think Johnny CIA will cover this? Yeah, 25 years later to talk about how wonderful the protesters were.
A Columbia University building that was seized by protesters. Dozens of officers arrived on campus late last night wearing riot gear. They used a ramp to get inside Hamilton Hall, which was occupied by protesters overnight on Monday. Video shows special police units entering the building through a second-story window, including our guest, who is with us now, who was first into the building. Officers say about 40 people were arrested there. The university released these images of the damage and vandalism inside Hamilton Hall. You can see overturned chairs and furniture, broken windows, and smashed panes of glass. In a statement, the university explains it made the decision to call the police after consulting with security experts and the Board of Trustees. It reads in part, quote, the decision to reach out to the NYPD.
Guys, they broke glass at Hamilton Hall to overtake it and turn it into Hind Hall, which is why we had to send in the multi-million-dollar Gestapo to break every fucking window and every door inside of Hamilton Hall. Do you understand? And also violently arrest hundreds of students. Do you get why that narrative is so fucking stupid? Do you understand why that's fucking dumb as hell?
Was in response to the actions of the protesters, not the cause they are championing. We have made it clear that the life...
Oh, this tweet perfectly captures the moment. Yeah. Photo 1, NYPD lineup in dark navy shirts and light khaki pants before storming a building at Columbia tonight. Photo number 2, neo-Nazis in West Virginia like 3 days ago wearing dark navy shirts and light khaki pants. Yep. With the Confederate flags and everything. Yes, I know Dr. Phil is currently on campus, okay? It might look like it's the same photo, but it's actually... It's hard to spot the differences between the two photos because it is the same photo, but it actually is a different photo, just so you know. Counter protesters continue fighting in front of police as the police line up about 100 feet away. Yeah, the cops finally do show up, right? And what do they do when they show up? They're like, yeah, let's get them to just, you know, fight a little bit longer. Check this out. The woman labeled as the wife of a terrorist is the mother of a Vice and NPR journalist. This is so disgusting and racist, CNN. They're talking about my 63-year-old mother who lost over 200 members of her family in Gaza. She visited the encampment for 20 minutes and ate some hummus. Sources. Wife of an indicted terrorist was on Columbia's campus. Yeah, except Lama Al-Arian. I don't know if you realize this, but like your mom wears a hijab. You know, that's enough. She should have condemned the hummus is what I think is the expectation, right? Instead of eating it. Oh. This is CNN, by the way, and not Fox News. You might be thinking like, where is this coming from? This is some fucking unrestricted Islamophobia out of control. And from a media that is desperately trying to manufacture consent to violently destroy the student protesters and squash free speech on campuses. It's not from Fox, it's from CNN. Okay? Counter-protesters continue to fight pro-Palestinian demonstrators in full view of the police about 500 feet away. They arrived 27 minutes ago and have not intervened. Counter-protesters at UCLA, this guy's crazy, continue to fight pro-Palestinian demonstrations in full force. I saw this video. Who arrived 30 minutes ago but have yet intervened. There have been dozens of minor injuries tonight, mostly pepper spray and melee wounds. That's sick, man. That's sick. That absolutely is a fucking... That person should never be able to fight ever again. That person is a trained fighter. And he should never be able to fight ever again. His face is fucking literally out in the open. Probably from that same fucking... Probably friends with the same dudes that were there a couple days ago that were screaming the N-word at the pro-Palestinian protesters. Counter-protesters at UCLA are attacking the encampment in bursts in view of the police tearing down the fence and punching and throwing things each time. It has now been 40 minutes since the police has arrived. That's the high kick guy, by the way. Oops, hats off. Now we know how fucking bald you are, bitch. It says, you stand no chance to the old lady. I have been here watching this for 2 hours like this. Wait, he posted it himself? Wait, there ain't no way he posted it himself. Tom Bibian is in this video? The moment we rushed a terrorist encampment last night at UCLA to take it apart? Wait, bro, why are these guys... Hey, look at that. Orthodox Jews for Palestine. Also, we love you, HasanAbi. Jewish HasanAbi heads at the encampment at George Washington University. That's awesome. I love seeing that. You love to see it, folks. Dude, this arrogance will lead to their demise, okay? Listen. It doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like things will get better. It's always darkest before the dawn, okay? I'm telling you right now, their arrogance will lead to their demise. Yeah. Everything that these counter-protesters are doing are undoubtedly criminal acts in the state of California. Cops doing nothing is telling. Marksy Marks, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Exactly 1 hour after arriving at UCLA, police move in closer and counter protesters move away, leaving the encampment alone. Jackie Jean, thank you for the 5 gifted. Wait, did a Jewish 16-year-old get beaten by pro-Palestinian protesters? What are you saying? What? Brother, do you see? 1, do you see any 6-year-olds here? 2, do you see any of the pro-Palestinian protesters actually fucking doing anything violent? What is happening? Like, I haven't even seen, I don't even know where this propaganda comes from. Why the fuck would there be a 6-year-old there? Yeah, and last but not least, what kind of fucking drugs are you smoking on? Amitabh's Light, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Is this it? This is where it's coming from? You conveniently failed to mention that the pro-Hamas thugs at UCLA had beaten up a Jewish girl unconscious, which prompted the response by Jewish students. Stop lying and playing the victim. Jewish girl at UCLA was surrounded by 5 people wearing keffiyehs and bludgeoned in the head while they stomped on her Israeli flag. She lost consciousness and her body went limp. She was carried and then sent to the ER. Wait, is this even at UCLA campus, this video? What the fuck? This is 23 likes, man. Former advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Jerusalem Post columnist, New York Mets fan, conservative. What is, I have no idea where this is from. Like, absolutely zero idea where this is fucking from. No, Visegrad posted it too. Yeah, all the fucking fascists. So it wasn't at UCLA. I have no idea. I don't know where this is from. But what I do see is a girl on the ground surrounded by what I suspect are, oh yeah, it says Go Bruins. It is at UCLA. Surrounded by Zionist counter protesters, and I do not see a single fucking keffiyeh or anything like that. Like, I don't even see a single fucking pro-Palestinian person in their vicinity. It's been doing the rounds on Reddit with no backstory. All grifters are jumping on it without actual info. Hey, Hassan, I love your streams, but why are you supporting pro-Palestinian protesters getting beaten on? They should just quit protesting. We already know the Zionists run America, therefore America will never stop funding Israel. We can speak about this. Yeah, dude, thank you. I love the guy. I love the guy being like, hey, listen, one of the most valid and one of the most robust protest movements sparked against the genocidal state of Israel is actually bad. Instead, we should talk about how Jews control the media on Twitch. Thanks, chatter. Yeah, no, that seems like to be a much more productive thing to do instead, is just like fucking screech about anti-Semitic nonsense. I read elsewhere what actually happened was she tripped while holding a flag, but the story being spread is that she was beat up by protesters, even though there's none in sight. Yeah. First video here seems to show. I just left the UCLA protest where some pro-Israel counter-protesters gathered today to oppose the student encampment. What I observed shows that the only violence and hatred taking place at these events being perpetrated by third parties and police trying to distract them from the legitimate and peaceful pro-Palestine student movement. I observed several incidents where unprovoked counter-protesters intentionally positioned themselves to verbally intimidate and harass a diverse group of pro-Palestinian protesters who were repeatedly trying to move away and avoid any conflict. The video below shows one of the pro-Israel supporters roaming on the pro-Palestinian side, harassing a group of Asian students and calling them rapists and terrorist worshippers. Another video below shows the Palestinian group moving back from the hostile group of people and setting up a human wall to protect themselves and de-escalate. The last video shows a few Israeli supporters attempting to break this wall. Finally, there was no police presence during the 3 hours I was there. The lack of police presence to subdue this insightful and hateful behavior by Israeli supporters is in stark contrast to the excessive shows of police. Takes a degree of investigative journalism to dissect their videos of anti-Semitism, but the 7-hour-long hate crime on pro-Palestinian supporters doesn't break through. Of course. It's wild to see hours and hours and hours of endless footage. Sorry. It's wild to see hours and hours upon hours of Zionist agitators going to a peaceful encampment and brutalizing the Palestinians there, screaming obscenities, using fireworks, using pepper spray, bear mace, and the like for hours on end, to only turn around and be like, yo, actually, here's a 3-second video from a couple days ago where I'm going to greatly massage the narrative that this person was brutally beaten down. Baba yine açıkları verir misin? Açıkları ver, bunlar yeni. Hey, onları ver bitireyim. It's just like, it's always the same shit. It's always the same fucking bullshit. Oh, we perceived someone even sneezing in our direction. This justifies a tremendous escalation of violence. Even if it is not fucking true, it doesn't matter. Our cause now, our pro-genocide cause, is just bullshit.
On campus cannot be endlessly interrupted by protesters who violate the rules and the law. The university says it believes that the group that broke into the building was led by individuals who are not affiliated with Columbia. We want to ask about that. In total, police last night arrested around 230 people. They also cleared the encampment that had been up for about 2 weeks. Now the university is asking the NYPD to stay on campus until May 17th, which is just 2 days after Columbia's commencement. So a lot happening last night.
Quite a commentary. Columbia thinks it needs the NYPD there for a safe and orderly commencement. In a moment, we will speak with Deputy Commissioner of Public Information for the NYPD, Tariq Shepard. He was on the Bearcat you just saw officers using to enter Hamilton Hall last night. But first, we're joined live now by New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Mr. Mayor, good morning. Can you talk to the series of events yesterday that led Columbia to ask you and the NYPD to step in here and help out with the situation at Hamilton Hall? I know it was a last resort probably for you, but also for the university. What brought you there?
Really, the team, Commissioner Caban and his team, they were speaking with Columbia's representatives.
See, there's a reason why you only interview the police after a fucking insane escalation like this and not the fucking students. Because most of the students are not fond of the police presence on campus, even if they themselves are not exactly fond of the pro-Palestinian movement. Because they're like, well, what the fuck are you doing? Why did you bring the police to beat the shit out of our friends? Even if we don't agree with them, you probably still shouldn't be blocking off the fucking rest of campus and occupying it like we're a hostile entity here. But of course, the only students you will see on mainstream media will be those who are vetted carefully ahead of time, that either are already affiliated with groups like Stand With Us or many other groups that have been funded by the Knesset with grants and whatnot. That's the only students you will fucking hear from in mainstream media. They never, ever show the actual fucking pro-Palestinian students, ever.
In leadership, as well as the other colleges, and it was clear after I was briefed probably 2 days ago the extent of the outside agitators, as Columbia University indicated in their letter to us, that we had to do something. And I really encouraged them to look at this for the safety of the students, for the facilities, and then after breaking into Hamilton Hall, I think that the leadership at the school realized that our concern was actually materializing, and we had to really move in for the safety of those children and do it in the right way. And I see the independent observers saw how the police department deploy and use precision tactics with minimum amount of force, because these...
Did they? You did fucking kettle them so that they were not in the sight of the arrests, because we saw that. We watched that happen last night. Before moving into Hamilton Hall from the entry point from the courtyard, they literally fucking kettled every single media person there, and also the legal observers, into a different hall away from the site of the actual arrests. Doesn't really seem like there were independent observers there at all.
Support children to make sure that we could really eradicate the problem that we were seeing.
At what point, Mr. Mayor, did you and the NYPD view this as something more than a student-led protest? You mentioned the outside agitators. Columbia talked about them and their student. They said it became clear to them that it wasn't just students inside that building. At what point was it known to you that this was something more and that there were people who maybe had plans for worse than what some of the students were up to?
Well, I believe that when we started seeing footage and we were able to identify what was always my belief based on some of the organization and individuals, but once we were able to actually confirm that with our intelligence division, and one of the individuals' husband was arrested for and convicted for terrorism. On a federal level, once we were able to identify some of the other people, I knew that.
They're talking about a woman who visited the encampment for 20 minutes, a Palestinian woman. Okay, first of all, husband of a terrorist? Like, how many fucking degrees removed are we doing here? She also happens to be the mother of, as we found out, a Vice and NPR journalist. How insane. 4 days ago, a Palestinian woman went to the encampment. That's the only person that they can physically find to justify these actions. The woman herself is 68 years old. I highly doubt that the dude that they're calling a terrorist is actually a fucking terrorist either, but even if he was, okay, it is a political designator regardless. The notion that like the woman herself is also guilty. What do you mean? So America is just letting in terrorists? America only lets in one kind of terrorists, right-wing fascists into the country, okay?
There was no way I was going to allow those children to be exploited the way they were being exploited. And many people thought that this was just a natural evolution of a protest. It was not. No. These were professionals that were here. And I just want to send a clear message out that there are people who are harmful and are trying to radicalize our children. And we cannot ignore this, that these outside influences, I don't know if they're international. I think we need to look into that as well. Yes. But there's an attempt to radicalize young people in this country.
That's where I want to turn to Deputy Commissioner Shepard about that, because as you told us when you were walking in, you were part of the operation last night. Tell us what you discovered along the way. I know you brought in a pretty staggering visual. And then
staggering visual, chat. Get ready. Get ready with a staggering visual, by the way.
What do we know about these outside agitators? Were they very connected with these students? Did they know each other? How did this turn out the way it did and culminate in such a, I mean, I'm glad it was peaceful, but how did it get to this point?
Right. So the first thing is, as the mayor just said, once we realized that and expected that the outside agitators would step in, we started to prepare for anything and the worst case scenarios, which is their job. They're not coming in to try and unify anybody or to actually protest. They're coming in to create discord.
Right. They really wanted that moment where police and they.
Bro, this is literally just Israel defense. They were asking for it. Sorry, we are an unstoppable force. Sorry, the NYPD is a tsunami. They were basically asking for it. That's great. Thank you. Thank you to the liberal journalists at the liberal institution that is MSNBC.
You know, had that interaction, and maybe there could be video of them being dragged off, and you know, and you guys did a pretty good job of containing.
Yeah, look at that. They were looking for the cops to beat on them. They were looking for the cops to beat the shit out of them. They were welcoming it, just like Hamas welcomes Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign, just so they can garner sympathy. Oh my God, it is the exact same parallel.
Cleaning it inside the building and just walking them out. I'm sure that's not what the plan was.
Yeah, our cops did a phenomenal job last night of staying calm, organized, and really precise operation last night.
Tell us about this change.
Yeah, so when we entered Hamilton Hall, this is not what students bring to school, okay? This is what professionals bring to campuses.
Turns out that is precisely what students bring to school. The bike lock is and was available for sale on campus via Columbia's Public Safety Department under their crime prevention discount bike, locker, and laptop lock program. This morning, this video actually had a community note. That community note was manually deleted.
Oh, well.
Look at this.
This is the same chain.
Katie, look at this. This is an industrial.
Is this the same thing?
This is not.
Why was this brought here? Where's the deputy commissioner?
Why was this locked? Because these are the locks that we cut off for the doors in Hamilton.
Were any outside agitators arrested at Columbia's Hamilton Hall?
I think Commissioner Weiner addressed that already.
No, they didn't.
LOL.
Look at this.
This is the same chain.
Katie, look at this. This is an industrial.
Is this the same chain?
You don't understand. These outside agitators, they follow the path of shinobi. Okay, they are ninjas. So when the cops actually stormed the halls, they literally magically perished. They threw smoke bombs and escaped. So we could not arrest them. And then we only arrested the students. It happened to be that the hundreds of people that we arrested were all students using this Hamas chain.
Is Hamilton Hall?
I think Commissioner Weiner addressed that already.
No, they didn't. Were any arrests made of outside?
You asking me or you?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Commissioner Weiner said that there was a presence of outside agitators. We know that some were arrested, but we are not getting specific about who was who. We still have to run names by Columbia, but we know that there were outside agitators inside Hamilton.
Okay, so they were arrested last night. Okay. Agitators arrested at Columbia's Hamilton Hall?
I think.
NYPD did an amazing job arresting hundreds of college students to protect them from outside agitators, NYPD says. They've never dealt with a bike theft, so they don't know what a bike lock looks like. Yeah, there you go. Cops don't know what a bike lock looks like because they've never investigated a bike theft in their lives. Now, you see, if these outside agitators were playing Candy Crush on their fucking phones, the cops know exactly what that's about. Look at this deleted tweet by Ali Bauman. Oh, yeah. Breaking. New York City Hall sources tell me CBS New York, she's a CBS New York reporter, by the way, evidence of the wife of a known terrorist with protesters on Columbia University campus.
And universities. These are heavy industrial chains that were locked with bike locks. And this is what we encountered on every door inside of Hamilton Hall. And so in order for our emergency services group to enter into the building, they had to first cut through these chains, but also get rid of debris and barricaded doors that were barricaded with refrigerators, vending machines, chairs, you name it. They pushed it up against those doors to try and stop us from coming in. But our guys would not be stopped. They did a fantastic job of entering into that location and taking people into custody without incident last night. They took about 40 to 50 people into custody.
The funniest part is like the notion that even if they weren't bike locks, like even if they were regular fucking chains, like the notion that students do not have the capacity to purchase these things is hilarious. Like, how is this evidence of anything? I love the investigation. Like, I love how fucking stupid the NYPD is. That, like, their investigation is not even, like, offering circumstantial evidence. It's just like, here's what they used. It's readily available online and promoted by Campus Safety's very own website. No pushback by the media. The media welcomes it, by the way.
Custody inside of the lobby of Hamilton Hall last night.
So, Mr. Mayor, those 40 or 50 people that were taken into custody last night, what are they going to be charged with, and when are they going to be charged?
Well, it is a series of items. Number one, a form of burglary, trespassing, criminal mischief. Cameras were damaged. Methodologies that were used for typical actions like this, professionals use. Clearly, these children were trained on how the barricade location, what type of locks to be used. These.
What is he saying, bro? Bro, this is literally IDF shit. These children, you might think that these are just regular children, but if you look at it carefully, you'll notice that these are children of Hamas. That's right. These are children trained by the IRGC and Hamas. One might think that these are, you know, the children of upper middle class, professional managerial class individuals. Turns out they were all sons of Hamas, but not the good kind. Not the good son of Hamas who spends all of his time talking about how Israel is awesome, but the bad kind. That's right. Ismail Haniyeh personally trained these children. I'm saying it. That's why we have to kill them.
All these methods we saw and have videos of the type of training that they were being issued.
Yeah, I wonder why American children know how to fucking barricade doors. Let's think about that real quick. I wonder why American children know what school supplies they use in an instance where, like, they have to barricade a door at a school. Do you think it's Hamas training? Or do you think they learn that at school, at fucking school shooting drills. I don't know. Who's to say, guys? I mean,
by these professionals. And so they're going to be charged with those crimes. And those who are on the lawn area, the goal is for those students, it would be summative offenses. But we want the schools across the city to be clear that the property of the schools are for the students, not for those who want to come in and be disruptive to our way of life.
Can I just clarify, the 40 to 50, are they people that you know to be professional agitators? You just referred to them as children. Are they students? So just
Bro, it's so bad. It's so bad that one of the fucking MSNBC was like, you just said they're children. Oh.
So we know how many of the people that you arrested last night were professional agitators who had no affiliation with Columbia University, and how many of them were students who are at Columbia University?
A great question, and we are sorting through that now. It has been indicated by Columbia when they reached out that the substantial number were outside influences. You know, when you look at the wearing all black, covering your faces completely, those methodologies, you know, our intelligence division study this type of behavior across the globe. We just had a team that just returned from overseas looking at some of the methods that are being used.
Say it, bitch. He means Israel, by the way. Yeah. Our intelligence dictates that some of these students covered their faces, so they must be outside agitators.
With these actions, there's no coincidence that you're seeing these young people across the globe being trained with the same type of individuals, and that is our concern. It's more than just Columbia. It's more than what we saw at City College. This needs to be a clarion call for our country. These are our children, and we can't allow.
He's like, we need to do more of this everywhere around the nation. More of this, please. Yeah. Guys, you don't understand. Hamas is an international institution at this point. They're everywhere and they're anywhere and everywhere.
Allow them to be radicalized like children are being radicalized across the globe.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Mr. Mayor, thanks so much for your time this morning. We really appreciate it. And Mr. Deputy Commissioner, in terms of physical resistance, once you got in the building, you talked about the barricades, you talked about the vending machines and the refrigerators. Did any of the people inside the building confront police physically? Were there any altercations?
There was very minimal confrontation once ESU decided that we were going to enter that building. They did have to deploy a distraction device on the first floor of Hamilton Hall. That made some of the resistors sort of retreat, and then ESU was able to push through, cut the chains.
Bro said distractor device. It's a flashbang. He's talking about a flashbang grenade. Bro said distraction device like it's a fucking toy. Like he dropped a squeaky toy and a bunch of puppies came running at it. Please explain. Please, someone ask, what do you mean by distraction device? Like, did you drop a fidget spinner on the ground? Is that what happened?
Deep.
Yes, they deployed flashbangs as a simple means of distracting. You know what radicalizes students? You know what I'm going to say. State violence. That's what radicalizes students. They're not getting radicalized at the HasanAbi broadcast, okay? The leading sponsor of these kinds of activities. They're not getting radicalized. Well, maybe they are getting radicalized against the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour, and sometimes I forget and run it at 18 minutes in. That's the most you're going to get radicalized against here at the top of the hour at the HasanAbi broadcast. Sponsored by Hamas, of course, the Al-Qassam Brigades. What radicalizes students is getting fucking flashbanged and packed up by a bunch of fucking Gestapo thugs whose, you know, tax dollars are funding their overtime for the crime of being anti-genocide. That's what radicalizes students. Here are some more students being radicalized. Breaking news, NYPD raids Fordham University encampment. Tents can be seen thrown around inside the occupied lobby. Attempts were made to block the view of the raid from people outside.
Get through the debris, and then we took them into custody without without incident.
So no injuries last night?
No injuries as of now. We're still sorting through all of the prisoners that we took into custody. But as of now, what we saw was just a calm, precise operation. ESU did a phenomenal job last night based on what they were dealing with.
Yeah.
As we said a minute ago, Columbia has asked you all to stay on campus through graduation and even a couple of days after. How do you envision the NYPD presence now for the next several weeks?
I want you to understand something. If they do end up finding one dude who's like an alumni or one dude who's not like a fucking college student, that still doesn't justify the actions. I also need you to understand that as well. Like, it is so fucking unimaginably stupid. Like, the fact that they think they get away with martial law because the school believes that there's like outside agitators.
Columbia, you may have arrested those, some of them professionals last night, but there will still be protests, not just on campus, but in the area.
This is a serious warning to all U.S. And so the police commissioner and the mayor will stay in constant contact with Columbia. However, we're partners in this. We don't want to see this return to what it was last night or before. However, Columbia does have to take some onus and make sure they secure their campus, but we will be there as a partner to make sure.
Yeah, this chatter is correct, by the way. Outside agitators, not organic intersectional moral revulsion. There were definitely a few people sneaking in on every campus. Talia had a story about her discovering the person next to her was a Zionist cutting content. Yeah.
That it doesn't return.
But
what that looks like, we haven't decided yet, but we'll stay in constant
I
contact.
think the question about who the outside agitators are, how many there are, that's a longer investigation. And staying on campus could be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that front.
Absolutely. And we'll be a good partner in that way, but we have to make sure.
No, walk through it. How? Do you feel like the fucking dumbass that you're talking to has any investigative capacity? Like, literally, he showed you a bike lock and was like, this is a bike lock of Hamas. The fuck do you mean? Yeah, no, a unprecedented amount of police activity on campus surely will be necessary and good. Perhaps you should use more distraction devices on the students. You know, you should keep doing that. You should just keep beating the shit out of these students and arresting them until they say they all unconditionally love Israel. This will definitely work.
Sure that Columbia is doing their part to secure their campus, and when needed, the NYPD will be there like we are for this entire city, 365 days a year.
And you all said yesterday part of the reason you did decide to go in with Columbia's help and insistence was because you had recognized people who were known to you at the NYPD as not students, but people who were there to cause trouble. Is that true?
Right, that's true. And to make it clear, Columbia identified many of these individuals as non-students as well. And so once they recognized that and then they broke into Hamilton Hall, that was a clear indication that something had to be done. And then they reached out in their letter.
It's great that, like, no evidence is necessary for any of the statements that he's bringing forward. You could just simply, guys, hear me out here, okay? I'm about to say something fucking crazy, partially a little fucked up, okay? You could ask the student organizers if there is veracity to any of these statements. I know, I'm a little crazy, okay? I know I'm a little crazy, but you could ask those guys. I'm just saying, a bridge too far, potentially, I know. Of course, that would require you to air any kind of footage that makes these student protesters very reasonable, that will most likely make them look super reasonable and their demands perfectly morally just. I know you can't have that, which is why you'll just keep doing this instead.
Letter was pretty specific.
Okay. NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Public Information, Tariq Shepard, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate everything you're doing.
Yeah, UCLA is live now, right? New from Kibri Killet, Jessica Seinfeld and Bill Ackman both donated thousands to fund the pro-Israel counter-protesters at UCLA in the lead up to last night's violent attack on the university's pro-Palestinian encampment. UCLA press conference is happening right now.
Palestinian students. And I myself have personally been faced those violences that the UC has perpetuated and continues to perpetuate. It's not just a means of divestment, it's a divestment from Zionism.
Yeah, but just to be explicit, we're going to keep the encampment going until our demands are met, which is to divest from the Zionist entity.
My goats. My fucking goats.
Money, guys, are what makes happen. Have you demanded you meet with them? Is there a possibility?
So we met with the Chief Investment Officer on the UC Regents before. Again, this protest did not start a week ago, right? This movement didn't even start October 7th. The UCLA Divest Coalition is older than this specific siege that's been happening for the last 200 days. But we've been demanding divestment all year. And so we've met with the UC Regents. We have made these demands of them before. We have met with the Chief Investments Officer. We have presented them with our demands. They are, the companies that we are demanding that they divest from. They're aware of the, the universities that we no longer want them to partner with, et cetera. They're very aware of what our demands are. And yeah, until, you'll know when our demands are met because the encampment will be gone, right? So, yeah.
Do you have any facts or figures? At least 25.
No, it's in the hundreds. It was at least more than 100 people. I was one of those people that was injured. Most of these people here, I'm pretty sure, can speak to their own stories. I was simply live streaming on the Instagram for SJP, and I was bear maced and also pepper sprayed by Zionists, all of them being really taller than me and much bigger than me, and I was met along with my peers here with violence, and all we were trying to do was defend the encampment and to defend our demands, and despite this though, we remain steadfast. All we think about is those Palestinian children that are holding up those signs with the names of universities and thanking us. That is more than enough to keep us going.
Sorry, we can, do you want to go? Yeah, so there were 25 people hospitalized last night, and there were numerous more who were injured, who were maybe too afraid to go to the hospital or couldn't make it to the hospital. And
hundreds of people maced and pepper sprayed.
Hundreds of people maced and pepper sprayed, and our medics were completely overrun, and we needed extra support that no one could provide us with.
They're fucking amazing,
yes,
but,
dude. A good amount of our people were actually turned away from the hospital, and ambulances were not coming. And I know that the news isn't really good at, describing the timeline of events, but the police actually mobilized pretty fast as soon as they started shooting fireworks at us. Instead, though, the police came with an EMS truck, took one of the counter-protesters to the hospital, and escorted that counter-protester to the hospital.
And left the rest of us
and left everyone there while they were still shooting fireworks at us.
Have you received any assurances about your safety moving forward? Do you know if they're pursuing an investigation into the...
Wait, you don't understand. Maybe the counter-protester threw out a hip while trying to fucking head kick an old lady.
That's funny. No, I don't think they're planning on doing so because they witnessed everything that happened last night. They know about this. They just don't care. They literally do not care about our safety, about our lives. They would rather watch us be killed than to protect us.
Yeah, the UC system always releases a statement that's super there was violence broke out, a clash. We don't condone any violence, and it always refuses to acknowledge that pro-Palestinian supporters are the one being harassed and being put into physical danger. And so without that acknowledgement, I don't know how he could provide us with sufficient safety.
Chancellor Block released a statement just a few minutes ago that was supposedly acknowledging the events of last night. It said that violence ensued at the encampment, right, which is a incredible underrepresentation of what happened, and said that the university would of course be taking strict measures to address this, including disciplinary actions such as suspension, expulsion, dismissal, but the folks who were the ones being tear gassed, being pepper sprayed, being bear maced, being thrown fireworks at, being beaten with wooden planks, having bricks thrown at them, being just physically assaulted, hand-to-hand combat, those folks are students and professors and things like that. The folks on the other side are not, vast majority not UCLA community members. They are not faculty, they are not students. And so when the university is saying that the disciplinary action that they're taking is going to be suspensions, expulsions, dismissal, we know that means they're going to punish us for having been brutalized last night, which we absolutely condemn.
We don't believe that the police protects us. So
I called 911 3 times last night at 11:30 p.m. because the medics told me that they needed help, and they did not come or help until 4 or 5 a.m.
Right,
that doesn't address the question.
Yes, we have videos. We are sending reports to the necessary channels, but we also do not trust that the necessary action would be taken, right? The chancellor just sent us an email that said he will punish us, the ones who were brutalized, for what happened last night, right? And the police, again, were called many times, not only by the people in the encampment, but by people outside who were seeing this happen on social media. They were calling UCPD, they were calling LAPD, they were calling medics, they were calling the hospitals, and all of those sources were turned away. They said the police would hang up on the people who were calling the police, right? And when the police came, there's video evidence, there's live streams everywhere. They stood in a line and they watched. And then they stood in a line and they moved forward a little bit more to kind of start dispersing, whatever. And they pushed us closer to the Zionists. They moved in and they didn't do anything. They didn't come in between us. And I will be clear that when I'm saying this, we don't want police on our campus. We don't want police to be the ones defending us. We assert that our people are the ones keeping us safe. The only reason that our people were able to survive last night was because we have street medics there, we have legal observers there, we had folks coming in from all parts of Los Angeles, bringing in donations of water, saline solution, gauze, all these things, right? We keep us safe, right? We say that over and over and over again. We keep us safe. The police did not keep us safe, and they will not keep us safe any longer.
Identifying people through social media, and I've already seen people's license plates going out. I'm just curious if you can talk a little bit about what that's like internally trying to identify yourself.
That's so unlike the police. So shocking to me.
Yeah, I mean, that really is not our priority when we're looking out for the safety of our peers. That is way more urgent right now. We've had less than 24 hours to recover from last night, so I don't really think that we're in the place right now to take the time to try and recognize these people.
So moving forward, are you taking additional steps in order to ensure the safety of the people?
I don't, given that there are Zionists probably watching us right now, given that they stalk and surveil us, I don't think it's safe for us to announce that on public and media, so I think we will refrain. But we are taking measures to ensure safety in our encampment. No.
Of course not. And also, all of this media coverage, right? There's a lot of eyes on UCLA right now. There's a lot of eyes on Columbia. There's a lot of eyes.
Maybe the cops wanted to realize that you do need them. That's such a funny take, man. That's so awesome. It's just yeah, cops are always protecting the fascists in every single circumstance, just so you realize you do need them. Yeah.
There are 1.5 million people being starved. There are 2 million displaced in Rafah, right? That is why we are here. We are staying until those things are eradicated, until Zionism is eradicated. All of this Zionist aggression, this Zionist aggression is, of course, deeply, deeply unjust. We see it as a direct extension of the Zionist occupation in Palestine and in Israel, right? These people who have been harassing us and attacking us for weeks, and not just this week, but for months before this, but they're proudly IOF trained, ex-IOF soldiers, right? The LAPD trains with the IOF. These people are wearing IOF jackets, walking around campus, proudly boasting. They're saying, we are proud boys, we are armed, we are proud to be American and armed, we are here, and we're coming back with more people and more guns. This is the shit they say to us, right? And so we see their actions as a direct extension of the occupation in Palestine. The brutality that is used here is learned there. And the brutality, right? And so the resistance that we do here is to uplift the resistance that is happening there. So focus your media attention on Gaza, right? The university protests will stop when occupation is lifted, and so yeah, that is our main demand.
And I would like to redirect that question. It doesn't matter whether or not we feel safe. I think everybody here can confidently say we would relive last night every single night until this stops. Every single night.
So there will be no more questions. Thank you very much. If you have additional questions, you can refer to a media liaison throughout the day. Thank you very much. This will be the end.
My fucking goats, dude. They're incredible. All of them. Of course they're well spoken. It's so incredibly clear the UCLA police stood aside and let a pro-Israeli lynch mob run wild at UCLA. They did nothing for 2 hours of violent Zionists, assaulted students, launched fireworks in the encampment, and sprayed mace on the students. Always the same bullshit, dude. The takeaway from that will be whatever 3-second thing that they can clip to be wow, these guys are radicals, either to diminish the impact or to either diminish the impact or to basically say that they're violent and rabid or some shit. Yeah, cops are staging already. I think the intent could be, the suspicion is that They want to clear the encampment. That's what they're thinking. Also, here,
within
let's watch
that
this.
encampment at the
We're going to watch this video, and then we're going to watch the NYPD's defense.
moment, and today Republican lawmakers were as well.
They were, yes. James mentioned President Biden. Well, he is 4 blocks from here at the White House. This is very much the heart of Washington, D.C., and the heart of yet another protest. You can see here many of the protesters are gathering. Just to the left, we've got the barricades that have been put up, that were put up, I should say, to try and keep the protesters inside and agitators, as they've become known, outside. Now, over the course of the past week, those barricades have just been piled up in the centre. The real challenge for the authorities here is simply what to do about it. Do they move in, like the police have done in other campuses, or do they stay away? The concern is that to move in, and certainly the Metropolitan Police here in DC were concerned about this last week, if they did move in, that they would exacerbate what they believe here to be a small and relatively isolated and peaceful protest. Now, into that come the politicians, of course. James Comer is the chair of the Oversight Committee, a Republican, a controversial character, many would say. He and some of his colleagues came here in what could only be described as a photo op. But they wanted, they said, to see for themselves what the situation was on the ground. Honestly, they wouldn't have been able to see because the number of media that were surrounding them. But I did catch up with James Comer briefly. But what about the students' right to protest and their concerns about Gaza?
You have a right to protest. I respect that. We all respect the First Amendment. The problem is you don't have the right to trespass. You don't have the right to intimidate. And that's why we're here today.
They love free speech, don't they, folks? Don't they love free speech? Can't you tell how much they love free speech? These students have a right to protest, just not one that hurts my feelings, actually. If they do that, then I'm going to demand the police come in and beat the shit out of them. Land of the free, home of the brave. I consider what they're doing to be intimidating. Yeah.
You can see the statue here of George Washington has been commandeered by the protesters. He is one of them at the moment. I want to have a chat with one of the protesters who's agreed to talk to us. Miriam, thank you for talking to us. I can see here you've got a sign with the rules and regulations of this protest movement. How long have you been here at this location?
I've been here since Thursday morning. Yeah, we've been here. We're planning to stay until our demands are met. We're demanding that the universities protect pro-Palestinian speech on campus, that they drop all charges against pro-Palestinian student organizers and organizations, that they immediately disclose all investments and endowments, that they divest from the state of Israel, and that they end all academic partnerships with Israel.
How would you characterize the mood of the protest movement here? Because I've been here a few times over the course of the past week. There are a Jewish community who come here from time to time. They claim that you're anti-Semitic. They feel offended.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a funny thing, like optically. I know this guy is not super contentious and he's just doing his job, but it is pretty funny to just be like, what do you have to say to people saying that, like, these protests are virulently anti-Semitic?
So I can speak to this as a Jew myself, a Jewish student. I think we have seen a lot of baseless claims of anti-Semitism that are meant to distract and divert attention away from the genocide that's been going on for over 200 days, the 76 years of military occupation that we've seen. And
by the way, yeah, George Washington, like, sure, racist, slave or whatever, those are significant and important points to mention. But he also had a little bit of an intifada dog in him. You know what I mean? Just say it. Like, he did do an intifada. He did. Now, obviously, it was a bourgeois revolution, but still, it was a revolution nonetheless. Intifada nonetheless. A violent revolutionary figure.
And, I feel that it's really just a distraction tactic. And I can say that I feel more safe.
Maddow did a revolution to keep his slaves. Fair. That's why I specified that it was a fucking bourgeois revolution and not a proletarian one, but who cares? I mean, it's still a revolution nonetheless.
Jewish inside this encampment than outside, because I know that everyone here believes in collective liberation.
That's interesting. But briefly, do you understand why phrases like from the river to the sea, like intifada, like only one solution?
Oh, that's awesome. Only one solution, intifada revolution, which is so funny because like they're saying it in English too. Yeah.
That they are offensive to some Jews.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of discourse about words and speech, but there's not a lot of discourse about genocide. And I would push back and question, you know, if people are more concerned about certain words and certain speech than they are about genocide and the murder of over 35,000 people, then I think they need to have a shift in their priorities.
And lastly, Miriam, very briefly, we've seen what happened in California overnight. We've seen what happened up in New York. Are you concerned that the police might move in here as well?
What? I'm watching the vids. Huge fan since Russia invasion. I don't think you should be telling people to not vote. I never have told people to not vote. You're wrong. I tell people to vote all the fucking time. I love voting. It's ridiculous. Don't come in here with some bullshit like that. You've been very reactionary and anarchist lately. That's pretty funny. You're saying I'm both reactionary and also anarchist. I don't think you understand either of those words. You're just kind of using those words without recognizing it. Yeah, someone said, vote goat. I am the vote goat. I love voting. I understand it's heated seeing protesters get harmed, but if y'all don't vote for Biden, Trump will win, and then we all have a worse problem. I don't like Biden, but Trump will take everything from us. Speaking in Arabic means you're anti-Semitic. I said yallah the other day and got arrested. Good. The term Allah should have it should not have any room in our language, okay? It probably means one of them scary things, you know? Wait, it's also a part of the Turkish language as well, despite the fact that it's an Arabic word. Hold on. Yeah, don't you dare say it.
Yeah, so I think it's shameful what we've been seeing, that police and that universities are, you know, more willing to brutalize their students and put their students in harm's way than they are to divest from genocide. And so, you know, we're going to see what happens here, but we're going to be here until our demands are met, no matter what.
Mark.
Okay. Are you guys ready? We have to look at this New York Police Department propaganda video that they cut out. It's so IDF coded, as far as I understand, which I think is not surprising.
So now, right there, what I'm looking at, that's Hamilton Hall. He's on top of it. There's no, that's a sidewalk, right? Which sidewalk would that be?
That's Amsterdam Avenue.
That's Amsterdam Avenue. So we got Hamilton is a little further down. Is this Hamilton right here? No.
This is so fucking stupid.
All the entrances are somehow barricaded. What entrance do we believe is the entrance where we have to reach resistance? We're not going to be moving. Probably
right. You got some planned process up there.
Yeah. We want to start getting the morals.
Our biggest enemy, 18-year-old anthropology students wearing keffiyehs and saying stuff like queers for Palestine. And we're willing to do what it takes to kill them, to apprehend them, to remove them from Hamilton Hall. This summer, from those who brought you, my wife is getting fucked right now while I collect overtime, comes yet another banger. IDF trained NYPD forces tried to kill Hamas teenagers in New York. In a world where Hamas has broken into Hamilton Hall on Columbia University, watch our cops look exactly like fascist pigs, break doors themselves, and create a shit ton more property damage. Get ready to watch them use special weapons and tactics on 19-year-old college students with an English major and no prospect for the future.
Out of the Hamilton building and the Columbia University, we're on the third floor of the powerful going.
Notice how they have Hamas writings written on the wall, like political power comes from the barrel of a gun.
Floor of the powerful going through the building.
Maoist terms like the countryside surrounds the city. These guys are all Maoist third worldists, and we should know.
The powerful going through the building, looking for the student protesters that took over this building. As you can see, the emergency services behind us, conducting operations. We're checking each floor. We're checking each door. If we come over here, you can see that they have set
Our
up
deputy commissioner
sort of an encampment inside of the classroom.
is noticing the sleeping bags. He also, for some weird fucking reason, is wearing his hat under his helmet.
Sleeping bags all over the place. And when we actually came in here, they actually had the desk barricaded up to the window so that thinking that we were going to come in and get them.
No job by your shoe so far.
Notice how we're doing more property damage, much more than what the students did, breaking into every room.
No job by your shoe so far.
Look how fat our beautiful piglets are. They've gotten so much overtime and very little cardio time because all they do is stand around the New York Metro subway stations, playing Candy Crush on their phones and waiting for the next opportunity to beat the shit out of a 14-year-old fair hopper.
No job by your shoe so far, as professional as can be, making sure everything is safe before we move on. Feel totally comfortable, totally safe with these guys, man. This is who you call when the police need help.
More property damage. More property damage. Notice how this is the only footage we could find where we're not absolutely beating the shit out of the students. Although there's plenty of images of us doing exactly that outside of Hamilton Hall. Here you have a serious assailant being apprehended. Notice how the color of this Jan Sport backpack is green. You know what else is green? That's right, the color of Islam, specifically the color of Hamas, and also one of the colors of the Palestinian flag. Look what they've done to the place. How are they all built like this, bro? Like in a random sampling of the population, you'll find a higher number of people in shape. Sample selection. It's a self-selecting process. Notice how we're filming from the disgusting property damage the students made on the beautiful hallowed halls of Hamilton Hall. Yeah, the NYPD did a Snyder cut of the Columbia raid.
All right, it's 10:35. We're on the campus of Columbia.
How fat can they get? Here is our chief of patrol. The last time he patrolled the streets, black people were not allowed to drink from the same fountains as white people. That's right.
In the tent city, which you see is cleared. Just a remarkable plan and execution by the NYPD, and more importantly, these cops on the perimeter who got this secured. Special thanks to our emergency service, our SRG group.
Oh my God, bro, this guy, this is his safety blanket chain. He found that chain and he just kept it since the raid, bro. I just realized it's the same guy with the same chain. Oh my God, he went to bed with that chain, bro. Same guy, same chain. Did you see that?
Into the building or inside.
He's like, this is my chain now. Please don't touch it. Is this actual music or are you adding it? No, this is the NYPD's own. This is the NYPD's own music.
Second to none. As of right now, this campus is secure by NYPD personnel. This is how we get it done.
That's right. We arrested 100 students. We arrested 75 gay, 25 heterosexual students in order to clear the campus from all wrongdoing.
This is not a tent city. This is New York City. It's our city.
This is not a tent city. Wait, what? What?
Right now, this campus is secure by NYPD personnel. This is how we get it done.
This is not a tent city. This is New York City. It's our city. And if you're thinking about doing something like this, take a look around. See how fast we cleared it out. This could be you.
The conditions in this courtyard are just deplorable. It smells bad.
What are you saying? It smells bad here.
It just reeks. And no student, nobody should have to endure this and being on the campus. Like I said before, lawlessness, that's what this, we thought it what symbolizes. And we're not gonna have lawlessness in our city. So Columbia reached out to us, we came in here, we took action, and this is the result of our action. To any other individuals that wanna protest, there are other ways to do it besides setting up tents.
What are the other ways to do it? Let's ask you, dickhead. Yeah, let's get our notes from you, asshole. about how we should be protesting. Like, shut the fuck up, idiot. The music is you, right? This can't be the video itself. Oh, it very much is the video itself, chatter. The music is not me.
And living like this, this is not the way to get your point across. If you're thinking about setting up tents any place else in the city, think again, because colleges will reach out to us, and we'll come there and we'll strike you, take you to jail, like we did over here. Thank you. Have a good night.
I love that they got the most neurodivergent cop, though. Like, it's awesome. He's just like, yeah, you guys, if you do this again, we will come back again. Let me tell you, I love doing fascism. It's the best. Please don't come back. I'm scared. I looked at some of the tents and I thought, this is scary.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh, this was awesome, by the way. Eric Adams had some other. Eric Adams, Mr. New York is the Tel Aviv of America. New York is the Rwanda of America. New York is the Philistine of America. Okay, maybe not that last part. This is what he had to say this morning.
It's despicable that schools will allow another country flag to fly in our country.
Unless it's the Israeli flag, in which case it's awesome, because New York is the Tel Aviv and the Golan Heights of America.
So blame me for being proud to be an American. And I thank Commissioner Daughtry for putting that flag back up. We're not surrendering our way of life to anyone.
Yeah, famously, New York, we never allow any flag of any other country to fly out here. It's just hilarious that he was the one saying this, because he's always saying this shit. Like, New York is the Golan Heights of America. Base progressive Eric Adams recognizes the sovereignty of the Palestinian state. Breaking all Italian restaurants are being forced to take down Italian flags. Yeah. It's funny to think about, like, Mr. in the pocket of Turkey himself talk about this way. Like, you know, he's so fucking bought and sold by the Turkish government. He's like, I could hear him saying, Turkey, no foreign flags. Yep. Well, there you go. One of the hardest lines a leader has given in years. It's despicable that schools will allow another country's flag to fly in our country. Blame me for being proud to be an American. We're not surrendering our way of life. I mean, yeah, of course, dude. Come on. He does this not just for Israel, but for like every country. He does this for a shocking amount of countries, okay? He literally does Justin Trudeau style cultural appreciation and cultural appropriation, like all the time. These criminals at Columbia are chanting eliminationist slogans like from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and globalize the intifada. These little Gazans are disgusting cesspools of anti-Semitic hate. Tom Cotton's like, listen to me. Only I get to say Jews control the media, okay? These guys, I'll teach you a thing or two about being an anti-Semite. I, after all, am the senator proudly serving the state of Arkansas, okay? I want it all for myself. Why aren't you at UCLA? Do we think this guy is A weirdo stalker, or B, a hater account that is simply asking this question so that they can turn around and fucking go, guess what, dude? Guess what? You're too afraid to go out there. Or a secret third option, who will assassinate me when I go there. Or maybe he just wants to tell you that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and he wanted to debate, because at the top of the hour, there is a secret fourth option, a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I actually think it's better for the protest for Hasan not to be at UCLA. Listen, I will never center myself in any of these fucking movements. I only go there to show directly by talking to the students themselves, the student organizers themselves. I only go there to show the actual truth about what these protest movements look like. Okay. And if I feel like my being there all of a sudden interferes with, if me being there all of a sudden interferes with the movement that these students are organized around, then I will leave. immediately. I think that a lot of people should recognize that I don't go to these protests unless I am invited, and I do not go to these protests unless unless I can have a student media liaison officer, unless that they are both welcoming me and also want me to be there, and also are making sure that I'm not doing something that the students would not want me to do. Do you fear also someone will attack you? Not really. I don't really think about those sorts of things. What? This photo is posted to the official account of NYPD Chief of Patrol John Chell, who recently accused student protesters of being anti-Semitic against police. The NYPD doesn't protect the rights of Americans who are loyal to a foreign apartheid state committing genocide. During his visit to the U.S., Israeli President Isaac Herzog stopped by police headquarters to meet with executives and members of the NYPD. I mean, they literally train with the IDF. This is not even remotely shocking. It is kind of funny, though, that Eric Adams literally was like, we would never fly the flag of another country in the United States of America. Every hater who has approached you IRL just pisses their pants and looks like they're on the verge of crying. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, what one fails to consider is that a lot of these haters rarely ever go out in broad daylight. And when they do, they're very quickly, the guise of anonymity that offers you a level of like credibility because people don't know what you look like, people can't smell you, you know what I mean? That all perishes instantly in public, in broad fucking daylight. I've met throughout the course of my Twitch streaming career, I've met thousands of wonderful, awesome individuals who are fans, and I've only met a handful of fucking weirdos in that process, and oftentimes they look exactly the way they sound online. There should be a way to mobilize the online movement around your persona into real life organization. That's such a funny thing that you're saying because it already is happening all around. I try to do my very best, but one thing that I always repeat over and over again is that I'm just one person. Okay, I'm just one person talking shit to a camera. Those who are watching in here then take the theory and turn it into action. And if you have ever attended one of these protests, or especially these pro-Palestinian encampments, you will encounter a shit ton of chatters. If people are so scared of you, why aren't you defending the encampments? I already ran the top of the hour ad break. What's the point of going to the gym if the muscles are just for show? For the record, I already ran the top of the hour ad break, dumbass. So currently your bait is falling on deaf ears.
Former President Donald Trump, the 45th president of the U.S., who was in New York City today, is watching this unfold before his very eyes. Mr. President, thank you for joining us. First of all, how heartbreaking is it? This is a city that I know you once loved, and a lot of buildings are named after you in this city. And watching this happen at an Ivy League institution, as a former New Yorker myself, is heartbreaking. Watching these police put their lives at risk is extraordinarily dangerous for them. Hopefully this can end peacefully, but these students were allowed to enter this hall last night because no action was taken previously. What is your reaction to the news unfolding?
Well, it's just such a sad thing to see, Sean. When you look at this, it's not even believable. If you go back a year or go back 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, this would not even be possible to think about. Nobody would be thinking this could happen. You look at the anti-Semitism, the hatred of Israel by so many people. You go back 10 years, I mean, Israel was protected by Congress, and now Congress is just doing numbers that are unbelievable with, I think, a very, very small group of people within Congress, and it's got to stop. But we have to go back to the roots. We have to protect. We have to stop the anti-Semitism that's just pervading our country right now, and Biden has to do something. Biden is supposed to be the voice of our country, and it's certainly not much of a voice. It's a voice that nobody's heard. And look, I don't think he's able to do it. I don't think he's got what it takes to do it, but he's got to. He's got to strengthen up, and he's got to be heard.
Well, look, you know, I never thought, Mr. President, in my lifetime that I'd hear, you know, anti-Semitism in the halls of Congress. I mean, I never thought we'd be witnessing and hearing chants of death to America, death to Israel on college campus after college campus after college campus. I never thought we'd see this in our lifetime. I thought never again meant never again. But never again seems to be unfolding before our eyes. From the river to the sea, death to America, death to Israel, calls for Antifada. This is a frightening time for our country, and in a state like New York that has changed dramatically from the state that we grew up in, you know, now these students that'll be arrested, they'll be released within hours, probably the charges dropped, and there'll be no consequences, which will only embolden them. Your thoughts?
Well, I really think you have a lot of paid agitators, professional agitators in here, too, and I see it all over. And, you know, when you see signs and they're all identical, that means they're being paid by a source. You know, these aren't hand-painted signs where people would go to their basement and paint something because they really believed it. These are all signs that are identical. They're made by the same printer. And, you know, when you see that, that means there's somebody at top that's paying or a group that's paying. And they're doing great disservice to the world, but they're doing great disservice to our country. But when you look at New York in a state like this, but look at other cities, it's not a lot different. It's frankly worse in some places than it is right now in New York. And I think the New York City's finest have been incredible. The way they've been, it's not over yet, but the way they walked in and the way they climbed through that window, they were not afraid of anything. And it looks like they've got it maybe clamped down, but it should never have gotten to this, and they should have done it a lot sooner than before they took over the building, because it would have been a lot easier if they were in tents rather than a building. And tremendous damage done, too. You know, when you look at that building, that's a landmark.
Dude, you know what's really funny? Yeah, they were so brave, dude, against fucking kids. Like, wow, against unarmed student protesters, man. They were so fucking afraid. I feel like I'm losing my mind. So much tremendous property damage was being made. Yeah, by the cops. Mr. Very Fine People on both sides of Charlottesville over here. Mr. Free Speech Defender over here. Talking about how the cops did a phenomenal job beating the shit out of kids.
Mark, and it's really been damaged badly by these people.
You know, when you go back to October 7th, Mr. President, the world witnessed the worst terrorist attack in Israel's history. Probably there have been no president more supportive of Israel, I would argue, than you. But let's talk about October 7th. You had Israelis murdered. You had people burnt alive. You had beheadings. You had kidnappings. You have rape. I've witnessed a 48-minute tape that I wish the entire country can see. And what I'm trying to understand here is...
Remember how Trump used to read Hitler speeches every night before going to bed? No, you don't understand. Chat. He was shaking his head like this when he read the signed copy of Mein Kampf. I don't know if it was a signed one. He was doing this every night.
America right now doesn't seem to have moral clarity. And that is, this should be a 99 to 1% issue.
Isn't it wonderful, by the way? Isn't it wonderful that Joe Biden and Donald Trump are just completely aligned on this? Pack watch on those fucking students, you know? How dare they say anything mean? These meanie bobinis saying mean things about Israel. You know Israel can hear that, okay? That's right. Israel might not be able to hear the mean words that you're saying about it, but other genocide enthusiasts in your immediate vicinity will certainly hear it, and they will be offended. Just saying.
Where people understand that the state of Israel had the worst terror attack in their history. It would have been the equivalent of losing 40,000 Americans in a day, having 8,000 Americans taken hostage. They're fighting for their very survival. And meanwhile, they're being pressured over and over again for ceasefires and to stand down, and even our own State Department going against the efforts of the IDF to protect the people of Israel. I'm having a hard time understanding, why don't members of Congress, why aren't these students, why aren't political figures understanding that there is good and evil here, and radical Islamic terrorism is the evil part of this?
Well, I'm watching Jewish politicians abandon Israel, and I've seen it, and you've seen it. Where is Schumer? Why isn't Schumer speaking up? He was always out there in front because he's looking at votes, I guess, and I guess he's looking at maybe more votes than represent Israel, but that has nothing to do with it. You have to stop this war on terror. It's Israel's war on terror. October 7th was beyond violent. It was things done to people that nobody's ever seen before, to babies. And a lot of people that are out there protesting, they deny October 7th ever happened. October 7th did happen, and it was horrible and violent and disgraceful, and it's got to be stopped. You can't have a thing like that. And when you have people out there protesting and they're denying that October 7th ever took place, they're either brainwashed, and in a certain way I really believe they are brainwashed, because you look at some of the comments, they say none of this stuff happened, and, we want Israel back. The fact is you have to get Israel back where it belongs, because what's happening in Israel right now is really not sustainable either. We have to let Israel complete their war on terror. It's a horrible thing, but they have to do it, and they have to do it fast, and we have to get back to order. And people have to respect law and order in this country. They don't respect it anymore. The United States worldwide is not respected anymore, and we have to gain back that respect from...
Yeah, we're going to gain back that respect by allowing our fucking settler colonial operation to bully us every step of the way. And by beating on our own fucking nationals at the behest of the genocidal apartheid regime that we basically prop up and fund and facilitate. Let me tell you, UCLA Vice Chancellor is meeting with the UCLA encampment right now. Does anyone have footage? Debating students?
Well, I appreciate that. And one of the reasons that I try to talk about what UCLA itself controls by sharing with you UCLA investment company investments in the 0.04% that you mentioned is because that's what we control. And, I was talking with the chancellor, and obviously the regents own everything at the University of California. So we have to see whether there's a way to move forward with transparency. I know one of your demands was divest, but also transparency. Learning more about that 0.04%, or even if there are other companies that, as you define it, don't fit into the framework that we've currently used. And so, we're open to looking into how we might do that. And I think that...
We're not interested in just looking into it. We're not interested in having endless bureaucratic conversations. We're not interested in this being a decade-long process. But we have to establish the facts, though, right? One demand cannot be separated from the other. We require transparency because our real demand is divestment.
Right. Well, but you have to understand the facts before you can divest, if that's an option. And again, what we control here at UCLA is the UCLA investment company, and the regents control at the UC level. And so we can't. That's a demand that we can't here at UCLA unilaterally meet.
I mean, frankly, in that case, you might not be the right person for us to be talking to. Ultimately, what we are trying to leverage is the money that the regents invest in. So you can promise things, you can say my hands are tied, but ultimately, we're here until the regents divest. We understand who our enemy is here. We understand who is calling the shots, pulling the strings. And it doesn't matter what UCLA says. It doesn't matter what you say. We're here until the regents divest.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not the right person. I mean, I do care about your demands. I want to hear about your experiences. And, genocide is a horrific thing. And, we want to create space at UCLA for people to express themselves freely without fear of threat. Again, what happened last night was completely unacceptable. It was something that, on the one hand, we talk about wanting to remove the police, but to protect something like what happened last night, I mean, you've got to have 300 or 400 police officers.
So that's not true, because the police were there, and they didn't do anything.
No.
The only people that protected us were us.
They were straight. The police came in waves last night. They came like 20, and then they were amassing to the number that they finally got around 4 a.m.
The police did actually do something yesterday. The police did do something yesterday. You know what the police did? The police detained one of our own people, tackled him to the ground up there. Caused a medical emergency. What? Chained him to it. Locked him in a closet. Refused to let medics get through to him. Hurt the medics when they tried to get through to him.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that, but that sounds.
Haven't heard about that. It was a
acceptable.
detainment that happened yesterday morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been.
He's
I've
not
been
a Fed. He's the vice chancellor.
I mean, I've been, around the clock trying to figure out, what's going on and trying to message to the campus and trying to arrange a time to meet with you. I mean,
Also,
I've been
another
talking
thing
with folks
is.
here.
If you use that logic, October 7th was 40K Americans equivalent. That would mean Israel's killed 5.6 million equivalent Americans.
Forget that, like, Gene Block is also the head of that board of directors. So it's not a lot of money. Not only that, we want that, and we want to divest from that, and we want to divest from the region's money as well.
Right.
But let's start where it is. Let's not undermine how much we are investing currently as the UCLA Foundation in these companies.
Well, let's
It's like percentages are a great way to undermine how much we're profiting from death and destruction.
Yeah, well.
But when we look at the numbers, $3 million in Lockheed Martin, for example, is an immense amount of money.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that we're going to have to look at. I mean, we can certainly look at it in terms of transparency and find out.
Vice Chancellor being there is good, though. It's good specifically because that means, like, even though there's, like, all this police presence, maybe they won't do anything, hopefully.
And manufacture consent from your students. Let's not forget that academically also, all these academic programs that you are having, that we are asking you to defund, that we are asking you to stop having on this campus are extremely important. I mean, last quarter, we had a war criminal on our campus. We had a war criminal on our campus.
Yeah. It's, we have different, academic problems. I mean, academic programs, we have academic freedom. We have debate. I don't personally hire faculty members.
Are you here to make excuses to us, or are you here to have a serious conversation?
Well, no, I'm here to listen to your concerns. I'm here to listen to your critiques, and I'm here to give you an account for why the things you're critiquing.
Well, you're saying that you've been requesting a meeting. We had conditions for how we were going to meet with you, and you refused those conditions over and over.
How did I abuse the conditions?
You refused our conditions over and over.
What were the conditions I refused?
We asked for, one, that you came to the encampment. Earlier today, you tried to move us to a neutral zone because of impending arrest, which clearly is in bad faith because of it puts everybody in here at risk. Shame!
That wasn't my intention. My intention was to have a meeting in a space that we could talk.
Yeah, we also asked for amnesty while negotiations continue. We as students are putting ourselves in so much visibility right now just being here talking to you.
Yeah. Well,
you know what it means.
I think he looks. I mean, this is not great optics for the students. I can tell this is not great optics for the students, specifically because, like, while they do have the moral high ground in this circumstance, this is a professional elderly adult in a position of power, and he looks very cool, calm, and collected. And footage like this will be used against him. I mean, against the students to be like, see how fucking mean-spirited they are. You know what I mean? Optics in this situation is very important.
I'm serious.
The police did not protect us. The police has never protected us.
Yeah, the police had to amass to a certain level to deal with the.
We had to protect us after fighting the fascists for 7 hours. We had to defend ourselves from the police when they showed up.
Yeah, well, again, if that's true, that's completely unacceptable. Why, we can't have the police attacking people that they're here to protect, given the aggressors who came on campus. I mean, that's not acceptable.
It's a nice sentiment, and I want to see it in practice.
Well, we have to understand. I mean, there's a lot happening last night. We're still trying to understand exactly what happened, which is why there's going to be an investigation that's going to get to the bottom of the whole thing.
What do you not understand about what happened last night?
Well, I mean, you're giving me accounts of things that I didn't personally see, and we're trying to figure out.
Gene Block saw. Gene Block saw what happened. We have videos of it that are posted everywhere.
Yeah, but when you're accusing someone of doing something, you have to.
Oh my God, they should just show them the video. If only one of the students had a video that they could show, like a Twitter thread.
That would help us, make people accountable who did things. I mean, we're going to try to do the same thing with the people who attacked the camp.
Did we not find out that Gene Block was sitting up there in Royce watching this all happen?
He wasn't in Royce, I don't think, but he was watching, as was I. Yeah. Well, I don't know where he was personally because we weren't in the same space. But
He's
we were all
doing
in
a
the same
bad
Zoom.
job. He's doing a
You
bad
both
job
personally
defending
admitted
these
it
positions.
today
but
that he
still.
was sitting in Royce Hall and watched everything happen and unfold. What do you have to say about that? How do you feel about that? How do you feel that our chancellor was sitting in Royce Hall while he saw all of us ambushed, raided, maced, beaten, brutalized? How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? Left to fucking die. How does that make you feel?
Well,
what do you have to say about that?
Well,
what do you have to say about blacks sitting in there not doing anything, watching it unfold? We could have got killed.
Black was on the phone calling every police office he could find to try to get people out here to stop what was going on. That's what he was doing. I mean, he wasn't going to come out himself and put on a suit, I think, and fight, back. Well, I mean, that was his role as chancellor, was to call authorities and to get the
The thing is that you're not hearing is that while you guys are looking into it, while you guys are investigating, we are the ones living it. We are the ones who are on the front lines with our bodies, trying to make sure that we are keeping ourselves safe. While you guys are calling police, while you guys are calling on people to come brutalize us, we are the ones here trying to protect ourselves. There is no urgency. We don't see any urgency from you guys coming and trying to prevent these things from happening. We've been in this encampment for 5-6 days now, and the nights have been escalating. The violence that we've experienced has only escalated as each night continues. And the fact that this had to happen for you to come and talk to us, for you to actually give a shit about our people being on the front lines, about being brutalized, is like, it shows your guys' intentions. You've never been here in good faith. You've never listened to the students. The fact that we have to get beat for you to care about us shows your intentions.
Well, no, actually, that's not true. Let me correct the record. Like, again, since Friday, I've been trying to meet with you, well before last night happened. And we couldn't find a date. We had originally...
we have a question we want an answer to. Is there going to be a sweep or not? You've been threatening us. The university has been threatening us with a sweep.
No. So, what I'm told is that the police officers who are currently here... who we do not direct at this point, they've amassed...
I think this dude came out knowing that they would be caught off guard and we yell at him, discrediting the movement as a part of previous negotiations. As a part of previous... Wait, what did he say? Did he say that...
We want to give amnesty to students who are just here in the encampment and not pursue them for student conduct violations for anything they may have done in the encampment. If they're... I'm sorry? I'm sorry? For being here.
What you need to understand is that to this day, the university is not only profiting off of violence, not only in Palestine, but here. Did you not allow Zionists to come and terrorize us on Sunday? You gave them permits. That is a microcosm of the violence that is being enacted in Gaza. You to this day are allowing Zionists onto this campus. You knew they were here. You said that you did not know. What is Sunday? They raised $80,000 to terrorize us. And you allowed this to happen. You don't need UCPD. You don't need LAPD because you have Zionists. And enabling them to do so is evidence that you have Not only do you have no sense, you have no morality.
Yeah. Well,
They did talk about divestment earlier, Bonetown and Mogay.
An hour ago, UCPD that you...
But you said, as a part of previous negotiations with UC, this is not a good strategy. In 2006, I was part of a negotiation team at UCSC. I think this dude came out knowing that they would be caught off guard and would yell at him, discrediting the movement. I think that is like part of the goal here, is that this is not an honest discussion, but instead simply to just like make the students look emotional in the face of a dude who's cool, calm, and collected.
How will we stop hundreds of people running on campus from different directions?
We don't. We protected ourselves. But what you need to understand is that whatever happened last night is on your hands. Whatever happens today with these cops, when they come and do whatever they do to us, we understand what we're facing. And we're standing here,
okay, this guy's
understanding this and ready for whatever is to come. But we need you to know that whatever happens to us, that's on the school. Whatever happens tomorrow in response to what happens today, that's on the school. Because we're here to protect our stance. We're
A sweep
here to
is
push our
like
mission.
taking up the encampments.
I know you're saying, oh, I don't have power over the UC, over the LAPD, you don't have jurisdiction over them. We understand what we are facing down and the impact that the school can have by cutting these investments. That is what we are here facing this brutality in order to push. So if they clear us, you've seen what happens to other schools after they've cleared their encampments. What happened the next day? This movement doesn't end today. This movement will never end until divestment. Students need to understand that as we get brutalized, as we get arrested, whatever happens to the students right here, we will keep pushing until divestment.
I want to re-emphasize that cops stood 100 yards away from what was happening to us yesterday. And what is happening to us tomorrow, what is happening to us today, we will not stop. We will not stop from coming back. We will not stop from doing whatever we can, wherever we are, from wherever you put us. We will continue to fight for Gaza because we are facing a sliver of the repression and the violence that is happening in Palestine. We are facing it today by your hands, by the cops hovering their badge numbers down there, by the cops flying over us right now. You have jurisdiction, you have power.
Oh, they shut off the green area.
You have power to talk to Block, you have power to talk to every administrator fucking harassing us and calling cops to assault us.
And I'm going to answer your question since you asked what we want the police to do. What did the police do in this situation different than Tulsa? What did the police do in this situation different than Greensboro? What did the police do in this situation different from every other instance of mass lynching where they just put their hands in their pockets when they went up in the jails to grab niggas to lynch them? What did they do? Would you tell a Tulsa massacre victim that they should have called they should have expected more from the police? Be so for real right now. And the thing about the sweep,
right.
and let me finish. And the thing about the sweep is, Eli is exactly right. You sweep us today, and we're going to be right back tomorrow. I want you to get that you are going to have to tell these pigs to take the life out my body before I stop. You got to take the life out of my body. You are going to have to physically remove me from this earth before I stop fighting for the people of Gaza.
Okay, so I had the courage to come and speak to you today because I believe in you. I did. I mean, I didn't have to come here to talk to you. I came here to talk to you because I wanted to hear your concerns. I'm hearing them. But, you know, if I didn't care about any of the things you're saying, I would not be here. Trust me.
You are here as an agent of the state in blackface.
I don't need
you have
to
to
do that.
understand. They have you as a black man talking to all of us to cover their asses. And you get paid to do that shit. You get paid $500,000 out of our fucking tuition money to come here and sit in our faces and kiki like an asshole. What the fuck?
White supremacists, liberals, and reactionaries alike love using black faces to do the fucking dirty deed. It is not a mere accident that so many that speak at the UN, okay, all the way from Colin Powell, who very famously put up that fake bullshit to say there's yellow cake uranium and weapons of mass destruction, down to Eric Adams, and down to every single American envoy to the United Nations right now being black is not an accident. It's not. 100% is a shield. That absolutely is correct.
You know, we can't just.
It's endless bureaucratic.
You know,
we know how to do it. If you listen to us, then we could do it for you.
Well, you tell me how to do it. You know, I mean, to find out here at UCLA where the things we control. You know, I mean that's what we can focus on.
Yeah, but the reality is, you have the documents where you know where you're investing. You know where those investments go.
Well,
that is the case. We have them, so you must have them.
That's something we can look into. I don't
No. That's something that you know, that you're aware of, that we know. And in fact, a lot of these. Then do your job. I'm sorry. Look where you're putting your money, because at some point it gets frustrating. Because I am seeing things like, for example, the Regents portfolio. They reinvested in ExxonMobil in November. ExxonMobil, which fuels the tanks, it fuels the helicopters, it fuels the entire Israeli apparatus, and they invested it back in November. In November, they invest back in it.
Yeah, it's not. ExxonMobil divestment is also like a fossil fuel angle too, like an environmentally conscious divestment angle as well. So there's like, divestment has successfully worked for a lot of stock portfolios and a lot of hedge funds that will move away from fossil fuel and like planet destroying initiatives, specifically in an attempt to like appease the masses. So they're actually perfectly valid and demanding transparency, specifically so that they can actually figure out what are the most viable targets of divestment.
At the table with the people that matter.
Well,
then what is this conversation for?
Well, this is what we're trying to do. I mean, if the whole goal is just to bring me here to shame me, I mean, what is the path forward? I want to work with you to try to figure out how to move forward. Excuse me?
I think it's clear that...
I mean, you know, like I said, why would I come here to take abuse just to come here?
I think it's clear that we're not going to be able to reach like a specific understanding today of what exactly divestment means.
Yeah.
But it's very clear that what the understanding on the administrator's side is not in alignment with what we understand. Okay. So what I think happens moving forward is we're not going to let you task force us out of organizing. We're not gonna concede our camp just because you say you're going to propose a vote, or whether you're going to propose a task force that's then going to propose a vote that's then going to get rejected. We're not going to stop until we reach a collective understanding of what divestment means, which is very different than what the administration currently believes. And once that vote is affirmative, once the university commits to this divestment, then we will stop. We will not stop before that, because we know that the university has a tendency to outweigh us, to say that we're going to do this through alternate channels and push the students out of that and outweigh us, and then eventually it's out of your hands and then they vote no. So we're not moving until the vote is yes. Once we understand what divestment means, and once it is agreed upon, not just agreed to vote, because we know you can just vote no after all that. So you need to vote yes.
So,
just one thing.
Yes.
I don't know if you see the amount of students that we have here.
I do.
That is only a small amount a small percentage compared to the amount of students that stand behind us that will keep coming back over and over and over. You can't stop this encampment because you could sweep and there'll be another one the next hour, okay? Because divestment, not only now, is a UCLA-wide, but also a UC-wide movement, but also a nationwide, worldwide movement.
Right,
okay?
right.
You can't kill the movement.
Well,
you can't arrest the movement. We will wait here until there is divestment.
Right.
Because we know you can do it. You've done it before. You've done it before in 1986. So what stops it now?
Yeah.
Back then you said task force too. Back then you said we gotta evaluate our risks of investments.
Talking about the apartheid.
And yet, guess what? It happened within 4 months.
Okay, well, you know, I'm
these
committed
kids are
to,
dumb and they will
looking
lose in
into
the
what we
long
can do here at
run. Just
UCLA,
leave these
and I will
orgs.
look into it. I mean, like you said.
Thanks, Chatter. Thank you for playing a formative role in this by seeing grave injustice and then seeing a bunch of students stand up to that in a very brave way, and then typing in a Twitch chat about how silly all of this is and that people should just stop. You know, history books are filled to the brim with people like you know, famously. It's always like, guys, abolition of slavery can't happen. Fucking calm down. Calm down. Yeah, just leave. Just leave the orgs. Fuck them. Come on. Is this the best you got? You could have been at least a little bit more entertaining and interesting by claiming that the organizations are like backed by the IRGC or Hamas or Hezbollah, that these students are actually an Iranian proxy, but instead you chose to do this weak ass bitch shit. Just leave the org. Come on. Come on, dude. Also, overall, in spite of the circumstances of being brutalized by Zionist counter-protesters only a couple hours prior and having the police do nothing, okay? Having the police do absolutely fucking nothing to protect them, it seems like they're keeping their composure relatively well, all things considered.
Okay.
Especially when having a member of the administration show up like this to specifically, quote unquote, debate the students under the guise of simply asking questions and also simultaneously tell them that, like, well, actually, everything that you experienced last night, I wasn't there to see, so I don't know. And if you tell me that, like, the actual dean was there to see it, I'll just simply tell you, well, I didn't see it. And also, I have no power.
We are the ones in danger.
Well, like I said, I mean, you know, because we still have to figure out how to protect you for given what happened.
It's like you said at the beginning, a huge fundamental failure, not only for letting that shit happen last night, but then arresting us who are attacked and not even going after the people who gave me this shit right here. Gave me this shit right here.
That is really fucked up.
All of the violence that was enacted upon us, left with no accountability, no treatment from the police. But then once we sit here and
just
demand,
ask, like, do you think that's just? Do you think that's permissible? Do you think that's honest?
Put on us. And we're the students here. You see how that looks? That's a failure on your part.
Well, that's
consistent.
Well, that's one of the reasons
The LA Times changed their article title again.
Well, that's one of the reasons.
The university has clearly chosen.
After violent night at UCLA, another title change from LA Times.
And one of the reasons that we're offering amnesty, you know, for students who.
I love checking back in.
That we've been saying and that we will honor.
I love checking back in periodically with the Los Angeles Times to see like how much worse it can get. Hopefully, in the next 24-hour period, they'll hit the full Monty and be like, it was actually pro-Hamas students that attacked the Jewish students and said things like kill all the Jews as UC president launches investigation into response. Just directly the inverse of what actually happened, the exact opposite.
It's like after everything yesterday, and yet the university still can't get us someone across the bargaining table that actually makes decisions. It's crazy.
Well,
it's crazy.
You're not,
what more needs to happen
you're not,
for us to talk about the people who actually control the investments, or at least control the fact that Jean Block yesterday released a statement calling our assembly unlawful for no reason.
Yeah, well, it's not bargaining when you have demands that you're not budging on, and that's not bargaining. That you're making a demand. So I'm here to discuss ways that we can.
We're not bargaining. We're demanding.
That we can both meet. That's what bargaining is. We're not bargaining.
Your offer is 5 months, so maybe investigation, and let's see what happened. And we don't know if it happened, even though it was on live stream and everything was recorded and everything was sent to the university. Even though we had an unprecedented amount of press, even though our own students are saying it. The victims of this very attack are telling you that this happened, and yet you don't know if it happened, and we'll have to look into it. And
I didn't say it didn't happen. What happened was horrific. We just don't know the specific acts so we can hold people accountable. That's what we're saying.
Just show them a video and be like, you think this is good?
But we need to hold people accountable. We need to find the individuals who did it.
And your response to that is then punishing the students who are here to demand the divestment?
Well, no, we're not punishing the students.
Oh, the sweep is not?
That's not the point.
They should ask him to watch a video and go through piece by piece, because he's just like expertly moving goalposts, basically.
Your solution to shutting down the Zionist fascist thugs that want to beat us up is to put us behind bars?
No, it's not the behind bars. We're talking about amnesty for the students. That's what we're talking about. And we've repeatedly said that, but you're ignoring that. I keep saying that. We're not here to punish. That's not the point. That's not the point.
So instead of maybe calling the mayor or maybe calling the governor to call up the sweep, you're gonna go to Royce Hall just like Gene Block, watch us get brutalized by the LAPD. Is that what you're gonna do?
Well, the police, they make an assessment of the safety of a situation. We don't make that call. They're gonna do what they think once they're here to break up what was.
They should ask him to condemn the Zionist counter protesters.
You have the authority to call them. You have the authority. I mean,
but once they get here, they're following protocols. You know, we're not police officers. I'm not a police officer. You know.
Why should we let him leave?
What you need to understand is that
Brad, shut up, Brad. That's insane.
You really understand shit like that. Because right now you are sitting on our faces understanding that students have been brutalized. We know that we keep each other safe. We document it. We have so much evidence against you, against the university, against LAPD, against UCPD, against CSC that wasn't even willing to walk people back to their cars while we're being bombarded. And you're going to sit here and be like, I don't have anything that I can say. I don't know what to do. You are a disgrace to the entire black community. I need you to know that.
With all due respect.
I need you to know that. Because people like you get into positions of power because of things like this, and then you forget where you fucking came from.
No, trust me. I know where I came from, and again, what you're forgetting is when this encampment set up, we did not move to dismantle it. In fact, we were working with you to keep it going until what happened last night. And that's different than what happened in other places.
And then on the first day of the encampment, already like 2 hours in, we had counter protesters day and night. They had been here.
We didn't send counter protesters. We tried to manage the situation.
And you didn't stop them. You're talking about safety. You're talking about student safety.
There is free speech. As long as they're not doing violent acts, we can't stop them.
They were doing violent action.
And when they did,
on the second day of the encampment,
and when they did, we had people intervene to stop that because we can't allow the acts to go on, you know, indefinitely. Last night they were overwhelmed in terms of the violent acts. That's the whole point.
So,
you know.
So when the Zionists on the first day we set up, when a Zionist told me, when a Zionist threatened to rape me, that was free speech?
No, I didn't hear that, and no one reported it, as far as I know. That's nothing.
Hey,
okay, well,
there were so many people around. We have all heard those comments. I am certain that security has heard those comments. So why has the university...
that is absolutely on video. Man, this guy sure seemingly has not done his research. So odd. Every time something that a Zionist has done that makes their entire counter protest look exactly as violent as it actually is, he's like, oh fuck, I haven't seen it.
Let me fucking talk, first of all. So you speak of free speech. What the fuck is harassing, sexually harassing, physically assaulting, verbally assaulting, psychologically assaulting students and community members free speech? How is that fucking free speech? I don't want to hear about that shit. Because you're not allowing us to assert our free speech. You are complicit in fascism. You are an entity of fascism. Shame on you.
Shame! Shame!
I hear that you're coming from this place of like, I have no power to do anything here.
No,
I can't.
That's not where I'm coming from.
Right,
I'm coming from, I have certain things I can do and other things I can't do.
Okay.
And I'm trying to work with you on the things I can do. That's my point.
Okay. Just now, about an hour ago, we had a press conference with about over 100 media sites, right? 100 media outlets. We have every 360-degree angle coverage of what happened last night, the absolute brutality that came from all angles. Clear Zionist aggression. There's helicopter footage that shows it was a Zionist mob that came in. It was not a skirmish. It was not a battle, right? We were brutally attacked in the middle of the night. Can you stop just like interrupting with some little noises? Okay, thank you. And, okay. You see how clear the Zionist aggression is, right? We have been sitting here minding our P's and Q's for a week. We had people come in with bananas when we had signs everywhere that said there's a camper here who will die if there are bananas in the encampment. So they brought dozens and dozens of bananas. They hid them all throughout the encampment. We had people coming here yelling racial slurs, saying, you know, go to your master, calling people dogs. You had people spitting on them. On Sunday, at an event you permitted, you gave them a permit. You allowed them to fundraise tens of thousands of dollars when their GoFundMe page literally fucking said we want to basically terrorize them. We want to play videos of October 7th deep into the night and make it so that they can't sleep, they can't think, they can't do anything, right? This is psychological torture. I do not use those words lightly. That is their intention. Okay, and then you're going to say it is completely out of my hands what the LAPD does today to brutalize us. Okay, the LAPD, yes, maybe they intended to sweep before the actions of last night, but it is clear who the aggressors are in these situations. Don't act like you can't talk to Chancellor Block. Don't act like you can't talk to whoever does make these calls. You can't call the mayor, and you have no sway here. That you can't say these kids are sitting here. They are students. They have a First Amendment right to stay here. And then these Zionists, the ones who are saying we have guns, we have knives, we have bombs, we have pepper spray, we want to kill you. That's the shit they're saying to us. And you're going to let them sit there. You're going to call the police, have them come in on us.
This is looking like a Maoist struggle session. What they should ask him is if he would stay with them for the duration of the encampment, not in a physical threatening way, but in like a, if you truly are with it, if you're truly with the shits, come sit with us, come stand with us, put your body to the cause. Not in like a hostage situation. I mean like voluntarily.
Despite how
ceasefire negotiations go out, that there will be an imminent land invasion on Rafah imminently. Doesn't matter what the UN says, doesn't matter what the international thing. So millions more people are going to die. That is the stakes here. We cannot wait like 4 more months. We cannot wait 4 more days. People are dying right now. We are already 208 days late. We are already 75 years late. You have no excuses. You have to pull. You have to pull. I'm looking interesting. I'm not here to yell at you. I'm not here because I don't see like, and like, right, like, because I think you are subhuman, anything like that. That's what they see in us. Yeah. I'm looking at you because you are in a specific position of power, and it is a people's movement that has to go and move the people in power, and you have to move the other people in power. If it is not you who has the gavel to clamp down and say divestment, you have to go to every single person who you have contact with and tell them the time is now. There is no time to wait.
Bro, she said they brought bananas because one of their group was allergic. Yeah, the bananas thing is so wild. It's real. There's a sign right there, back there. You can see it. That's their food tent where it says no bananas, severe allergy. The Israel defenders found that out and literally brought a shit ton of bananas and tried to throw it into the encampment, which is one of the most insane things you can do. Okay? It's so fucking gross.
But I can't, but I know. I mean, it's pretty clear what the region's policy is on BDS and so forth and so on.
Like, that's just straight up malicious.
Well,
like,
yeah. No, I haven't. I haven't seen the report. Send it to me. Send it to me.
No problem, of course.
Can we get that in writing?
Yeah.
Can we get your promise that we cannot take your word?
I will apologize for what happened last night. Again, I don't think any of us were prepared for it. And it's something that was horrific. This should have never happened.
What happened last night is a symptom. It's not the problem. The problem is your investment in the mass murder of Palestinians and people around the world.
Students were very prepared for it.
What happened last night, that's just one symptom. It's going to keep happening.
Okay, Brett, don't chirp in.
So we don't want you to come here and apologize and then just watch it happen over and over again. We want you to get to the root of the problem. We're telling you what the problem is.
Yeah, I hear you. And again, I will do what I can do, you know, and I need to know. I need to know more.
So what can you do then? Because there are hundreds of students here. So why would the university send us someone who can't do shit?
Well, I mean,
what can you do for us?
Well, how many people can do anything? I mean, we need to know first of all what we're talking about. I mean, would you rather meet with the head of the investment foundation? I mean, I came here to talk about a number of different.
But it seems like we're getting kicked out of here before we can do that.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Last night.
Well, what?
Call off the pigs.
Yeah, I mean, again, what happened last night is why we are where we are right now. You know, and you know, we're not controlling the shots at this point in terms of the police. I guess the police and whatever protocol they put together, you know.
Call them right now.
You know, well,
call the mayor.
That's not my role. Yeah.
You can't. Hey, hold on. Yeah. If you think what happened to us last night is so bad, it's so horrific, that it was a mob violence, putting aside your position as an administrator of this institution, of this carceral, genocidal institution, surely your personal opinion should mean that you don't think we should get swept. If you think we should get swept, then you'll stay silent. If you think we shouldn't get swept, then maybe you should call the people you know and let them know in your personal opinion that you think that's wrong.
Yeah, well, the one thing I know is that it's not safe right now, and safety is our biggest concern because we're concerned about what may happen. You know, we don't know. I mean, these people are obviously crazed. It was a mob mentality, violence, and it's hard to control or to know what that may be, you know?
Okay.
And we do have a responsibility for public safety. I mean, that's an overriding concern. In the same way, well, for you. I mean, if you're here, but no, you're not in a jail cell. We're talking about amnesty. If you want to leave, you're free to leave right now before they sweep, and there won't be any repercussions for anything you did for being in the encampment.
Wait, what do you mean before we
sweep? That's your choice to do that, you know. But that's not a necessary.
Do you still think this has bad optics? No, fuck no. He's like,
I am listening. You're not listening to me. I'm listening to you. Yeah.
Okay, you must understand that a sweep is giving every Zionist and every perpetrator of genocide a victory, an explicit victory, and you are communicating to them that they won and that we got swept, and you know that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask you simply. I am not going to interrupt you. I'm going to encourage everyone here to not interrupt you.
It's a very bad
what
precedent.
What can you do for us?
Well, I've talked about some things I can do for you.
What is it?
Well, you know, we are, well, okay, so
yeah.
We're going to work on the divestment. We're going to find more about what's going on with the UCLA investment company, that 0.04% and any other companies, to see if there's anything we can do about that we have under our control here at UCLA. I mean, I don't personally know that. I mean, I did get information, you know, from them that was the summary that I shared with you, but there's a lot more detail, obviously, in terms of how you define it versus the way they defined it. So we need to understand that. That's one thing I can do. I can do that right now. And then I can find out whether we have the authority to actually, you know, divest from those companies. I obviously can't do it UC-wide. And again, the regents may even step in and say we can't do it here, but I don't think that's the case. Okay, so there's that. We talked about a Palestinian Studies Center. Now, that doesn't address your concerns, I understand, but in spirit, it allows us to shine a spotlight on what's going on in Gaza and other places. Yeah.
In spirit.
Yeah, exactly. And in the same way that you're protesting and giving voice to your concerns, you can do those things through a center formally in conjunction with this, that, and the other. You can also continue to protest anywhere on campus in accordance with, you know, TPM, time, policy, and manner, you know. Well, because they're designed for safety. This is not aligned with safety because of obviously what happened. I explained to you before about our campus and how it's open and how we can't control the borders.
Bro, he's literally trying to justify a fucking police sweep by saying it's for your safety that we have to come in and violently arrest you.
It is.
We have
It is.
Okay, then stay with the protesters. Ensure the safety of all the protesters. Surely the police won't beat a vice chancellor of the university.
We want an immediate statement calling for an end to the ceasefire. Oh my God, calling for a ceasefire and an end to the occupation.
Yeah.
And we want an academic and cultural boycott, including ending of the study abroad program. Nowhere in there. We also want total amnesty. We also, mind you, given how fucked up you guys responded last night, we want full payment of every student's medical bills here. Center for the Study of Palestine is not doing shit for any of those.
Okay.
We created our own center right here.
Okay.
We're already learning what we want to learn and saying what we want to say. So we don't need you to set up a center for us. We're telling you what we want, and we need you to hear that.
I heard that loud and clear. Thank you.
You are acting like this came out of nowhere. We've been protesting. We've been following time, place, and manner, or not following time, place, and manner. Either way, we've been telling you what has been wrong. We've been telling you that the genocide in Gaza and the occupation of Palestine has to end. That the blood of our hands on ends. As students, as faculty, as admin, as the UC has to end. We need to stop aiding and abetting.
Yeah.
This destruction, this inhumanity.
Yeah.
And we've been doing it. I mean, we went to Murphy. We told you guys our demands. We dropped pages and pages of our demands.
Yeah.
We explained exactly where we were investing, what we were demanding, how divestment looked like.
Yeah.
You are acting like this is out of nowhere, that students are camping here, which is not the case. It's just that you haven't been listening. And this is another example. This is another example of not being listened to, being told the same answers over and over. I mean, Gene Block has never met with us. Gene Block doesn't want to meet with us because you're not taking us seriously, and we need you to understand. We will be taken seriously.
Yeah, well,
we will be taken seriously.
Trust me, I'm taking you seriously. You know, I'm engaging with the demands over which we have control. You know, I was hoping that, you know, we could have that conversation and that you would give me, you know, the grace to kind of, you know, talk that through. I mean, given everything that's happened. So yeah, I'm sorry that things happened the way they happened last night. Well, we're trying to do what we can do, and one of the things that, you know,
one of the things that we can do is orchestrate a campus-wide sweep.
Not to have an encampment.
Orchestrate a campus-wide sweep. Offer amnesty to those who are unsubscribed to the top of the hour in the form of gifted subs when the 3-minute ad break is here.
We know, because we've studied at UCLA, we've learned critical thinking.
Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break.
LAPD has a pattern on how they treat protesters and how they treat people.
Yeah.
So by not
Now, if you're not a recipient of a gifted sub, then all you need to do is subscribe on your own for $5 or for free.
You know to stay here. And again, I'm not recognizing. I see. Give me a second. I see that they sent you out here, and you have limited power. That's clear.
Here's the thing
and the
right
person
now.
that should be sitting here is not here, and they did that on purpose to
We lost Brett.
tire us out. They want this conversation to tire us out.
Yeah. Sub to Hassan to support Palestine law. I've never said that. As a matter of fact, I said the exact opposite. This has nothing to do with supporting Palestine and everything to do with you avoiding the ads at the top of the fucking hour. Okay? It's effing. I'm going to try to turn it on again.
Earlier in the day, and you give a report to the people above you saying you did every.
You know this man is going to snap at somebody after he leaves? No, but I do fear that the moment that he leaves, in the immediate moments after he leaves, I fear that there is going to be a sweep. Which is why I keep fucking asking. I mean, I wish they would be like, listen, if you truly care about our safety, then you stand here with us. Because as long as the university is here, as long as an administrative official in the university is here with us, standing side by side, then the cops won't hurt us. Surely the cops won't beat the shit out of a black vice chancellor. I mean, think of the optics of that. I guess he said that, someone said that he asked that, they asked that, and he said he can't do that.
Genuinely and honestly, and said that you are not here to protect us. That way we can respond accordingly. Don't give us answers that
my intention again.
Sick of this grifter pretending to be a socialist, but not once have you invited me to live in your home, feed me, or give me a sub. I denounce HasanAbi. A sweep, chat, is what cops usually do at homeless encampments. It's just it's to take down the encampments. They're gonna go in, arrest all the fucking students that are resisting, and take down all the
Campus
tents.
is unsafe, whether it's here, in class, in dorms, or anything like that. If you make a sweep today, it is just acknowledging that you're aiding the Zionists, aiding this ideology. And
It's
I'm
also
not
what happened to
fucking with it.
LeBron. No, it didn't. He won one. Shut the fuck up.
It's basically.
That's not a sweep. Technically, definitionally, that's not a
Security
sweep.
is here to watch us, not to protect us. The security is here to keep us in line. The security is here to prevent us from making our voices heard. The security is here to intimidate us.
The security is,
The security
here for
is not here to
control.
protect
We kind of
us.
maintain the barrier.
The security is not here to protect us. They have repeatedly told us that.
Yeah, well.
And LAPD is going to be here to brutalize us, not to protect us. You're sitting here, playing in our faces, telling us that I'm going to call the cops because I'm going to call the pigs in because we want to keep you all safe.
Yeah.
Be serious.
Yeah.
Be serious.
All right.
Look, first round, shut the fuck
just-
up.
this is
Shut up,
just a
shut up.
reason
It's
to
4-1.
sweep us. It's because you're scared of how many students
It's
there
4-1.
are here, of how big this movement has gone,
Look,
of how dedicated we
okay,
are,
I'm
how organized, how structured. No, because
Which is
the
worse,
reality
LAPD or
is,
NYPD? They're both pretty bad. I would probably assume the NYPD is maybe worse, but I don't know. LAPD has sheriff's gangs.
wherever we are, wherever we will come.
Stop.
So we
Stop
will
saying
stand
the first
strong
round.
for
Stop
our
it.
beliefs because our university aids and abets it and accepts their fascist ideology, so they know they're safe here.
Yeah.
And they know that you'll silence us. Instead of
He's
erupting
leaving
them
the
with
Lakers. You don't know
whatever
that.
it is stopping them, which, by the way, you did nothing. You did nothing. We kept each other safe. We will continue to keep each other safe. And this encampment is safe. It's safe because we get to express we get to protest and envision a world where our university does not invest in the genocide of the Palestinian people.
Right. Well, that's the one thing that, UCLA we can look into. And, I came here with the genuine hope of, having a conversation and finding an off-ramp, something that would meet your needs. And
What
sort of
off-ramp, bro? You said
address
you're
your
powerless. Like, what the fuck?
And, I see that, it's falling short, or at least you're not accepting, what I've offered as in any way addressing your demands. But, it's not so much about
Georgia State
my power
University
individually. I think it's sort of the power of our
is
our
having
university,
graduating students wearing keffiyehs
to
dragged off
make
campus and
unilateral
threatening to
decisions
rescind their
about certain types of
degrees.
things. And,
What the fuck?
we're trying our best to be an advocate to move things forward, but unilaterally it's hard to do that. And so I came with the idea of focusing on the things that we could do. not realizing, because I hadn't met with you, that
it's so awesome that this professional managerial class representative is giving a taste of neoliberal bureaucracy to the students by being like, I have no unilateral capacity. Guys, listen, this is not how it's done. Let me tell you, as an adult, let me tell you
what next steps are, but I think we want to try to do whatever we can to,
according to
at the end of the day,
LeBron is leaving the Lakers and heading to the Warriors.
We said that,
that's crazy.
We're praying for a ceasefire and something that, yeah, I mean, well, again, I mean,
we are interested. We are interested in negotiating with you, right? But none of these offers. Okay, yeah, bargaining, right? How does bargaining work? You have leverage. Our leverage right now is that we have this encampment here and we're not going to move. Our leverage right now is that every single media outlet in the entire United States of America, including around the world, is looking at you right now. There are cameras everywhere watching the way you're responding to us, right? That is our leverage. Okay, we are going to use our leverage to bargain with you. However, we cannot bargain with you in good faith if you do not try to genuinely protect our safety, right? I'm going to read you some things that the Zionists were saying yesterday on the live stream. The cops arrived. They pulled up maybe 4 hours after the brutality had already begun. And the Zionists on the megaphone started saying, none of us on this side ever want to defund the police. All of us love you and all of us respect you. We support. They started chanting, we back the blue, defend the blue, over and over again, right? The police do not scare them. They know that the police are on their side. They know that, okay? We know that the police are not on our side. We know that when the police show up, if they're also throwing pepper spray into the encampment, the police aren't going to go over there and confiscate the pepper spray, even though that's what's fucking causing the brutality. They're going to come in here and say this is declaring a lawful subject. Another thing, hundreds of people around Los Angeles, including in the encampment yesterday, were calling LAPD. People who were being actively brutalized said, we are calling 911. We're asking for EMTs. We're asking for police, all these things. And they said, we cannot come in yet because we have not gotten the UC's jurisdiction. They have not yet allowed us into the encampment. They said that, okay?
Yeah. We called 911 immediately when we saw what was happening, when it was clear that our police were overwhelmed. And that's
they
all
didn't do shit.
And again, that's going to come out.
This is not the first time. Remember back in March when we also slept outside?
I was there. I heard the call. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was there when we requested. I was there when we requested. Okay. Well, I was there when we requested, and I think the investigation will show the facts. But look, I need to go. So I appreciate it.
I think it's.
You should see what happened.
At first, the optics were bad for the students. I think like they were very understandably emotional, but it's so obvious that he's like there with disingenuous purpose, and he just flailed around, basically said he had no fucking power, and is now just going, yeah, a sweep is inevitable. Sorry, bye.
I'm so sorry.
He's leaving because the faculty is saying they're hearing the sweep is scheduled for 6 p.m. A Department of Education faculty member, this is a reporter for Bolt's magazine, Piper French, says the Department of Education faculty member tells me faculty has been hearing the camp will be cleared by police tonight. He has been hearing the possibility of 6 p.m., but it's all rumors now.
Don't let him go. That's our leverage. You think they'll tear gas the vice chancellor?
We could have stalled them. We could have maybe just stalled them and kept talking to them for a long ass time.
Free Palestine! Free
All right, guys. He said, can't stop an administrator from clocking out at 5. He was like, listen, guys, my job here is over. It's 5 p.m. Peace. I got texted for some people. Brett, this week is scheduled for 6, but they've created shields and shit. It's going to get wild. Be safe, chatter. Yeah. Traffic's not looking great. Gotta leave now. Yeah, he has to go back. Do you think students talking about Intifada is bad optics? No, I don't give. No, it's ridiculous. Everything is fucking bad optics when enough people think it's bad. Everything, technically. Classic. Do you think beating the living shit out of students is bad optics? I'm not sure yet. Yeah, honestly, we haven't really seen enough beating the shit out of students yet from the police. Oh, here's Piers Morgan. Here's Mehdi Hassan talking to Piers about Intifada.
To do things like chant about an Intifada. And I know you picked me up on X earlier about, do I know the meaning of Intifada? Well, here's what I know. There have been 2 Intifadas involving the Israel-Palestine conflict. And it led to many thousands of deaths. But both were driven by violence. I mean, they weren't peaceful intifadas. By very definition, these uprisings were violent and involved extreme violence, particularly the second one, which involved blatant acts of terrorism. So that is my understanding of an intifada. There have also been many other things in the last 30 years in the world which have been dubbed intifadas. And the one common denominator is they've all involved violent uprisings. In fact, I can't think of...
No, they've involved violent uprisings against the state, directed by people rebelling against said oppressive constructs of the state, sometimes including direct violence from the state. The thousands of deaths that he's talking about in every intifada is actually on the Palestinian side, conducted by the Israeli occupying force. Both of these violent rebellions originally started off in nonviolent means. Ultimately, you can't just say it's still violence. Of course there is violence. There is no political action without violence. Many of you do not have an understanding of what violence is. You think violence is just when a non-state actor does something that you don't like. There's structural violence, for example, poverty. Poverty is a form of structural violence. And then there's direct violence in the form of, me beating the shit out of someone. That would be violence, okay, directed by an individual at another. And then there's state violence. State violence is seen as the norm. When state actors, and I'm being very charitable to you, chatter, hopefully this is an educational moment for you. When states engage, because they have, stop trying to fucking defend it, just listen to what I have to say. Yeah, it is the pro-Zionist Israeli chatter, I know. It just plays into the hand of the right wing, you say. Okay? Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, and you will understand. I'm not talking about Israel, I'm just talking about violence in general as a political subject matter. Okay? So listen. We, in Western liberal theoretical democracies, have an understanding that the state has a monopoly on violence. So we never look at the actions of the state as obviously violent actions. That's precisely the reason why violence almost always begins when cops actually arrive on scene. And yet, the outcome and the way that the media represents said violence is always, it's not violent when the cops dump tear gas into a fucking protest. It's only violence when the protesters bring out leaf blowers to blow the tear gas back in the direction of cops. As a matter of fact, it's not illegal for the cops to dump tear gas into peaceful protesters. That's just regular protocol. The state has to do that. But when you actually use a leaf blower to blow back the tear gas in the vicinity in the direction of the cops, that's illegal. That's chemical warfare. And what I'm saying right now is not just like a hypothetical that I made up. People actually have been not only apprehended, but arrested and criminally charged for kicking tear gas canisters back in the direction of cops. Because violence is only permissible in one direction. The way that you understand violence is dictated on these fundamentals. Okay? But violence is a constant. Violence is a constant in every political action. Whether it be structural violence, whether it be individual acts of violence, or whether it be state violence. Okay? So, of course, resisting the occupying state and its state-enforced violent protocols is going to lead the resistors to also engage in acts of violence. That's why, for example, thanks for explaining to me what is intifada from your gated community. Nobody wins when there is violence. Yes. You are in a really, really bad situation. I know. You are very scared. You're very scared. You're cowering. Okay? Except when you and others in Israel protested against the Israeli government's actions in 2018 for trying to basically abolish the Supreme Court and take away all of its apolitical nature, I guess, outside of the boundaries of the apartheid. On that front, everyone is on board. Okay? The police reacted in an incredibly violent way. Did you have a problem with that? No, you didn't. Because you consider that protest to be just. Although, from the framework of the state, that was still completely unacceptable forms of violence. It's like obstruction of justice, or rather resisting arrest. The way that your body contorts when you are arrested, the way that your body is supposed to contort is impossible for you to stand in that way, which is why technically everyone can get hit with a resisting arrest charge. It's built into the process. Violence, like I said, is constant in politics. It's all around you, whether you think you recognize it or not. Okay? And I myself am, of course, a humanist. I am a pacifist. I do not believe that violence, I do not like when violence occurs, but that does not mean I'm silly and naive and act like violence isn't a constant part of everyone's lives all the time. Because violence is there, whether you recognize it or not. And if you don't recognize the violence that is happening every day around you, and as an Israeli leftist, or as a person who claims that they're an Israeli leftist but is not an anti-Zionist, you are very blind to a shit ton of the violence that your state subjects Palestinians to, or rather, when faced with those violent acts, you openly stated that it was a necessity to protect the Israeli citizens living inside of Israel proper, or you're failing to consider that no matter what happens, the standard of violence is set by the oppressive structures. The standard of violence is set by the state. The first Intifada, as you I'm sure know, was fought with rocks. The second, on the other hand, was fought with suicide bombs on bus stations. Do you want to know why things changed from the first Intifada to the second? Because the Israeli actions against the Palestinians grew worse and worse, more and more violent. However, because that was state action against a stateless population, it was very easy to cast aside as the regular maintenance of an apartheid without ever having to address how violent that existence is for the Palestinian population that is subjected to the violence. When you shout free Palestine, what are you suggesting exactly? To allow 5 million Palestinians back to Israel? Yes. I'm saying that Palestinians should have freedom to travel within the boundaries of Israel. I'm a believer. I'm firmly committed to a one-state solution. So yes, that's precisely what I'm saying. Okay? Yes. Okay, let's say they can come back to Israel. Where do they go? What do you mean? Is there just no more space? Is that what we're doing now? There's just no more land? The Israeli government owns all the fucking land. What the fuck are you talking about? Build homes, brother. It's that simple. What do you mean? For 5 million people? Well, plenty of them already live in homes. It would be nice if Israel stopped bombing said homes. I think that's a good first step. My man said no more room. If there was no more room for 5 million people in Israel, then Israel wouldn't be desperately trying to bring the remaining 6 million Jews that don't live in Israel into Israel proper. Even more than that, 9 million Jews outside of Israel into Israel. The fuck do you mean? No more room. There's only room for Jews in Israel, according to the Israeli government. That's ridiculous. The problem you have is not one of logistics or of space. The problem you have is who's actually taking advantage of the room that exists currently. You're saying a state of 7 million should just accept 5 million people living in it. I'm saying that's not possible physically. Well, what you fail to recognize right now is that a state of 7 million people already do live in a singular solitary state. They just live in that state in a form of oppression for the apartheid for the remaining 5 million Palestinians that are living under the cruelty of the Israeli apartheid apparatus. That's the issue. Right now, it is one state. It's one state. It's just an apartheid state, which you fail to admit. Anyway, let's keep going back to this Intifada thing, okay?
Unless you can correct me, when was the last?
Yeah, I can.
When was the last entirely peaceful Intifada?
So in 2011, in the Arab Spring, the Tunisians rose up peacefully.
By the way, Mahdi is obviously more of a liberal than myself, and I do think that his I don't know what his response to this is going to be, but his response is probably going to be on liberal boundaries and not go through the minutia and try to describe the complexities of what violence is and who gets to do it and who is on the receiving end of it.
I'm sure you supported them, I did, against their dictator Ben Ali. The Egyptians rose up in Tahrir Square. I think you supported them, I certainly did, against Mubarak, against these dictators that we in the West have been supporting. Those were referred to. You can go back and look at the Arabic press. You can look at the BBC Arabic coverage as intifadas. We can go back further. In fact, we can go back to a violent uprising that we all supported, the Warsaw Ghetto, Piers. The Warsaw Ghetto right? Polish Jews standing up against the Nazis. Do you know how the US Holocaust Memorial Museum describes the Warsaw Ghetto on its Arabic page? It calls it the Warsaw
But you wouldn't, okay, but you wouldn't
Right,
categorize many.
hold on, let me finish my point.
Okay.
Let me finish my point,
Okay.
and then you come back in. The Warsaw Intifada, we're not calling the Jews in Poland who stood up against the Nazis as terrorists. So no, I don't believe that Intifada in and of itself is a terroristic or violent phrase. And the first Intifada was largely non-violent for the first year. Palestinians were killed at a rate of 27 times the number of Israelis who were killed. Rabin, do you remember Rabin, Nobel Peace Laureate?
Yeah.
He said, break their bones. The violence came largely from the Israeli side in the first Intifada. So just to be clear, that's what Intifada means, uprising. These students are not calling for violence. They're not. If they wanted to, they'd call for violence. They'd call for suicide bombings. They're calling for an uprising, Piers.
Yeah, but they're calling for an intifada. They're chanting about intifada.
He's like, well, I didn't listen to anything you said, despite the fact that you have an accent quite similar to mine. So sorry, sir. Not interested in what you have to say. I will talk over it.
And
Which you and I have a different definition of, and you're not an Arab, so with respect, I'm telling you, Intifada is used for peaceful uprisings as well.
Hang on.
Take notes from this guy. This is one eloquent motherfucker. Yeah, well, guess what? Guess what? He's eloquent, but the same problem still permits. Dude, the American political... Oh, my God. American politics is so fucked. Joe Biden with his, like, wishy-washy bullshit, like, unconditional support to Israel functionally, but sometimes being critical of Israel on other fronts, and also not being, like, an avowed fascist like Trump, has caused this instability that is making every American despise him. That's why Trump's potential hypothetical handling of Israel has better approval ratings than fucking Joe Biden's current handling of Israel-Palestine. The reason for that is because people don't know, because people are fucking stupid, and they don't recognize that Trump would be just as bad, if not fucking worse. But God damn it, is Joe doing his very best to make everybody recognize that he is not the man for the job. I know I made you sad the first and last time you read my message, and I miss it. I'm sorry, dude. What are you saying? But they said antipasto? Yeah, they're doing that meme. For the record, sheriffs are en route to UCLA currently. 20 cars, 2 paddy wagons, 2 riot trucks are on their way to campus. They're definitely gearing up for a sweep. Straight up. Would you ever make an appearance to a protest to speak? I have made an appearance at the UCLA campus. Trump will be vocal and one-sided on Israel. Joe, on the other hand, is trying to appease both sides, and therefore everybody ends up not liking him. But he's like doing a bad job with this appeasement of both sides anyway. You can see students inside the encampment at the very top of the photo, peering over the barricades to see students outside, massing on the steps to support them. They deployed a whole police force on students, asking their university to stop funding rockets to these people. Israeli settlers attacked humanitarian aid trucks on the way to Gaza Strip last night. Nice. Guys, it's fake. This fake news. Israel would never do such things. Just a couple bad actors. Bad apples don't spoil the bunch. Developing. There's buzz on campus of law enforcement raid within the next hour. UCLA supporters are crowding the Jan steps leading to the encampment. More. The sheriff's department arrived a while ago. This is part of the reason why I unfortunately cannot fucking attend, because they've shut down the campus almost in its entirety and are not letting anybody near the green, and they're not letting people go near the fucking student encampment, as far as I understand. They saw what happened at fucking Columbia University last night, and they were like, why don't we get our own version of that? Hopefully the faculty will step in. I suspect that the UAW is going to step in as well. But didn't the vice chairman just say it's not possible to lock down the campus from outsiders? Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. What are your thoughts on this? Students are frustrated with the UAW. Rank and file Irvine. It is not lost on us that the union elections open tomorrow. For folks that are members and participating, we urge you to vote for the folks who didn't wait until students were beaten, pepper sprayed, or had fireworks launched them to act. Rads across the UC have strategized for a wildcat since October. We were never counting on your authority to withhold our labor from genocidal employees. You're very late to the game, UAW 4811. I think what's important here is that even if slow, it's good that they show up. Another Boeing whistleblower has mysteriously died. Dude, I don't think you understand. Guys, whistleblowers do that when they're under extreme distress. It's just like a thing that they do. One of my Zionist friends posted on IG that she's really depressed that so many Jews were attacked at protests, to which I messaged, yeah, did you see that tons of Jewish protesters were attacked last night at UCLA? She said, yeah, it's crazy and sad. It's a bad time to be a Jew. I replied with, sorry, I meant Zionist protesters who attacked Jewish protesters by macing and shooting fireworks at them. Well, okay, well, you're minus one friend now, I think. LA Times got another good headline. 4 UCLA student journalists attacked by pro-Israeli counter-protesters on campus. That's good. Ne haber lan? Niye geldin? Yapma ya. What are your thoughts on this, man? Oh, yeah, I talked about this yesterday. The cop being like, we thought we fucking shot someone. Just the FYI, that clip channel that YouTube removed that I asked you to tweet about just got reinstated. Took them forever, but it's done. Thank you. I'm sorry for having to ask you each time this happens. It's all good. Look at the Rolling Stone article. Rolling Stone still does a pretty solid job of reporting shit. I swear to God. It's like one of the last bastions of like decent reporting. A large group of pro-Israel protesters attacked students at Gaza Solidarity encampment established at UCLA late Tuesday night. We are sickened by the senseless violence and it must end. What? Oh, no. What are you ordering? Nice. Yeah. The Gestapo are heading down. You want to bet your fucking ass they're not heading down there to defend the student protesters, I suspect. Happening now at UCLA. Students, holy shit.
So, for the front, we're going to have a system. We're going to do red, yellow, green system. For the folks in the red, if you are comfortable with potentially being arrested for being in protest and protecting folks upstairs, can you come up to the front of this, the stairway? If you're not comfortable with that, feel free to move towards the back. We're going to put you in the green zone. And then for folks who may be comfortable with that.
What? The Gestapo were actually collaborating with the Mufti of the Philistines? Bad word choice. Yeah, brother, the Palestinian Grand Mufti that was appointed by the British Empire at the time that did not represent the interests of the Palestinians, even before or after, that met with Adolf Hitler, was a marginal figure that the British colony had placed in a position of power upon the Palestinians there. Not only that, but also a shit ton more Palestinians, as a matter of fact, died fighting to liberate Jewish people from the Holocaust concentration camps. So the fact that you keep bringing up this fucking Palestinian mufti that the British Empire had, oh, it was the British colony, right? No, you're right. Palestinians actually just like all are rabid anti-Semites who loved Adolf Hitler. You're so right. What a fucking idiotic take, dude. The Gestapo were actually collaborating with the fucking Mufti of the Philistines. Bad word choice. Brother, your ahistorical approach is not going to work here. This is like elementary fucking... This is unironically Holocaust revisionism coming from people who want to defend Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu has been roundly criticized for bringing up the Palestinian Mufti to make it seem like he was actually fundamental in Hitler's final solution. Roundly criticized by Holocaust historians in Israel, as a matter of fact. Opinion, please. Progressive Professor Judith Butler. Understanding Hamas, Hezbollah as social movements that are progressive, that are on the left, that are part of the global left is extremely important. How progressive do you think these organizations have to be? I don't care what Professor Judith Butler said, and I certainly don't care about what your false understanding of what she presented was. Okay? The notion that you are holding people who are resisting against the Israeli genocidal regime to the civil standards that you wish they had in a country that does not have said same civil standards for oppressed populations all around the fucking world is ridiculous. I hate this bullshit liberal aesthetic pandering. Oh my God, I can't believe Hamas doesn't care about gay people. Bitch, what the fuck do you mean? Every country in the Abraham Accords, especially Saudi Arabia, openly does a million times worse shit to gay people. Okay? These countries have never had a moment of fucking freedom for them to turn around and actually have their own civil social movements. Okay? No, you're cynically coming in here, Sun Tzu Lander, with these fucking half-assed bullshit Hasbara takes, trying to tackle this issue from a liberal Zionist framework, which I've heard a million times over. Okay? Palestinian people cannot have gay rights before they have sovereignty. Okay? It's not like the Israeli bombs are avoiding gay Palestinians, dumb fuck. Yeah, dude, I can't believe the Hezbollah's understanding of homosexuality is not a more important more prescient problem here when southern Lebanon is getting fucking eviscerated by Israeli weapons. Yeah, dude, that's the real problem. When the Christian phalangists actually took over the Palestinian encampments in Lebanon and did horrific acts of brutal violence that the IDF collaborated with, and the IDF actually kettled and corralled the Palestinians and the Lebanese population that were living there inside of the Dahiyas into this kill zone that they had created, where people literally were fucking cutting the Christian phalangist militias cut a fucking pregnant woman up. You know the fucking lie that the Israeli government told on October 7 about a pregnant woman being assaulted by Hamas militants only to have her fucking pregnant belly cut up and have their baby removed? That actually happened. That actually happened with the IDF's overwatch over the Christian phalangist militias in Lebanon. You think this kind of fucking bullshit is going to work here? A very influential professor calls a terrorist organization with the intent to wipe out a progressive. Okay. Anyway, Armenian genocide denial is a tough question for some. My man came in here. It's a tough question for Israelis, dumb fuck. The Armenian genocide happened. It's not a tough question for me. But of course, because you're a racist piece of shit, you think I'll probably deny it like your fucking Israeli cohorts do, dumb fuck. Because Zionists have to deny the Armenian genocide, because if they don't deny the Armenian genocide, then the rest of the world will go ahead and say, well, what do you mean the Armenian genocide happened? You're doing a genocide in the exact same way to the fucking Palestinians. Lol, keep listening to propaganda, son. You don't hear anything I'm saying, and you're fucking moving goalposts one by one, only to get eviscerated on every single talking point, only to fucking turn around and say that. Okay, glad you admit that. Strange that there's a monument in Turkey denying and calling Turks the victim. Yeah, exactly, dumbass, because unlike you, I'm not some fucking ape who only fucking operates on the propaganda points of its own goddamn state, which, ironic if you're even Israeli at all, by the way. Probably not, because you did recognize the Armenian genocide. So I assume you're not that much of a fucking Zionist, or at least tapped into the Zionist talking points beyond like basic entry-level Hasbara talking points. Motherfucker come in here talking about Judith Butler, assuming that I fucking deny the Armenian genocide, only to switch the goalposts and be like, well, the Turkish government doesn't. You think I don't know that, idiot? Of course I know that. That's the difference between you and I, though. I don't think that fucking everyone is a monolith and represents their own fucking nation state unconditionally. That's what I expect from Israelis. There's plenty of fucking actual leftist, anti-Zionist Israeli Jews in my chat, and I respect them, and I respect them for resisting their fucking fascist state. But you, on the other hand, are a fucking dumb ape. See, moving goalposts are comparing Mohammedan hate and violence. No, I'm not Israeli. Western European winky face. I know. I could see the fucking snow roachery coming off of every fucking everything that you typed in the chat. Don't worry. You Angloid dipshit. Oh, we're so civil. So civilly genociding everyone. You Yakubian devil you fucking ice dweller. Get the fuck out of my chat. Least racist Western European. He invoked a feminist scholar in an argument about the Levant. Yeah, while simultaneously fucking assuming that, one, I deny the Armenian genocide, noticing that I don't, and immediately switching back to the Turkish government, thinking that I fucking have to unconditionally support the Turkish government, not knowing what my positions are, while simultaneously dick riding the Israeli state all the way from Western Europe. It is not going to wash away your fucking genocidal crimes against the Jewish population, okay? No matter how hard you try to shift the attention over to like how Arabs are anti-Semitic, everybody knows what the Europeans did to the Jews, okay? Everybody knows. Of course, I'm the fucking one who is the racist, angry man, though, not him.
I have a Neanderthal in the chat. We have an ice dweller in the chat. Let me get rid of this ice dweller.
Dumb fuck, dude. Eurocucks always want to act like they didn't invent fascism. Well, that is one thing. Okay, and there's plenty of wonderful Western Europeans in this chat who are resisting their own fucking form of fascism at home right now as we speak. But it's hilarious because I don't think they're resisting fascism at all. I think they see Israel doing fascism and they're like, oh, finally, they're doing it and it's awesome. We love that. We love that. Oh, it's great. They're just fascism appreciators. They're fascism enjoyers. They're like, it's the Jews doing it, so I don't like it because I don't like the Jewish people. But still, because they're doing fascism and they're doing it to our other enemy, which is far greater now than the old enemy, the Muslims, the Muslim scourge, that hell yeah, we are fully on board. Israeli fascism is dialectical materialism for Hitlerites. Yeah, they just love fascism, dude. They're fucking big fans. Anyway, going back to what's happening here, I'm sure that guy got a bunch of clippable moments that he can post on a litany of different subreddits talking about how fucking racist I am, despite the fact that he very racistly assumed that I fucking denied the Armenian genocide and blah, 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 and is like racistly defending the Israeli genocide against the Palestinian population. Of course, that won't make it to the final cut in the fucking clips. But hey, maybe you'll get a little bit of karma from other basement-dwelling cretins like yourself. Let's get back to the students.
You can go in the middle. So we'll start with the folks at the top, at the front. If you are comfortable with the potential of being arrested, please make.
I wonder what community it comes from. Obviously, it comes from the fucking I want to be able to say the N-word and I will write a manifesto on a subreddit with 1,000 fucking words. That's what the community is coming from. Duh. Everybody knows. Yeah. Tortellini's community. Octoberelli, Divorcerelli, Tactical N-word-elli. Coming from a community that loves saying the N-word but hates the word cracker. I mean, that is, oof, the absolute worst. The absolute worst word. Words are violence, guys. Does anyone have another person like filming on the campus or no? All right, now the SWAT and LRADs are headed towards UCLA. This is Ohio State chatter. Enormous LASD presence in front of pro-Palestinian student protesters. Pro-Palestinian protesters gather in front of the Gaza Solidarity encampment to speak about the violent attack they endured last night at the hands of pro-Israel agitators. Huge Los Angeles Sheriff's Department presence. Crowd slowly growing as pro-Palestinian protesters recount last night's violent assault by pro-Israel mob. Huge amount of donations coming to UCLA's Gaza Solidarity encampment after last night's attack. Hundreds of UCLA students are forming a barrier in front of the Gaza Solidarity encampment in an effort to block law enforcement from entering the space. Known Zionist provocateur Elite Chavez has brought pepper spray to the pro-Palestinian student protest just one day after a pro-Israeli mob violently attacked the encampment. Notice how little girlfriend that he brought with him is wearing a fucking IDF t-shirt as well. But hey, I thought this guy was always being blocked, dude. I thought he was being blocked from entering campus. I thought he was being blocked from going to school. That's what CNN's Dana Fash told me. CNN's very own Dana Fash lied to me. Hundreds of pro-Palestinian students begin chanting while guarding the Gaza Solidarity encampment from counter-protesters and law enforcement. This is 18 minutes ago. I don't watch news coverage. UAW 4811 is out there as well. Chat, you can't send me a fucking dude who says Hamas encampment. Zionist counter-protester Elite Chavez retreats from encampment after promising to be back soon. Can you explain how the universities profit off the genocide? Universities are basically gay hedge funds at this point. Okay, they have massive endowments that they collect tuition and they create these massive endowments, and then they fund a whole bunch of different corporations. And normally, under every single circumstance, what you could do is go to your fucking hedge fund that you're funding and say, hey, I don't want you to invest in like fossil fuels, for example. I think fossil fuels are destroying the planet. And, you know, BlackRock, I believe, calls these like ESG initiatives. Are very popular. Okay. It's a perfectly valid, perfectly reasonable demand to tell your university that you don't want your tuition dollars going directly to funding and facilitating the Israeli apartheid and the Israeli genocide. Now, what does this mean? There's a shit ton of companies that work in very meaningful ways alongside the Israeli government. The purpose of these kinds of protest movements is to basically make that costly, is to apply political pressure. This is actually a very successful method originally developed in the apartheid regime of South Africa, against the apartheid South Africa in the 80s, where boycotts, divestments, and sanctions against the South African government and corporations that work with the South African government was initiated also on college campuses, and it worked. Now, of course, Israel was a big ally to South Africa at the time. They were funding and facilitating their apartheid regime, partially because they also have their very own apartheid regime at the time. And they learned from the mistakes of South Africa and obviously developed much stronger relationships with American corporations and American politicians in general, and did a steady lobbying effort, a steady propaganda effort. And we are living in that future now. We're seeing the outcome of that effort and how successful it's been over the course of the past couple of decades. There's a reason why in a country where we are supposed to have freedom of speech and freedom to express ourselves without scrutiny or fear by the state, without the state actually suppressing our free speech, fundamental American principle enshrined in the Constitution, in 35 states in the United States of America, specifically red states as a matter of fact, we have anti-BDS laws specifically against criticizing Israel. In a place like Texas, for example, you can't be a public school teacher unless you sign a piece of paper that says that you swear that you will never boycott or advocate to divest or advocate to put sanctions on the state of Israel. Now, that sounds fucking insane, but that's unfortunately the reality. Why are these laws in existence? Well, that's because AIPAC, the Israeli lobby that is funded largely by not American Jews, but American Christians, as a matter of fact, evangelical Zionists, writes these kinds of laws. Now, we have no other example of such severe restrictions, and it's not just AIPAC. There's many other. There are many other lobbying organizations as well. AIPAC is simply the one that is the most prominent and the one that wrote the anti-BDS legislation. That's why I mentioned AIPAC by name. You actually can't work in any city entity in Texas unless you sign documents saying you will not boycott Israel. Think about that. Think about that. HasanAbi Waiting Room is at UCLA. That's my goat right there. That's Mr. Waiting Room to you. UCLA on violence, dark chapter.
To decide and announce they will not divest. UCLA and the UC system has said that they will not do that. We have seen other universities, Brown University and Northwestern University, those universities have been able to come to some kind of preliminary agreements with the protesters to cool some of the tensions. We have not seen that happen here. I interviewed one student, though, earlier this week, who said that they're taking a page from past protests, like Vietnam War, South Africa apartheid, and they said in the 80s, students came and asked UC to divest from South Africa apartheid, and they did, and they were successful, and they're taking a page from that.
And to be very clear, the students here, the demonstrators, have been saying that's what we're seeing happen in Gaza. They say that they are seeing apartheid, and that is what has brought them out here to protest.
Exactly. So there are these parallels, and in many ways, we were talking to an expert today who said a lot of students might see themselves as a part of history, like Vietnam War protests, the South Africa apartheid protests, these protests, that's sort of the vein in which they're seeing themselves and modeling themselves here.
And yet all of those protests had violence, right? There was some degree of civil resistance, and there was some degree of violence. Do you think, given what we saw last night at Columbia, how police came out in overwhelming force and were able to make arrests, do you think that we will see violence here tonight, or is there a possibility that somehow everything will work out?
I don't see how there's not some kind of confrontation if they are indeed going to come in and disband. These students say they're going to fight. They're not going to back down. We saw them with helmets on, some of them back there. They're fortifying this area. They are prepared to fight. I do not see how this just ends in any kind of peaceful, easy way.
And do you think that given what we've seen today, what we've seen on social media, there's a chance that people from the outside will come in real quick?
I think it's hard to say.
That's the top of the hour bell ringing for those who are unsubscribed, who will now unfortunately see 3 minutes of ads. That's whom the bell tolls for. That's right. If you don't want to hear that bell and be reminded of the 3-minute ad break, then you need to subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you will get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, it ends peacefully.
Tonight, I'm Gotti Schwartz. Stay with NBC News and NBC News Now for continuing coverage of this developing story.
I'm just Pat 1. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Tonight, breaking news, the NYPD called into another New York City university as campuses crack down on student protesters. This video just in, officers in riot gear outside Fordham University next to Manhattan's Lincoln Center. Students have barricaded themselves inside a building there less than 24 hours before a massive police presence at Columbia University about 3 miles away. Armed officers in tactical gear climbing through windows to take back a campus building occupied by pro-Palestinian demonstrators. In Manhattan alone, hundreds of protesters arrested across multiple schools. A student journalist who was at Columbia and documented the chaos as it unfolded joins Top Story Live. Some protests taking a violent turn at UCLA. Mass counter-protesters attacking an encampment, setting off fireworks, throwing barricades, and using pepper spray. In southern Florida, police firing tear gas to break up an encampment there. And at the University of Wisconsin, several officers injured after clashing with protesters late today. So is everyone involved students, or are outside actors infiltrating demonstrations? Deadly storms tear across the plains, a monster twister carving a path of destruction, leaving a Kansas town nearly unrecognizable. More than 200 tornadoes reported as a severe weather streak continues. The area in the threat zone tonight. Harvey Weinstein back in a New York courtroom. The disgraced movie mogul leaving a hospital to make his first public appearance since a New York appeals court overturned his rape conviction when prosecutors hope to begin a new trial. Plus, undocumented and now homeless. In Seattle, migrants in limbo after a program that housed them ran out of funding. Now some are camping out. The state of uncertainty as major U.S. cities struggle to keep up with the surge of people seeking asylum. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. As we come on the air tonight, protest over the Israel-Hamas war erupting at even more college campuses. Right now, Fordham University near New York City's iconic Lincoln Center requesting the NYPD's help to break up an encampment inside a campus building. Police in riot gear arresting protesters there. And this all comes less than a day after Columbia University says it was left with no choice but to call in police to take back the historic Hamilton Hall, which was occupied by protesters. And violence breaking out overnight at UCLA. A group of counter-protesters storming an encampment, attacking pro-Palestinian demonstrators, throwing barricades, setting off fireworks, and spraying pepper spray. The school canceling classes for the day, and now the Los Angeles mayor calling for a full investigation. At the University of Southern Florida, police firing off tear gas there against protesters, and dramatic images out of Gaza. People there expressing gratitude for the demonstrations back in the U.S. Though the college semester is coming to an end, these protests seem to be picking up steam. But have they lost the message along the way? We'll speak to one Columbia student who has been covering the situation on his own campus. But first, NBC's Aaron McLaughlin starts off our coverage tonight.
Tonight, police crackdowns continue on college campuses across the country. At the University of Wisconsin-Madison, clashes. 4 officers injured and dozens of pro-Palestinian protesters arrested.
We plan to be here until our demands are met, no matter what.
While Jewish students say they also want their voices heard.
But we just wanted to show that we're here and that we're not scared.
At the University of Texas, Dallas, tents taken down. Meanwhile, Columbia University...
Okay, dude.
Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Palestine forever.
Yeah, the framing is always, it's always Jewish students, not Zionist students, as though there aren't fucking Jewish students and rabbis and Jewish teachers that are literally right there in this crowd. The framing of it is always so fucking insidious. It's so lame. Did you hear XQC's take? No. Knowing XQC, it's probably hard to decipher, but it's either one of the best fucking things you've ever heard, super insightful, or the absolute worst. Nothing in between. The suspicion is that the sweep will begin later. Like, they'll probably try to wait till the numbers thin out, offer a false sense of security to the students, and only after that will they turn around and initiate the sweep. It's great because then you get to double on the overtime, you know what I mean? You get more overtime that way. You get the cover of nightfall when it's dark, harder to see all of the awful shit that you're doing. You get to wait out some of the students who will leave.
These people do not look like, look at them, dude. Look at these fucking pig. The fuck you. What gang are you in, bro? What gang you guys in? Show me some tats. What do you got, banditos? You look like a caveman, actually. You guys cavemen? You guys cavemen or what? Fuck you. No, why would I be nice to fucking deputy gang members? Fuck you. They're not doing anything? Just like last night when the fascist mob fucking brutalized everybody here. I think you should fuck off. Who are you here? Defending a bunch of goons with guns? Real big man here, bro. You can go fuck yourself. Eat shit and choke on it, please. Yo, this kid's a fascist right here in the blue polo.
Oh, it's the guy.
Dangerous individual. Actually dangerous. I recognize that fucker.
Listen, Brett's a little bit too much of an anarchist for his own good, all right? It's just, he does get in his own way sometimes. He means very well, though.
Will be counted from the outside for those who need gentlemen. First person is a student here at UCLA. He's a student for socialism. Oh, yeah.
Wait, I'm hearing. I just got news that they didn't issue a dispersal.
Predictably, understandably, of course, police violence and police presence and Zionist counter-protesters physically assaulting the peaceful pro-Palestinian demonstrations have only led to an increased amount of attention, an increased amount of eyeballs, and way more fucking students showing up. Because of course it would. All you do in this circumstance, when you react like a fucking animal, is galvanize more people to participate. People that are on the edges, you slowly chip away at their lack of interest. You force them to reckon with their actions, with their behavior. You inevitably cause them to take action. Would you consider the police inevitably going in and violently breaking up the pro-Palestine protests and endorsement, albeit indirect, of the violence that happened last night? Do you think it will also give carte blanche to more violent counter-protesters nationwide and show them they can get away with it? Yes. That is what I was saying yesterday. And that is precisely what will happen. And that's precisely what the fucking, the college is endorsing. That, like, random assholes that don't even fucking go there can just come to your college, come to our college campuses, beat the shit out of our students, and we will literally not protect them. And as a matter of fact, we will turn around and cave to their demands that the fucking protests end.
Should we try to get closer? There's the patience. Who just sent me fucking $250 on PayPal, bro? What?
They look pretty safe to me. Really? They look pretty safe right now. Free speech and whatnot. Yeah, they are safe. Just wait a couple hours, see if they're still so safe. The reality is that they're safe because they're demonstrating. But the moment that cops actually come into the fray, they are no longer safe. The presence of police is never the presence of safety.
There was no dispersal?
There is.
They
did the announcement in Voice Hall.
Did you guys see the telegram?
What?
There's a telegram message.
I'm not on Telegram, but they did call for the dispersal.
Okay, hold on. I heard that in there too. I heard that in there too. So I was like,
thank you.
All right, sorry. We back chat. I had to look at some messages real quick. Sorry. Did that just fuck everything up or what? What happens when I do that?
Hasan fan? Brother, that's my cameraman, dude. What do you mean? That's Brett. It's sin and Marxism. The fuck do you mean? Any defense in here? Any defense in here? Guys, I'm looking for other sweaty gamers.
If images of police and can tell me where on the campus they are? Just the police on the highway. Oh, interesting. We don't know where they're gonna come from, so, but police move slow, so hopefully I can be on the line and document it for you all.
They're gonna march into camp.
Is Hasan coming? So essentially, again, I'll recap what's going on right now. There's some confusion going around about the dispersal order. So about 20 to 30 minutes ago, a bunch of people came through the camp and said that they gave a dispersal order. Then about 10 minutes ago, I got a telegram message from the group Telegram that said there was no dispersal order given. About 2 hours ago, there was a negotiation with the chancellor, vice chancellor, that I think you guys saw on my stream. During that negotiation, he said the camp will be cleared tonight. And then he left. So that is the situation right now. Yeah, he said peace. Yeah, I would love some water. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's kind of pointless.
You can see up here, this is what we've been doing all day. When I've not been live, I've been drilling these boards, both at the front and the back, to protect the encampment. As far as I know, the students have every intention of defending the encampment.
The thing is, for people wondering if does this movement have the capacity to grow as large as BLM? Yes and no. I think that the repercussions for criticizing Israel are far greater than the repercussions for saying you have to stop police brutality against black people. For as calcified as police brutality is, like, even racist people kind of understand that it's like a permissible thing to state. You know what I mean? Whereas for many, many years, I feel like a couple of reasons. One, BLM is a domestic issue, whereas this is a foreign policy issue. And America does not fuck around when it comes to foreign policy issues. Like, when it comes to foreign policy, America's like, yeah, no, my way or the highway, shut the fuck up. Historically, every protest movement that has criticized America's foreign policy has been met with this level of police violence and suppression. UCLA police just declared on a loudspeaker that the UCLA encampment is unlawful and everyone must leave the area. They say those that do not leave may be subject to arrest. So it was exactly at 6 p.m. Pacific. I thought the pro-Palestinian LA protests were bigger than the BLM was? No.
كتير لما نشوف طلاب أمريكا واقفين معانا وحاسين فينا وجينا نشكركم بطريقتنا البسيطة بتمنى تستقبلها بحب. شكرا كولومبيا. شكرا أوروي. شكرا سينسكو. شكرا ين. شكرا UCLA. شكرا students for justifying violence.
That's wonderful. Have you already reviewed the fireworks footage yet earlier today?
Guessing, but a woman just came up and said that they're going to come through the buildings. They're going to come. Yeah, the doors are barricaded, but I mean, with, you know, it's not really going to stop much. But yeah, the word is that the police.
It is pretty crazy to consider that, like, our tax dollars, our tuition goes to companies that literally fucking build bombs that kill those children, that kill those children's parents, that blow up those kids' schools. And even in the midst of all of that, like, even in the midst of all that death and destruction and violence that is every moment in their lives, they're like, they see it. Surely UCLA won't advocate the arrest their own students sitting out on the lawn. My friend, you are about to have a rude awakening. I like that Neek skit over the course of the past like 3 or 4 months went from like a reactionary liberal to slowly but surely starting to completely understand what the fuck this is about. Like, he used to always, every step of the way in the chat, consistently dog me nonstop and just be like, yeah, no, I mean, don't you think that this is wrong? Don't you think that protesting this issue is something that, like, why do we care about it? Blah, blah, blah. And he has certainly been very resistant along the way. I feel like Neek skit 4 months ago would have said something along the lines of like, why are these students actually protesting if they know they're going to get beat up? Don't you think it's stupid? And now he's at least like going, surely the school won't be on board with brutalizing these fucking students, their own students, by an outside militant police force for the crime of protesting against the genocide. Surely. I was banned on a different account for protecting Israel during the Al-Aqsa raid. What do you mean protecting Israel? What the fuck is this? Breaking. Protesters believe police stormed the UCLA encampment imminent. Here's the plan for the protesters have cooked up on Telegram. I'm unfamiliar with colored zones. They didn't exist when I was in the camp. I assume they were formed last night. Does UCLA LAPD headquarters know? Hi all. We expect the police response. Fucking Captain Israel. Hi all. We expect the police response by 6 p.m. or shortly after. All intel is pointing towards a sweep, but there's no need for panic, just reasonable caution. We are no longer differentiating between pink and red. Individuals previously in the pink zone will now be assuming the same risk as those currently in yellow. Due to the present circumstances, our zones of risk have shifted and are as follows. No, this is fine. This is on camera too, chatters. It's okay. No, the protest, these are, guys, it's not a leak, okay? Well, this guy thinks he's fucking leaking it because he's an idiot. But this is literally organizing, okay? Red means you are willing and able to be arrested so you can stand in the fucking front lines when police come cracking skulls, okay? Pink is supposed to be low risk, which means that you can still be put in harm's way. But overall, you're not, overall, you're not as big as as big as a risk. Why are white people on the outside barrier first line? Think about it. Think about it. This kind of ties back to the police brutality conversation that we were just having about. Think about it. How does police brutality work? When they see, rich white kids, seemingly, they are supposed to be a little bit more reluctant to start cracking heads as opposed to seeing fucking brown kids in hijabs and shit. The white people in the front is shit-lib bullshit. Man, shut the fuck up. No, it's not. It's perfectly reasonable. They're trying to minimize police brutality. If you put mostly black kids and mostly kids with fucking hijabs and shit in the front lines of that protest movement, police are going to be way more readily. I mean, police are still going to crack skulls. Make no mistake. Yeah, it's the same principle for why Doctors Without Borders exists. Chatters being like, well, that's racist. Why do you think organizations like Doctors Without Borders exist? Why do you think Western media lost their fucking minds when Israel killed not 200 aid workers, but 7 white aid workers from the Western world? Yeah, it's so crazy to notice things like white supremacy. And then your immediate reaction to that notice, your immediate reaction to noticing white supremacy is to go, the real racists are the ones who notice white supremacy and are trying to use it to the best of their advantage in these horrifying circumstances. Chatters be like, I can't believe white students were placed at the forefront of civil rights movement student demonstrations and not the black students. That's crazy. Why the fuck did they do that? I see no color. The real racism is not the police force that's very ready to just crack skulls. Yeah, police will do this meme in real time. All right, let's watch what Chris Hayes had to say about these student
1969,
protests.
group of students at Morehouse College, historically black college in Atlanta, were frustrated by what they said was the school's slow progress on civil rights. And they'd protested, they'd been rebuffed. So they locked the college trustees in their office for 2 days and essentially held them hostage. Now, one of the trustees was Martin Luther King Sr., father of the recently slain civil rights leader. He began having chest pains, and one of the students later said, "We let him out of there so we wouldn't be accused of murder." That student and his classmates eventually gave up under a promise of amnesty from the college.
Yep.
The college reneged, and he was expelled. It would be years before he was rehabilitated, decades before he became known the world over as actor Samuel L. Jackson. Now, I tell this story for two reasons. One, to remind us that college activism has long been a part of college education. The other reason, though, is to get a sense of proportion.
Pretty sure they had guns, too, by the way, at Morehouse. Just saying, like, straight up.
Which seems lacking today, as we watch the disturbing imagery emerge from campuses at Columbia, UCLA, University of Texas, University of South Florida, so many others, where cops, or in some cases mobs, took down pro-Palestinian student encampments and protests, as well as professors and journalists and just random bystanders. The cumulative effect of all this coverage, along with some unverified assertions from police and politicians, has been to drive home the idea that student protests are basically a terrorist-level threat, that they have to be neutralized by battalions of cops armed like soldiers with MRAPs and sonic cannons. The reason this seems to me a reaction that's out of proportion to the protests themselves. It seems especially true when you look at some other campuses like Brown University, where administrators negotiated with student protesters who took down their encampment, and Wesleyan University, whose president said the protesting there was nonviolent and non-disruptive, adding, as long as it continues in this way, the university will not attempt to clear the encampment. Now, these universities, crucially, have reiterated their important existing rules against anti-Semitic invective and harassment, certainly, while also protecting assembly, which seems sensible, also out of step with what you're seeing elsewhere. Because ever since October 7th, when Hamas committed its atrocities in Israel, there has been this obsessive media focus on college campuses. And that's true partly because there are genuine issues worth debating, including the degree to which universities are creating spaces that are hostile to pro-Israel Jewish students, where they feel under threat, or universities, the degree to which they're suppressing pro-Palestinian speech. And those issues really do matter. The way that so many prominent voices have focused so exclusively on colleges feels honestly a bit decadent to me. Like we're doing a paper doll version of the conflict, because the actual reality of what's happening in Gaza is so horrific, unceasing, and high stakes. It's more enjoyable to argue about what college kids are doing than to confront.
This is a banger, an actual banger. It's not an enlightened centrist take at all. No, he's right. He's so right, chat. Are you kidding me? This is what the students want as far as media coverage goes.
The human misery and destruction that's happening in the actual conflict. That is, of course, the source of these protests.
This is famous HasanAbi head Chris Hayes on a show on MSNBC, All In with Chris Hayes, doing a monologue.
What seems most worth debating isn't campus speech, but whether the U.S. government should continue to fund and support an Israeli war in Gaza that has pushed more than 1 million people to the brink of famine, a war that has damaged half of the buildings in Gaza, a war that has failed to bring home most of the hostages held by Hamas, that has in fact led to the death of some of those hostages, as well as the deaths of an estimated 34,000 Palestinians, including roughly 10,000 women and 13,000 children. Is that ongoing effort morally defensible? Is it strategically wise? Are we as a nation doing the right or wrong thing in continuing to support it? Now, whenever that becomes a question, it almost becomes reflexive to challenge the questioner. And I can't help but think of the protests that marked the lead up to the Iraq War, which were both widely attended and widely attacked. And many, many prominent war supporters, including one-time student protester Christopher Hitchens, blasted those demonstrations. And he pointed to the fact that some of the people organizing the protests held genuinely odious and fringe views.
Isn't that funny? that people who, the Vietnam War protesters of the past, like that one chatter's mom, then turn around and shit on the next generation doing the exact same fucking thing, standing up to unjustifiable atrocities worldwide that we commit. It's so funny. I mean, Christopher Hitchens is also a psychopathic Islamophobe, so I think that's where it is.
For instance, the view that North Korea is a workers' paradise and a great place. That's a horrible view. There were protest organizers with bad views, lots of them. There were people at the protest with terrible views. There were people who thought 9/11 was an inside job. I would argue with them myself at protests. Did that have anything to do at all with whether the war in Iraq was moral and prudent? No. The war in Iraq demonstrably was neither. On that, the protesters were right.
My man hit it demonstrably.
Which brings us back to Columbia University, where 56 years ago...
Yeah, Nadler said, I was a student at Columbia in 68 when students occupied Hamilton Hall. My classmates who were draft age and deeply concerned about Vietnam had a real and personal stake in the protest. And even then, I felt the occupation of campus buildings was wrong because it violated the civil liberties of students and faculty who wanted to attend classes or take exams. Thanks, Representative Nadler, for coming out with this bold and brave take.
Almost to the day, student protesters took over the same building, Hamilton Hall, that was occupied earlier this week. They, too, were forcibly removed and arrested. Many were bloodied and beaten for protesting, among other things, the university's involvement in the Vietnam War. They believed the war was a moral catastrophe and the U.S. should stop waging it. They were right. And the fact that there were absolutely genuine extremists among those protesters in 68, again, had no bearing on whether they were right or not about that. What I find particularly maddening about our focus on the protesters of the conflict is that it's an invasion. It avoids the difficult task of being universally empathetic to our fellow human beings and truly reckoning with the scale of devastation that is wrought by our country in our names with our support. In the aftermath of 9/11, we waged a global war on terror for 2 decades that killed an estimated 430,000 people, many of them children, women, elderly, innocents. In Vietnam, we are estimated to have killed more than 1 million people, huge swaths of them civilians, women, children, male non-combatants, old people, and the like. Can you even make sense of those numbers? I can't. No one can. It's hard to think of them, to contend with them as actual real human beings who lived lives before we took them, who are people like you or I, who were loved by the people in their lives. It is much easier to get angry at the spoiled brats on college campuses. Why are they being so disruptive? What are they so upset about? If you feel that way, which I can understand, honestly, I felt irritation and anger at protesters many times in my life, even ones I was ostensibly on the same side as, broadly speaking. If you feel that way, just try recasting the question. Why are all these people so upset that we're helping a government wage a brutal war that's killed 13,000 children? The question kind of answers itself. To take seriously the scale of human suffering that's happening in Gaza doesn't mean you must come down the side of the protesters, certainly. There are many people who think the war is a brutal but necessary campaign for Israel's defense.
Oh, come on, bro. Yeah, and those people are heartless monsters, and they're wrong. They're deluded sociopaths. They're deluded sociopaths fueled with Islamophobia and might is right politics, thinking that they will never be on the receiving end of such atrocities because of the seemingly endless support that they have received, the arrogance that is calcified in their fucking hearts.
What it does necessitate is that you weigh all the human suffering against the actual end game of the conflict that is currently being waged and is unarticulated as of now. A conflict the U.S. continues to support.
I guess he has to say that to keep his job, you know what I mean?
Our humanity demands we focus on those questions first and last.
Chris Hayes really a HasanAbi head? Yes. Yesterday, one of my coworkers actually complained to me about the same thing. 2 of the students in his class were arrested and was not able to attend the final exams. He said it messed up his schedule of giving exams. He expressed his frustration on his students, and I told him that he should instead be angry at the police and university. Yeah, it's funny to think that, you know, these children are spoiled brats. And it's like, bro, they're literally putting their life on hold. That is why the argument makes no fucking sense. Oh, they're such spoiled brats. That's why they're risking getting arrested. Northwestern University, like Brown and several other elite schools, ended their encampment protest by agreeing to an extremely milquetoast set of policies. In response, the ADL Stand With Us and the Brandeis Center have demanded that Northwestern's president resign, along with a particularly unhinged statement. For the last 7 months, Jewish Northwestern students have been harassed and intimidated by blatant anti-Semitism on campus. worsening since October 7. Yesterday, President Schill signed an agreement with the perpetrators of that harassment and intimidation, rewarding them for their hate. For days, protesters openly mocked and violated Northwestern's code of conduct and policies by erecting an encampment in which they fanned the flames of anti-Semitism and wreaked havoc on an entire community. Their goal was not to find peace, but to make Jewish students feel unsafe on campus. President Schill gave them a seat at the table and normalized their hatred against Jewish students. It is clear from President Schill's actions that he is unfit to lead Northwestern and must resign. President Schill capitulated to the hatred and bigotry and empowered and emboldened those who have used intimidation, harassment, and violence to achieve their ends. It's just like the constant fucking arrogance and babying, dude. It's literally, it's like, wham, wham, wham. If you don't let me do a genocide, then guess what? I'm going to be really angry, okay? If you don't let me do a genocide, then actually you must hate Jewish people. Like, I'm pretty sure, I don't know about Schill, but I'm pretty sure the president of Brown University is literally, is also Jewish. But and plenty of the fucking students on the anti-Zionist side that are making these demands are Jewish in both Northwestern and also Brown. But of course, doesn't matter. Schill is also Jewish. Yeah, there you go. It's just so crazy, dude. And like, I can't believe you're capitulating to these Jew-hating terrorists, these Arab dogs. Please. There's movements at the crowd at UCLA.
So, people are fucking showing up. If you can, come. If you can come, get here. It's important, even if you can't get in, it's really, really important that you're here. And
Omer Bartov, prominent Israeli scholar, defended the protesters and commended the university for buckling.
You're gonna feel comfortable to do the animalistic, horrifying, brutalizing things that they are so fucking, you know, so fucking used to doing. It takes all of us to keep us safe, okay?
From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free.
From the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine.
Please disable that cat emote. Why? It's cat time,
Who the fuck
dude.
ask Hassan yourself, bro? He's live right now, right?
Hassan won't let me out of the house. He's memeing, Brett. You fucking crusty ass anarchist.
So again, we are walking from the Tongva is what it was called inside the camp, but the back entrance near the fountain where the stairs are. We're walking to the front entrance where the Zionist LED screen is still blasting IOF propaganda continually. Hey man, do you mind showing me your sign? Beautiful, bro. Thank you so much.
Can you explain from the river to the sea? I've only been able to see that take. That means death to all Israel? No, brother. Currently, from the river to the sea, the Israeli state keeps Palestinians in a stranglehold. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free means that the 5 million Palestinians that are currently existing under Israeli occupation, both in the West Bank, under occupied Israeli territory, and in Gaza, under the thumb of the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign, these Palestinians demand emancipation, deserve emancipation, and that's simply what that means. Bro, fuck all of you. That's why I asked. I couldn't find anything. No, I'm answering your question. Don't listen to the fucking chatters. A lot of people do cynically always say it's anti-Semitic and it means kill all Jews or whatever. What I don't get is half a world away supposed to accomplish anything. Awareness isn't going to cut it. Well, you're wrong. Palestinians seem to not agree with you. Palestinians in Gaza seem to not agree with you. And not only that, but they also do have clear-cut demands. Demands like divestment. UCLA has a shit ton of money in endowments that they invest in companies that fund and facilitate Israel's apartheid, its surveillance technology, and student protesters are demanding divestment from that because they do not want their tuition dollars to go to this genocidal regime. This is a perfectly valid form of protest. People demand divestment, and actually it goes swimmingly well against initiatives like divesting, getting your hedge fund or your your mutual fund to divest from fossil fuel, for example, is a big demand that renewable energy advocates make, and they've been relatively successful.
Eric Adams on the screen right now. Are you letting new press in or just that one? Just the ones that are in already? I have a press tag. They're not letting press in?
That was the only one that is allowed. Green is good, right? They gave us an order right now. That was it.
Suppression of press, check.
Bro, it seems like
Palestine will live forever. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine. These aren't the cops that are going to do the sweep. Looks like I just missed being able to get in there saying I was pressed. They just enforced that rule. They're putting videos of Brett Gelman and shit on the TV.
Oh shit, I was muted. Okay. What if we loosen aid to Israel and military funding, and then Israel gets attacked? What then? First of all, Israel's a very powerful nation, okay? Israel would not be able to do all of the violent things that it wants to do and has been doing to all of the countries in the region without our fucking political cover and without our unlimited funds, okay? And assistance. That's number one. Number two, how are there so many genocidal volunteers? The idea that these volunteers, these like students who are protesting Israel's genocide because they find it to be unconscionable, they are the actual genocidal ones, is very funny to me, at least, and to many others. I'm sure to all of those people there as well. Looking at a fucking peace rally and going, man, these peace rally, no love, the security. What? The genocidal security yellow jackets? Oh, I misunderstood what he was saying. I don't think those guys are genocidal either, to be fair. I think the images like this one are important to show because you will see the aftermath of such things. You will see the aftermath when cops do roll in. Notice the fucking vibes are perfectly fine and perfectly chill and perfectly mellow. These children are not doing, these kids, these adults, these peaceful protesters are not doing anything bad. Contrary to what the media tries to get you to think about them, calling them Jew haters, rabid anti-Semites, blah, blah, blah. They're just regular old people, just like you and me. They have a very obvious stated goal, which is, of course, the end to the university's participation in Israel's apartheid and genocide. This is a direct free expression moment, certified banger of a freedom of speech moment here, brought to you by the U.S. Constitution. Now watch what the American state, watch how the American state reacts to this, okay? Can we talk about the anti-Semitism bill? We did already, man. We did. What do you want me to do? Cover it again? I already did. So what excuse is the LASD using to arrest them? Pretty simple. It's the same excuse that they use. The excuse that the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department will be using to arrest these peaceful protesters is the excuse that they have used time and time again, which is that these guys are unlawfully trespassing in an area and protesting an area that has been deemed unlawful, and they have to be dispersed. The LAPD has just told the UCLA medic tent that they will sweep the camp sometime between tonight at 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. Think about what it means that the medic tent had to be told in advance. So I guess they're going to, yeah, I was right. They're going to fucking wait it out. 50 plus cop cars, LAPD and Highway Patrol have been spotted en route to UCLA. 10 plus jail buses have already been spotted on campus. This is what they did at CUNY last night, priming CUNY to expect a Wednesday morning attack, and then going in Wednesday instead. They get to, what? In response to a Fox News question about campus protests, the White House spokeswoman said that the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and Department of Education will be involved. This means the Biden administration may be pursuing federal charges against student protesters. I'm gonna literally start campaigning against Joe Biden, I think. Like, not just like, I'm gonna start actively discouraging people to not vote for Joe Biden. Yeah, obviously I'm not gonna say vote for Donald Trump, but if that is true, if a single federal investigation is launched against a single fucking student, it's like, what am I supposed to do? You just don't want you don't want this vote. You've made it very loud and very clear. I mean, no matter what I have, no matter what I say, doesn't matter. I'm only one person. I'm a marginal. This is a marginal community in the grand scheme of things. Ain't nobody is better at ensuring that nobody votes for them than Joe Biden and the Democratic Party at this point.
We need to shift the framing of...
Oh yeah, this is old. We watched this. HasanAbi, they're cushy college students. They will probably think differently next year. Why? Why is that the overall sentiment here, always? Is it because you're just a cynical person? Is that what it is? I don't understand how you can watch student protesters face like actual active police presence, right? Like insane staging happening right before their eyes and standing steadfast against that fascist oppression and go, you know, these guys who are getting their fucking, who are gearing up to have their heads crushed, their skulls cracked. You know what I think about those guys? Well, they're fucking stupid. They're stupid little students, and they mustn't believe any of the things that they're advocating for right here. Perhaps that is the reason why it's what is it? Because they might get a job. It's the funding, not for their own, not for their town, not for their states. That's why, because they might get a good job. It's the funding. They will think differently next year, homie. Sure, brother. Or perhaps maybe you have sucked the man's dick so much that it lodged directly into your fucking spine, and now you think everyone is just as cynical as you are. You know what I mean? There will always be naysayers at every step of the way. Remember, if you think these takes are new, let me tell you, they're not. Okay? People said this about the apartheid protesters in the 80s. People said this about the Vietnam War protesters in the 60s. That's it. And now we look back at those movements fondly and misremember our positions at the time if we're old enough, or fantasize about how we would be based and on the side of the student protesters because we have the benefit of fucking hindsight. Well, a very similar predicament is unfolding right before your eyes. You don't have to imagine where you would be, what side you'd be on when unimaginable atrocities are being committed with our dollars, with our weapons. It's happening right now. And your stance is just that. Yelling at the people who actually are trying to do something about it. You know? Meanwhile, you can't even do nothing about the top of the hour ad break. That's coming for you regardless. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free. Here's the Thurman ad break now. Thank you, Comfort Devil, for the 5 gifted subs. P for Tots, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, in the words of Aaron Bushnell, what would I do if I was alive during slavery or the Jim Crow South or apartheid? What would I do if my country was committing genocide? The answer is you're doing it right now. Those were some of the final words of Aaron Bushnell. It's true. Students at Waseda University in Japan are calling for a pre-Palestine.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
That's awesome.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
What we're seeing on campuses with regards to anti-Semitism is equivalent to what Jews faced in the 1930s, said Dana Fash. I want to say thank you for your relentless coverage. You literally turned my mind on how all this shit is unfolding. At the bare minimum, it's good to be educated on the right side of history. Yes. That's why I do what I do. Only 2 non-students arrested at Columbia. Eric Adams asked live on MSNBC about how many non-students were arrested at Columbia. Adams gets...
Can you tell us who they were, or at least how many of them there are?
Well,
First, I always suspected that something was happening, and I'm happy that the confirmation of my suspicion turned out to be accurate when our intelligence division.
Wait, what do you mean? The confirmation of you're happy that there's like outside elements? He's like, yeah, I thought there were terrorists around, and I'm happy that I was right, that there are terrorists, which there aren't, by the way, but still.
Briefed me on two particular individuals. One of them, husband, was arrested for terrorism as well. Some of the paraphernalia and pamphlets that we saw.
Oh, you saw scary pamphlets that you think are terrorism pamphlets, and a lady who's a 68-year-old woman who's the mother of a fucking NPR journalist, by the way. The mother of an NPR journalist. Wow. She wasn't even arrested, by the way. She was just there 4 days prior and visited the encampment for fucking 20 minutes. The mother of an NPR journalist. This is just Islamophobia. That's all this is, bro. It's just, oh, well, she's the wife of a terrorist. It's so crazy, dude. Yeah, they saw a piece of paper, and on it said Free Palestine, and I got scared.
Individuals we saw who were not CUNY students were there training individuals. We saw the escalation of the tactics.
None of this is real.
That were being used. And so it has been reported on some of the individuals that just stated. I choose not to give notoriety to people who participate in activities like that, but it has been.
Oh, he's not. He won't tell you. He won't tell you who the people he arrested are that are actually training these students because he doesn't want to give them notoriety. Listen, ma'am, I would tell you, but honestly, my dog ate my homework, okay? Excuse me, my dog ate my homework is a very real problem. A lot of people think that dogs are out here not eating homework, okay? But they are. And they're saying it's yummy and delicious. Yeah, he said no free clout. He's a real gatekeeper. I respect it. Yeah, no, I do have a girlfriend in my polycule. She just doesn't go here. She lives in Canada. Okay? You don't get it. There's terrorists everywhere in every corner. That's awesome. Thank you, Mayor Eric Adams.
Online, the police department has reported, and I'm sure if you reach out to the intelligence division, they'll give you based on the information we want to release. And this is extremely active, continue to evolve, and we want to continue to do the thorough investigations that we have been doing.
Yeah, as a designated diehard Eric Adams hater, I will one day be a waiter at his table of success. And many of you will also join me waiting his table of success, as you are also haters of his.
This is just one of the agencies involved here. As we've talked about throughout the day, there was a lot of criticism about the response last night, but it's an interesting situation.
My roommate heard your stream and started shitting on you IRL. He's a diehard D fan. Why are you roommates with a dude who enjoys the content of a guy who fucking debates the ethics of CP and lowering the age of consent, who says stuff like 15-year-old girls are hot, and also loves saying the N-word, and has written a fucking manifesto about how he should be able to say it actually in private, and that everyone that told him that he shouldn't is actually the evil ones. That's crazy to me. I hope that triggered your fucking stupid ass roommate, by the way. Your stupid ass roommate who probably thinks, oh yeah, if Israel dropped a nuke on Gaza, it still wouldn't constitute a genocide.
Protesters right now, they tell me that they aren't going anywhere. They want to form a bit of a barricade.
Yeah. Roommate with particular set of interests, like demanding that white supremacists mow down motherfucking Black Lives Matter protesters because it might actually fuck up Joe Biden's re-election chances. I love the guy who just immediately chirped and said, you don't debate anybody except for 16-year-old Israelis. Literally fucking 4 days after I was on TV debating this very same issue, which of course, also I think they're probably showing fucking October 7 footage, so I'm going to move away because the media is showing that. Very cool though. I did debate a 40-year-old woman who also was 22 in real life, but looked like she was 40. Anyway, I hope your roommate is enjoying the content of debating my ex-wife on custody. In parentheses, I won. I owned her.
And really fortifying sort of their defenses over there. We actually physically saw and heard them drilling into the plywood, apparently trying to make it harder for someone to get in. We saw them putting zip ties around the barricades. And so all of the focus so much has been on that encampment. But however, in the last 30 minutes or so, a massive group has circled the campus and has come around. And that's the sound that you see here. That is this big group. This is a group that is not part of the encampment, but they are pro-Palestinian protesters, demonstrators, and they have very much made their presence seen, presence heard. They've been rallying. Now, there were some tense moments because at one point when they walked over to this area, there were some pro-Israel demonstrators because this was as close as the pro-Israel demonstrators had been able to get to everything that was going on campus. However, those pro-Israel demonstrators did clear out, and right now we've got hundreds, if not upwards of 1,000 pro-Palestinian demonstrators. The other thing to really keep an eye on here is so much of the barricades and the fortification had focused on the encampment, and that's where you see the police inside. It's unclear how many police are outside of there. When we saw people setting up before, we saw all of the law enforcement presence really concentrated in this area. That is back by the parking. That's back where the live trucks are parked, and we did not see a whole lot of police officers focusing on that area. So in terms of what security looks like out there with that group, that's a little bit uncertain right now. And were there to be any counter protesters, were anyone else to move in, we could potentially have a pretty big problem. So something we definitely want to continue to keep an eye on. We've got the camp on one side, we've got the protesters, more protesters on the other, and police and journalists right in the middle. Colleen?
All right, Karma, thank you. As we continue to focus on what's happening at UCLA, and remember, we're doing so because...
Of course they fucking care about October 7 as only propaganda and not about the actual atrocities that occurred. They don't care about human lives. They just care about continuing Israel's mission of ethnic cleansing.
Eric.
Yeah, Carolyn and Colleen, the situation and charges that the USC demonstrators may face is slightly different from other protests arrests that we've seen before. And that's because, unlike demonstrations on public property that are declared unlawful assemblies, it appears many of those arrested at USC last week were USC students who had permission to be on campus. Also, they were placed under citizen's arrest by the school. We looked at the 93 people booked last week. A quick sorting of their ages showed many dozens of them were what you'd expect to find on a college campus, early 20s to early 30s. USC officials today put the number of students at 51 out of the 93. Some of them are from out of state, but again, that would be expected on any campus. And so far, little information about these other 42. Were they activists or organizers, faculty members? All of the arrests now appear in the LA County court system. That shows that most of them have been ordered to appear for an arraignment the week of May 14th. These cases will all be misdemeanors. That means the LA City Attorney's Office, rather than the County District Attorney, would potentially prosecute them. The City Attorney's Office is reviewing these arrests, but would not say today if a decision had been made about whether or not it would follow through with those cases, meaning file the charges in court. Back down to you.
All right, Eric, thank you for that. Now, these protests are happening, as we've shown you, not only in LA, but all across the country.
Yeah, there are calls for leadership on the national, state, and local level to do more. Our Conan Nolan joins us now with that part of the story. Conan.
Keep in mind, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, it was a week ago today that he made the only statement on camera about what is taking place on college campuses, and that was from a question in a news conference that was relating to solar power. The governor, I should say, has issued statements through his X account and through the governor's press office, but he has not gone on camera to say anything about what is happening. This is a problem for the governor as well as the other
sweep the encampment
officers.
No way, they're just holding a perimeter.
The California Assembly, who's
probably staging over at the federal building. There's a big parking lot back there. I've been over here for UCLA when they had like riots.
I think that's Film the Police, by the way, for those of you wondering.
Okay.
Like 3 years ago, maybe it was. Yeah, I think it was like a Final Four, and they lost, and it was chaos. There was like couches burning in the street. It was a lot of fun.
Nice.
And so they staged over there, and I
won, right? Undeniably.
Undeniably.
Why is this not in sync?
They'll be thinking about that. That's going to change. So I'm
Yeah.
really proud of it.
It's a victory, but I think it also probably comes with a lot of trauma that,
Yeah,
you know,
man,
being involved in that, like, great, bro.
Can you imagine being right behind?
Yeah,
the
yeah,
walls,
no, right.
knowing at any minute they could breach it,
And just like, what it,
well, if they got back there, what happens then?
right.
We
Yeah.
all know
it would have been, yeah.
You guys know someone inside?
What's going on inside?
You guys know someone inside?
Do I know anybody inside?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The pinned tweet on this account bowled me over. Between this and the guys that brought poison mice to UCLA, it's been a banner week for Zionists behaving like they were conceived in the mind of a Polish person. Unreported Story Society, new mob justice, and Harvey Weinstein's innocence. We're coming to you live from New York City, where our play October 7th is opening for previews. Find out more October 7th, the play. On today's show, we discuss why conservatives should care about Harvey Weinstein's innocence. Then, Bev Jackson from the LGB Alliance joins us to break down the gender identity madness. Bro, I'm telling you, like, it's funny because, like, Nazis have identical opinions to these guys for the most part, except for the fact that, like, these guys are Jewish and Nazis hate Jews. So this is, like, a very interesting moment for a lot of fascists who just literally look to all of this and be like, oh, this is so phenomenal to do, like, anti-Semitic propaganda off of. It's just the gift that keeps on giving. Bro, not saying the old lady is against that either. Yeah, the LGB Alliance is like anti-trans bullshit. Are we gaming tonight? No.
Say that they were trying to stay peaceful this entire time. Well, now they know that tone is changing because they know that there is that dispersal order. They know that people are they're going to try and remove them. They have again said they have no plans on leaving until their demands are met, which includes, pulling out of the war, to stop supporting
His son wasn't
Israel.
killed by the police. He got caught in a drive-by. Oh shit.
Going on
My bad.
in Gaza. They want an immediate ceasefire. And they said, we did ask, a lot of reporters were on the ground. We said, what are you going to do if your demands are not met? And they said, we have no plans on leaving. We will stay here. They did also prepare. There were also ally groups here that brought in helmets. They have protective gear. So they know that tonight it could potentially turn into what they saw last night. They are hoping that it won't. But at this time, we're going to stay sort of a safe distance away right now. These are the pro-Palestinian protesters. There are a lot of them gathered up there, and this is, we're hearing...
I wish you wouldn't put Walking Dead in the title and just totally flake. Bitch, how am I supposed to know that the fucking Gestapo is going to swarm the UCLA encampment? Jesus Christ, dude.
Head in News Chopper 4.
Look at
Ileana,
that.
is this the indication or the evidence that law enforcement will move in? What are we seeing here?
What we're seeing is a lot of preparation, Colleen, and where it's all taking place is the parking lot of the federal courthouse off of Wilshire and the 405 freeway. What I'm seeing here is 5 sheriff's inmate buses at the ready should any arrests take place at the campus of UCLA. Now, I'm going to widen out the shot because this is a huge command post, and earlier we heard that the California Highway Patrol is going to be taking the lead on this one, and we didn't see a lot of officers on the campus because this is where they're at. Look at all of the dozens of officers that are here at the ready. Again, this is in the parking lot just to the south of the federal courthouse here in West LA.
Ileana, thank you for that. That's along Wilshire. We're going to, of course, continue to monitor this, and we'll be right back.
It is, dude, listen. You have to notice something here. I don't see a lot of counter-protester smoke tonight. That's how you know the police are fucking moving in. Because the counter-protester Zionists don't have to be there when the police will do their job for them. You know what I mean? Wait, what just happened?
Oops, sorry. I was trying to scroll up to look at that, and it exited the app.
Why do all these agitators show up in crews like this?
Then the parking lot south of the federal courthouse. Yep, that's exactly where William was saying that would be. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I might go home and cover this from home, just because I feel like outside of the encampment, I'm not gonna be getting that much info. Well, I don't know. I guess we are getting good stuff now. It's fine. Yo, shout out Jonah. Whoa, Jonah. Fucking any Jonah voters in the chat? Pog. Any Jonah voters? Hello. Shout out if you're a Jonah head.
Yeah, the UCLA Health has a disaster team that's been briefed by the LAPD.
I'm coming.
UCLA Health has a disaster team that's been briefed by the Los Angeles Police Department. Per this disaster team, they were told by LAPD that the sweep will happen between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. Last night was just like the intro. The police and the counter-protesters in to kick it off. Now the police said we can take it from here. Yeah. In front of Hind Hall right now. Wait, no way. No, this is CCNY campus. I doubt that this is in front of Hind Hall. Have peaceful protests had an impact on this issue historically? Yes. Will I be covering it? Not if it's at 1 a.m. No. I most likely will not be live. Wasn't that the Vice Chancellor saying earlier that they weren't going to do a sweep? What's the justification for the sweep? Nuisance. What do you mean what's the justification for the sweep? Hello, guys. Understand. In America, okay, here, let me be Yummy Park for a second, except be truthful. In America, if you don't say you love Israel and you think it's awesome that they're killing Palestinian children by the thousands, we will beat your ass and we will arrest you until you change your fucking mind. Okay? Do you understand? In America, we beat your fucking ass if you don't say you love Israel. In the United States, if you criticize Israel, the state police arrest you. She can park you on me. I don't even know what that means. The Vice Chancellor said they wouldn't do a sweep and then later said you'll all have a chance to leave before they come in and sweep. Just real freakish shit. Yeah. He literally said you'll all have a chance to leave before they sweep and then said peace. Did the fucking meme where you go peace and then you perish? That's basically what the Vice Chancellor did. He went over there, tried to do a fucking sit-in debate with the students, and then was like, bye.
I'm Brett. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Brett.
You're a camera guy?
I am not. Local media as well.
Another reporter?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Well, this is John.
John, hi, I'm Brett. Nice to meet you. Sure. I'm live, by the way, so.
Hello, live people.
Do you guys mind?
Hello, world.
Okay.
Hello.
Cool.
Hello, world. Welcome, everyone.
Just a cool 1,000 people in here right now.
Really?
Yes.
Whoa. Hey, 1,000 people. I wrote a song for you.
Yeah, let's do it, dude. We shall not be.
Do you want to check the front of it? Or
what the fuck?
Anything happening?
What are you asking?
Is anything happening in the front?
Yeah, so there's a ton of people, like as many as here,
10
maybe
minutes.
more.
There's supposedly a truck rolled up.
Fuck!
Full of counter-protests.
Is that what it was full of them?
Oh, okay.
No, I can't tell what happened. Okay. Anyway.
I don't know how true that is, but
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they will wait.
All right, give us
All right, well, there's something going on here. Hold on.
God damn
Looks
it.
like people are already maybe.
My free speech is being suppressed here at the
Something's
Marxism
happening.
chat.
Something is happening. I think it's a counter-protester. Psycho counter-protester coming into a massive hostile crowd trying to agitate. We actually had this earlier, and someone who isn't me participated in the removal of the person. It was actually incredibly beautiful. A person tried to jump over the barricade. They successfully jumped over the barricade, as a matter of fact, in the back here. And they were immediately surrounded, non-violent, totally non-violently. We're immediately surrounded. And we just all 1, 2, 3 steps. And we stepped and we moved them all the way to the fucking exit. And we removed him. Without putting our hands on him. It was totally non-violent, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I think we missed this. I think whatever happened, whatever was happening here is over. Hasan is mad about my follower limit. Brother, Andy No just fucking shouted me out on Twitter yesterday. The follower limit is necessary right now. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Look at all these scary terrorists, dude. Mid-ass chatter for real. Yeah, I know.
This is what's keeping the encampment safe right now, by the way.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever.
Chat, you have to remember, this is beyond the encampment. The encampment is on top of these stairs. These students have all surrounded entry points into the encampment in an attempt to body block the cops, in an attempt to stop the cops from entering the encampment. So the encampment is already slammed on top of that. Riot gear is moving out. Uh-oh. LAPD is mobilizing and the protesters are following, trying to stop their path. At the time I posted this, they now have their riot helmets on. Bro, how can you be a fucking cop, get paid like 200 grand a year, and just like not recognize that you're being a real piece of shit right now? You know what I mean? It's wild to me that you're just straight up. You're just straight up like, yep, can't wait to beat on some fucking bastard children, dude. It's awesome. Really reinforces what I have to say about police being just awful and brutal deliberately.
Dorks at the beginning of the video who are like, be nice to the police. Why aren't you nice to the police? They're still over here begging to bootleg, bro. They're saying, please, can I please lick your boots, please? Fucking nerds, man. Fucking nerds, bro.
Are you guys okay? Do you need some water? Do you need a granola bar?
Why can't we get some celebrities on that campus? Dude, come on.
Look at these brave women over here. We're about to go meet up with the queens. We're about to go meet up with the queens. Hey, is
How
it okay
are
if I
you?
show you?
Yeah.
Oh shit, look
Because
who
this
it
fit
is.
does not fucking stop. Holy shit.
Hi guys. What's up, gang?
What up, Frogan? I'm so glad you're here.
Dude, I tried stream sniping you and I did not know where the fuck you were.
Yeah, it's a big campus and I'm moving around a lot, so.
Yeah, 'cause I got media perms.
Oh, no way?
I talked to her.
For inside?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
They said as long as you're not showing faces,
Oh, well,
you're good.
how are we going to live stream and not show faces?
I mean, I just assume that everyone's wearing a mask inside.
They are, yes.
And as long as you're streaming in good faith.
Oh, well, 100%.
Yeah.
100% we're doing that.
Oh, I didn't even see this. Frogan said that I can
you don't wanna
Discord
go in
call
there?
her.
Capri's coming.
You want to wait for Capri?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. I'm glad he's coming.
Yeah. I got here. Okay, Prez.
That has my fucking phone number on it.
My thumb was going.
Your thumb was in the way. You're just doxing me on camera.
Why should put your real phone?
That's the... I don't know. In case it gets lost.
420-6969.
Babe, maybe it's time to stay up all night and report on UCLA. Do it for us. Okay, babe. As long as you're streaming in good faith, huh? Well, yeah, they're worried about fucking random dickheads going in. They're worried about random dickheads going in and being disruptive.
What's up, bro? Brett.
Oh, Brett, dude, I don't recognize who.
I know, it's okay. That's the point,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, hell yeah, it's good to fucking meet you.
Yeah, good to see you. I'm live right now, by the way.
Right on.
Do you mind?
all good.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Everybody, this is Ben Camacho. He's a guest on our podcast. Incredible reporter for freelance right now. Yeah, right. But you can support Ben by sending a fucking email to Knock LA and to Ground Game LA and demanding that they free Knock LA.
Tell them to.
Yeah, seriously, tell them this journalist outfit is one of the best, one of the most important pieces of LA's journalism scene, and it's absolutely being gutted and turned into a propaganda module for semi faux progressive city councilors. Support Knock LA. So here's the info I have. All of this is
unconfirmed.
Yes, to say the least.
Yeah, that's what it's like out here.
It can change, but the word is that I've heard the police are coming at like 1 to 6 a.m. I don't see them staging anywhere. I've heard rumors of them staging at the federal courthouse south of here. There are also rumors that they will use the buildings to come in. They'll come through the buildings.
Yeah.
So these are, but again, these are all rumors. This is not like, yeah.
Pop up from tunnels under the college, like.
Yeah, are there tunnels under the Hamas tunnels? We better start digging.
I'm gonna go check this out. It was really good to meet you.
Yep, of course, man.
Yeah,
It was
I'll
great.
see you around and be safe.
Take care, Ben.
They barricaded the shit.
We barricaded that shit.
Icons.
We barricaded that shit. I was like,
Okay. Dude, like, I don't know, like I was saying, I never expected this much support to be for Palestine growing up. Like, in the Arab community, everybody was personally, directly affected. Like, my dad left Lebanon in the 90s, and that people in my community have similar stories. So, Palestine finally getting the national and international coverage it finally has is, like, insane to me. It makes me really happy.
the dam is breaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never thought, not to be like boomer or whatever, but I never thought I'd see a potential for a free Palestine in my lifetime.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think you know me. You know this about me, but I was like the vice president of the SJP, like in like 2013, at my school when I was going to college. You know. And I agree. We were doing we were organizing encampments and like we did a sit-in at our president's office and shit. Like, but it was like 12 of us. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it was like 4 people, me, a Jewish woman, incredible person, and 2 Palestinians who like those were the people going to every meeting and organizing, right?
And then now look at this.
And yeah, we maybe knew a few friends who knew about the struggle, but they probably weren't going to show up to every like organizing meeting, you know. But we could get them to an action. And so, you know, but I mean, yeah, look at this, like, and to imagine, like, last night they were attacked and successfully defended against a fascist mob that was here. Let's be real, they was here to fucking kill them. Yeah. Like, they're here to destroy them.
I know that a lot of them are probably similar to my age-ish.
Yeah.
But everyone here.
Sorry, hold on one second.
Oh no, I should stop texting Brett. Fuck!
Second chat, this might break the stream. 1 second.
Tea?
Somebody's inside the encampment that we could interview once we get in there.
Right.
We'll do that. That's a good idea, Hasan.
God damn, you broke the fucking, you bricked it, Brett.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really done much interviews outside of like this. I talked to Film the Police LA briefly about what he's.
Fuck!
I'm like, I'm gonna be fucking.
Jesus.
But it's all good, you know?
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I'm probably more valuable filming than I am getting arrested or anything like that, you know?
Yeah, people.
If people are watching, then I should be doing it, but.
Because at the end of the day, they're trying to silence the media. They don't want
Wait,
you to see
tiny stream, what the fuck? Hasan broke it. What do I do? Fix the aspect. I don't have control over that. Here, does this help?
Yeah, it's good. It's fixed.
Can you pull up the stream? Is it fixed? Saved? Fixed? Okay, thank you. Thanks for letting me know, chat. It didn't show anything on my end. Also, Hasan, quit texting me. You're fucking it up.
Awesome, son.
You got 2 people you can text. yeah.
But yeah, Capri Sun Poppy.
I'm so proud of you for being here. I know it's
I'm proud
like
of you for being here
it's
for
outside of
fucking
your comfort zone and like not something you're familiar with, and
Yeah, I've only been
it's a very scary environment to be in if you're not, you know.
Yeah, I've only been. I went to.
I am paying attention, dumbasses. I'm listening to everything
and
he's
then
saying.
we went before 2020.
I'm setting up people for them to talk to, okay?
The Roe
Inside
v.
of the
Wade
encampment.
This was like before when the document leaked from the Supreme Court that they were going to. We had a little protest there. Yeah, Carter was there too. Shout out Carter. Denims was there too. Shout out Denims.
Dude, I did pop.
Yep, we did pod friend. Wait, do it.
Yeah. Okay. We should go in.
Is he coming or no?
Cap's coming, but.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Shit.
Okay.
No, they didn't see my.
Let's go. Okay, I'm waiting. Yeah, okay. Like I said, typically police move pretty slow at protests. It probably won't be a thing where they're just like busting in and fucking knocking heads. That's gonna cause way more chaos than they're willing to deal with. People are not gonna be receptive. Like that's gonna be bad for them. There's gonna be many opportunities for people to leave. Yeah, they're gonna probably wait until these crowds thin out, which is why we should not let the crowds thin out. Get the fuck out here.
So do you think
Opinion on the protesters to control of Hamilton? They are awesome, and I love them. And the police are fucking fascist pigs for violently apprehending them.
if you, I haven't, are there like counter protesters here currently?
There have been a few, and I've definitely recognized a few faces, but they are way, way, way outnumbered in a way they weren't last night. Like, we keep us safe, you know? We should go now?
All right, are you here?
Yeah, you're right.
So follow everybody coming to the encampment, and we're outside currently at the Sorry, it's Capri.
Is he close or no?
Yeah, he just got off the freeway. He said there's police everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Well, we should just go in then.
Okay.
If he's not even parked yet, it'll take him 20 minutes to walk here after he parks.
And he said he has to pee, so.
Fuck that.
He asked you, like, is there any way?
Nope.
Do you show the videos of the pro-Palestinian armies being violent and assaulting people, or just the good side of this? The pro-Palestinian armies being violent. Are you talking about like Al-Qassam Brigade trick shot videos after the Israeli occupying force entered Gaza and got their shit murked like in their $30 million tanks? Is that what you mean? Because I do show that sometimes. If you're talking about October 7, obviously I can't show terms of service violations. However, yes, we have covered the October 7 stuff pretty endlessly, as a matter of fact. The atrocities. That has to be a troll. I think he's just a kid because he doesn't know the right words. Thoughts on Hamas? Wow, no one's choking out poor Jewish people. Surprising. No one cares. Go home. Yeah, no, I think he's just a kid because he doesn't know. Yeah, he doesn't know, like, it's probably a juicer. He doesn't know the proper terminology to communicate like Hasbara propaganda. So I suspect it's just a child. Followed me on 9/11/2021. Most likely became an XQC fan, or was an XQC fan already. Was probably also a fan of mine as well. Then he got then he watched a couple like Destiny Destroys videos, and then decided to pick up on some of the vibes and is just trying to like repeat some of it in here. But this person is not a person that's like fully cognizant of what they're saying. They're just having fun with it. All right, here's inside the encampments.
To be able to process the horrors that we're going through, you know. I don't know about you guys, but if you were watching any of the live streams or anything last night,
that said
fucking
earlier
woke up.
fucked up shit about Brett that got banned.
I woke up with
God.
a stress headache worse than I've had in years. You think so? I don't want to film people praying. Yeah.
I haven't been to this part. I've only been around the outskirts.
I hope you become the president one day, buddy.
There's resources being distributed, gas masks, helmets. Trying to avoid faces here, guys. I'm really trying. Most people have masks on, but if I see people without one, I am turning away.
What? Juicer comments on XT Clip channels are so bad they got no idea what's happening and already taking the Zionist side? Yes, brother. They're 12 years old and XQC is good friends with Divorcelli. So they think like that's the position to take. They're barely sentient, dude. What are you talking about? They're kids.
To somebody in a vest, and they said that we can film as long as you don't show anybody's faces.
Yeah, but going around like that is like.
Okay,
okay. Like,
sure. Would you like to? Where would you like to?
If you're gonna go over, like, if you're gonna live stream, you have to like. You just can't be doing that. Like, you can easily get someone's face. It's really intimidating. Like, even if you're trying not to, that's like.
Okay, we'll leave. Is that okay?
I mean, just don't live stream.
Okay, we'll just leave.
See, you're
Sorry, we
so
thought we had
mad.
permission, chat. I'm gonna pocket
This is
you
all
for a
they
second.
got. All they got is this shit. The saddest part about this LOLW user is that he's not a 12-year-old. He's actually a 45-year-old IT guy who will never have a wife that he can divorce like his favorite debate lord. He's a 2014 account. So that's like an actual old guy who probably used to be alt-right, is no longer alt-right, at least on his own accord. He doesn't think he's alt-right any longer. He's a big fan of Joe Brandon, Dark Brandon memes. That's a boomer. Now, of course, yeah, see, there you go. I don't mind the, oh God, it's so fucking lame. I don't mind the young chatters who are like, 14, 15, 16 and juicers, like they'll fucking change. This guy is fucking set in his ways. You know what I mean? He's an old ass charlatan who has been around in this community probably since 2019, periodically coming in and out to talk shit. His soul is hurting. You know what I mean? Yeah, look at this. That's a hurt soul, brother. That's a hurt ass soul. Going, you're mad, lol. Twitter lefty seething. This is a man who has no fucking personal political opinions whatsoever. No moral compass. Just literally repeating what he hears from a dude, a 2-time divorce champion. I hope he gets saved one day, brother. One day. Dead giveaway with the PFP. Yep. Look, every time he comes in, it's just a clip. It's a clip chimp that he saw that raged him. Don't listen to Hasan. He's joking. Don't take it too serious. I mean, I want him to be a better person. I want him to be a happier person. Look, why do you think grocery store workers are not replaceable when there are now 6 million people out of their jobs? Is this where I can get some bro tips? In 2020, we'll keep this one as a pet. Can you tell us what the slogan of the Houthi movement is? October 7 lever. Give us something else, brother, instead of fucking going DDL. Pokey doesn't like you, bro. Wait, what? The fuck? I wonder if this is the stalker account. This man is so old. I know. He's literally perishing in front of our eyes. Is this guy the Pokemon stalker? No shot. Go on the Anything Else podcast, you coward. I have no idea what that is. Bro, are you all right, dude? Armed LASD SWAT is going into the building, by the way. Hold on. I gotta send Taylor's information to Morgan. Disable your VOD. Wait, why?
Guys, where are the SWAT? Just saying there are SWAT doesn't help me. I need like location. Where are they? I will go to the location. I just don't know where they are.
Son, I agree with you, but why you gotta be so rude to random people? It's not their fault that for what they believe in. What? If I'm being rude to someone, they trust me.
Guys, Katie is not an editor.
Oh, never mind. You already know why I'm being rude to people. Never mind. You are one of the people that I'm being rude to. I'm being extra rude at the top of the hour when I serve a 3-minute ad break for you, though. Here it is. It's not their fault, but they can do better to change, and that is their fault. Yeah.
His chat doesn't like it either. It's pure hate.
Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Genocide called war. Don't engage with them. Don't engage. You're wrong, and you can't stand to be wrong.
DGGL is the rallying cry of losers who love debating like ethical CP, ethics of incest, and how it's valid to do. Just a bunch of the, you know, the guy that's in every group of friends that everybody talks shit about behind their back because they're constantly really fucking annoying. And they want to like debate everything, including being pro-genocide. It's a group of individuals comprised mostly of like old ass neck-bearded fucking losers. It's their rallying cry. They congregate on Reddit, and that's pretty much it.
10 feet, so.
I'm pro-Palestine, so I disagree with D, but I agree with him on other things. I don't know why left-leaning people can't talk to each other, because he's not left-leaning. He's a fucking sociopathic debate mercenary freak who's been able to dupe dumbasses like you. You are basically the Andrew Tate dick rider in the chat going, I don't understand. Andrew Tate actually has a pretty positive message about going to the gym. There's a million other dudes that you can fucking promote that also say the exact same things, you know? Who don't actually routinely fucking harass leftist content creators with infinite more ferocity than they ever fucking harass or go after Nazis, as a matter of fact. So no, excuse me if I don't think that like his centrist grift is actually valid leftism or left-leaning bullshit. He's no different than fucking Tim Pool. Dude who agreed with Ben Shapiro on most issues, left-leaning.
Whoa. You racist! You called me the N-word! You're white! I'm white! You just called that guy the N-word. I've been on fights, he called me the N-word. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude who said Jim Crow is in apartheid. That's the left-leaning legend. Dude who said Jim Crow wasn't apartheid. That's the left-leaning legend, and he did it in an effort to defend Israel's apartheid.
I served in the military. Did you serve in the military? How many kids did you kill? I didn't. I was a medic. I helped people.
Somebody attempted to trip me over just now. Somebody just tried it over at the bushes.
We got these guys, TikTok super users. They're just standing around.
Are we allowed to jump over?
No.
Isn't this private property? Shouldn't they be protesting on public property? My friend, this is literally public property. It's a fucking public university. It's UCLA. It doesn't get more public property than this, brother. The fuck do you mean?
She said, fuck those cops.
I honestly didn't see them over there.
She said, we can take them. There's more of us of them. Charge! Friggin' leading the charge, bro. You're leading the charge, yeah? All right, let's go to the front. Kaplan Hall. Huh, that is good info. Oh, here's Kaplan Hall. Wait, this must be Haynes Hall then, yeah.
I got news that UCLA sent out a final email warning all protesters. So basically, they're going to start arresting people soon.
I love that this is the best argument that people have on this issue. Why are they even protesting for Lamau? It's not like Israel will go, brother, they very openly communicate why they're protesting over and over again. You're taking a fucking stance on this, and it could be so easily fucking clarified for you if you just were even a little bit remotely intellectually curious. Like the brain of a child, absolutely. They're protesting so their tuition dollars don't go to funding and facilitating Israel's genocide and apartheid regime. They very clearly have made their demands be known. I have covered it probably 1,000 times. Free Palestine, but okay, got it. They want their university to divest. You have to admit you're fully biased? Of course I'm biased, dude. Yes, brother. I see a genocide and I don't like it. I'm anti-genocide. I see an apartheid regime and I don't like it. I'm anti-apartheid. You probably should be biased against apartheid and biased against genocide as well. The fuck? You okay? Yeah, I know, man. I'm really fucking bad guy over here. Classic fucking bad guy. Also, so stupid. Can't they go to another university in that case? Yeah, dude, they should just fucking leave and go to another university that also is, has not divested from Israel. Then they can do that very same protest there. So then you can get in here and chirp and be like, well, can't they go to another university then? What a fucking stupid conversation that we're having here. It's like, oh, if you don't love it, leave. Is that what you're supposed to do? I don't get it. If you don't love America because it doesn't offer you healthcare, you should stop fighting for it. And instead, if you don't love America, instead of trying to fix some of the problems, you should just leave. I thought most of the protesters don't go to school. That's not true. A lot of big brain chatters coming out of the fucking woodwork, dude.
Pro tip.
How many Jews died in the Holocaust? 6 million.
Fox helicopter is what you're hearing ahead.
Go ahead, contest the figure now so I can fucking ban you, you little piece of shit, Nazi.
Vio says you're slay. Yeah.
You know what? I'm just going to preemptively ban you, actually.
That guy in the red hat, he's the one that jumped in to the encampment earlier without anybody's permission. And we had to, or someone who isn't me had to move him with a big group of people. Free Palestine. What up, Joan?
Oh.
Long live the Intifada. Intifada, Intifada. All right, honestly, go ahead. Honestly, not much has changed over here. Sorry.
The streamer's kind of full of himself, not gonna lie. Yeah.
Not much has changed. Still a line of LAPD. This is not the police that are gonna be sweeping. I'll tell you that right now. Something also important to remember when you're watching these, when you're watching the show of force and how many police are coming and all the riot equipment and military.
Oh, I was talking about myself. I wasn't talking about Brett. I don't think Brett's full of himself.
A bunch of teenagers. is that the city of LA is in a massive, massive budget deficit. So much so that Karen Bass's new budget that is being proposed and will be voted
Hassan, you don't know if that guy was a Nazi or if he was genuinely asking a question. You educate a lot of people, and a lot of us love you a lot, and to be bad would be so heartbreaking. Wait, what? Bro, he literally can't. Do you want me to go and find the chatters? You want me to go and find the fucking chatters actual account and then ban your ass too? Come on, dude. Come on, brother. Nobody's coming in here to ask that question like in a normal way, okay? Why are you guys so easy to fucking fool? I mean, I love you guys. You're empathetic. This is an empathetic fucking community, okay? Built around being nice. But holy shit, man. Like, you guys get baited so easily. Here, you want to see this guy's account? You should debate Destiny as well then. DM him. He'll talk to you about it. Debate, good takes on it. It's because he's your daddy. Clip Chimp is a good-ass meme. If we all understand there's no chance American boots on the ground, what incentive does Russia have to negotiate when Ukraine is free real estate? If everyone has the same understanding that no American boots on the ground, what incentive? I'm not going to ban you. I'm just saying that you guys need to stop being so fucking gullible. You get manipulated by like dumbasses who simply just have to present themselves as asking questions. You know what I mean? A lot of people take advantage of the fact that this is an open space as long as you follow for 10 minutes. Take advantage of that. Uh-oh. Hello. Oh shit. Okay. What the hell? Oh, someone is saying it's time. She's like, come on, you've been streaming for 9 hours.
People are saying they feel on edge. A lot of emotions here tonight. Good.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I started talking about the budget and I like.
I know.
I totally zoned out. I zoned out.
I'm nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
No, wait. That camera is definitely brighter. Yeah, no, for real.
So the counter protesters are over there?
I don't think they're here. There's too many of us for there to be any of them.
Oh.
Like literally, like.
I think they're waiting.
Or they are here, but they can't do shit because if they did, they'd get fucking removed by a bunch of people. Like, we keep us safe here, you know.
People are mobilizing.
What?
Oh, I think
You wanna go over there?
There's a sniper on the roof.
That?
Yeah. That'd be great.
The drums are doing such a good job of keeping this environment like fun and, you know, like something that people want to be a part of, like maintaining the jovial atmosphere, reinforcing that we are not scared of what is happening. All of these people are here, ready to support the encampment again. If it does get cleared tonight, we will be back. This colossal waste of fucking...
Guys, they're just there to defend the students. Obviously, that's what the vice chancellor said. Remember, the vice chancellor was like, oh yeah, we're just doing this specifically to defend the safety and security of students by sniping them from the fucking rooftops, you know?
There's highway patrol, there's the LA Sheriff's Department, and there's the LA Police Department.
For a peaceful fucking protest.
For a peaceful fucking protest.
God forbid you don't want fucking people to be decided and you don't want the tuition you pay to go towards that fucking funding. I've been seeing tweets all day today. They're talking about how all these people are so against the occupation of one fucking small area on campuses, but they're okay with it happening to Palestinians. One fucking small area on campus, where in reality, at the end of the day, let's say there's no encampment, people are going to be sitting on that fucking grass anyways. This campus is huge. This is probably one of the biggest university campuses I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Yeah.
Wait. Per LAPD source, LAPD has just gone into a citywide tactical alert as tension builds at UCLA campus. Larger numbers of LAPD and riot gear now arriving on campus near the encampment as of 8 p.m. From the national correspondent for Fox News, Bill Malugan. That's insane. It's good for you to see. It's good for you to see that there is literally no problems, no issues whatsoever, and you have the straight up fucking military at this point. Good thing the vice chancellor said that there won't be sweeps, and then went back on it and said, actually, there will be sweeps. I lied. Lol. But you can leave before the sweeps occur. Peace. This wouldn't have happened if you didn't vote for Trump. Yeah, I'm so glad I voted for Joe Biden.
Nope.
So
Nope.
that there wouldn't be like this insane amount of like militant police presence against peaceful demonstrations overall that are protesting against gross injustices, you know? Democrat president, Democrat governor, Democrat
Helmets are being
mayor.
equipped.
In the encampment?
I don't know.
Just the way that.
Yeah, I agree.
Please tell me where sniping has happened on domestic soil. I mean, I don't think there's been a sniper, like a police sniper shooting at people on JFK. I guess maybe like Ruby Ridge or some shit. I don't know. There's been plenty of like random people sniping people. Police said over the speaker that they would be testing a long-range acoustic device and played another dispersal order.
You will be in violation and subject to administrative and criminal actions up to and including.
DC sniper? No, dude, I'm not talking about the DC sniper. Like, I think that chatter asked me, has there been an instance of like an actual sniper, like a police sniper, operating in an official capacity, killing like random Americans? That's why chat made a joke about JFK. The DC sniper was some guy sniping people with his son from the pickup. I mean, from the back of his car.
Outside. A lot of commotion out front.
I can't tell what's up.
By the time we get over, it's going to be done.
What are the legal grounds for the police in doing this? It's called being mean to Israel, which is a big no-no. But if you're asking me seriously, I guess they have given a lawful order for dispersal. I guess they can technically say trespassing because the university has called them on the campus, even though it is public property.
Hey, do you guys you ever read history? Do you think you're going to be portrayed well looking back? Are you guys proud of this? Like, are you proud of this? Holding guns, peaceful protests, teenagers here. Some of you are big, man. This guy's like 5'1", bro. Isn't there a height requirement or no?
Chill, Brad. Don't make fun of the short. Well, he's a manlet. Hey, HasanAbi, just wanted to say I used to be pro-Israel because of a lot of very pro-Israel family members, but you helped me see the bigger picture. Keep it up, bro. Thanks, chatter. Thank you for being open-minded. I almost called the cop a short king because of my unconditional support of short kings, only to realize that he's a manly because he's a cop.
Where were you guys yesterday? 4 hours late?
No, other people are jawing at him. I love it.
Why do you turn into a white woman who doesn't see color when talking about short people?
Like, did he just say that?
Bro, what the fuck?
Poor little guy.
poor little boy. Poor little guy. Okay, we're gonna try to. I mean, where do you think we should go? To the front or the back? I felt like it was really loud there, and there was like not much going on. But where I met you.
Oh, this was an awesome photo from yesterday. A listener in LA sent this disturbing photo of what appears to be an alarmingly diminutive counter-protester and his romantic partner. That's literally the dude from Twin Peaks, bro. Highly possible at this point that Israel has either discovered Benjamin Button-style technology or has made an alliance with the nation of Lilliput. Where are they getting these guys, man? It's fucked up. They partnered with his munchkin ass with a classic-looking policeman. This guy looks like he joined the army to get a veteran scholarship to middle school. All respect, though. Did you see how Brace was clocked as Jewish by the Zionist counter-protesters, but not Noah? Wait, really? Cop wearing his Harvey Dent funeral-style dress blues comes over to check on what he seems to think is a child, but turns out to be a fully grown but crazily short member of the NYPD. Crazy combo, no disrespect. The person that is making fun of these dudes for their height is literally the same height as them. Okay? Calm down. There's nothing wrong with being short. Okay? There's nothing wrong with being short. There's plenty of fucking short kings out there. Unless you're a cop, in which case you're a manlet. Okay, there's a difference between short kings and fucking manlets.
Yeah, there are snipers here.
Dude.
Completely unnecessary. There are no weapons here. There is a peaceful protest, brother.
Low light of the night.
Is there a place to enter? Yeah.
Low light of the night. Some antisocial guy in a bring the hostages home hoodie, clearly going on appearances, goes up to Brace and asks him and not me if he's a Zionist. I am losing my Semitic touch. That's awesome. What up, Morgan? A sold counter to all the freaks who talk about protests blocking emergency services from getting where they need to go. It may sound crazy, but this just happened. Columbus police helicopter just landed on the hospital helipad. Columbus police did not notify command that they were landing on the helipad. Medical helicopter trying to land a hospital was diverted because Columbus police helicopter was blocking the helipad. Look at that. Turns out some people do actually end up disrupting medical aid.
No, I didn't even have my own mask. I had to use my hijab for my mask. Hi, gang. How are you? Okay, so let's see this shit. It's not shit.
What's the point of free speech if the government can decide which speech is free? Great question. It's called a defense for being racist. Free speech only goes in the direction of right-wing reactionary sentiment, fascist sentiment in this country. Free speech is allowed. Anti-Semitism is perfectly allowed as long as you are an actual anti-Semite and a Nazi and not someone who's anti-Israel. Because if you're actually critical of the state of Israel, then that's not allowed. If you're actually just a straight-up Nazi who says, like, Jews will not replace us, then cops will offer protection to you. Hell, they'll probably march alongside you. They probably agree with you. Free speech only goes in one direction. Hasan is doing a good stream when all these freaks come out. Yeah, I mean, it's part of the
And I have my cats.
process.
And I couldn't, they told me to ask green hats. And they told me to find a green hat, but I couldn't find a green hat.
There's another good freak question. Why protest on college campuses versus the government decisions where decisions are being made? Great question, chatter. That's because these are students. That's because these are students at that college campus. That's because they want to apply pressure in the best possible way they can to their own colleges that they are paying tuition to, because their goals are to get their college endowments to be divested from the state of Israel, because Israel is an apartheid state. That is the reason why they are protesting there. Do you believe progressives get free speech? No, not when it matters. You are currently watching one of the most progressive movements in the United States of America. They are demonstrably not getting any free speech privileges as the police are moving in to actively suppress their free speech. They are demonstrating on public land at a public university as students of said public university.
Out away from where the encampment is, and then perhaps they'll go into the encampment so that they can deal with the encampment without having, as Nick said, to have to deal with the others on the outside.
So we're seeing this play out, obviously, in real time, happening right now as we are watching this and the tension rising. You know who else is probably watching? The White House. I mean, they're undoubtedly looking at this. Politicians across the spectrum in the aisle are looking at what's going on.
Deal with the encampment. That's CNN, by the way. Deal with the encampment, they said. What do you mean deal with the encampment? The best way to deal with the encampment is to meet their demands, at least halfway. Be honest about a negotiation.
I think the president, I say this, Laura, as someone who wants Joe Biden reelected. We are at each other's throats in this country right now. The American people are afraid, and they see unrest and chaos on their TVs and phones every single day. Where is the president? This is not a normal time. The other guy running for president, Donald Trump, is out there saying, I'm going to be a dictator. I'll be a dictator to stop this. I mean, Trump wants the chaos. Biden's got to get out there and step up and explain what's going on.
What do you
think? He's got to be like, we got to hit him harder, Jack. You better not say anything bad about Israel. I swear to God, I'll wake up.
I do. I mean, look, I think part of the tension is he has also pretty much been the only person trying to get the hostages out, trying to negotiate with Netanyahu
Look
to
at how
prioritize
fucking massive that
hostages.
is.
And that is still a priority. We don't even know how many there may be left.
Because it includes Americans as well.
Correct. But also, he's trying to bring about a ceasefire and peace, and trying to negotiate with the other neighbors in the Middle East to try to come up with there can be a two-state solution. Can we have peace in the Middle East? It feels so Pollyanna to say that, but you've got to try. And
that's all behind closed doors.
Right. And that's very different than a public conversation. However, to Joe's point, I did, earlier today I said I didn't think he should get involved. I changed my mind because I think, and Alyssa Farah-Griffin made this point, he could use these remarks next week to remind.
So is Joe Biden going to lose more votes for being pro-Israel than Trump's going to come in and just be even more pro-Israel? Yes. Yes. And the bad things are going to continue. That is exactly what's going to happen, inevitably.
No, and this is a global problem.
And then they'll spend all of their fucking every waking hour complaining about how radical and woke the left has gotten, and then they'll further suppress the left when they're in a fucking position of power, which is already like a tiny movement to begin with, in comparison to the, broader, much more powerful fascist movement growing in this country.
This violent rhetoric is sort of being normalized. So I do think that's the opportunity. Remind us, what are we trying to achieve here? We're trying to achieve peace.
There's an opportunity here for him.
Yeah.
He needs to do it.
Wait till next week.
When this shit happened at USC first, it was much smaller than this. Brett's talking to Taylor. Oh, there it is.
I'm writing about sort of like the live streaming and people documenting the protests on the internet.
Oh, no way.
Streams through that sort of accountability stuff. So I'm just looking to talk to anybody that's streaming, anybody, especially live streaming police violence or, any sort of thing, like whenever those police do come through there, anything that's happening,
Sure.
any sort of attack.
Did you talk to Will?
Carlos? From USA Today?
No, William Good.
No.
From the Police LA.
Oh no, I should talk to him.
I can put you in touch with them
Could
too.
you? That would be amazing.
Because he was here like all last night until like 4 or 5 a.m. Like.
Yeah, I would love to talk to him. Here, do you want to put your info in my phone really quick?
Yeah, let me.
Do you want me to?
Taylor Lorenz, yes. Friend of the show, Taylor Lorenz. She's doing a piece on people live streaming, so I was like, I'll put you in contact with Brett and Frogan.
Yeah, William's live right now also.
Oh, okay.
Anyway. Oh, fuck. Commercial break. God damn it. I hate commercial breaks.
Hi, guys. If any of you are also live streaming, please reach out to me. Oh my God, that's such a turn.
I think it's just us.
The sound will bail you out.
Yeah, we're
there are a lot of other people in there that are live streaming actually, but it's students.
Inside
because a stochastic terrorist said someone in the chat.
It's so interesting because we actually got permission to live stream inside of there, and then we were in there for like 2 minutes, and somebody was like, "Hey, are you live streaming?" Like, don't. Which is, I'm totally cool. Like, I've been filming at these protests since USC, like the morning of USC, and I know they have restrictions, and I've been following them and stuff, and so.
There's someone in there with a giant video camera and a microphone.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
I asked somebody. I was like, hey, where'd you get permission from the media from? They're like, I did it.
Hey, I'm not complaining about it. I want to respect their security and everything, but I was like, oh, okay. I mean, it's fine. Like we're fine.
Well, the SWAT guys are all on the roof here on the other side. So
on this building or the next one?
There might be the one after whatever's the one that's right against I think it is this building that's right against the encampment.
Yeah.
So. Anyway.
They said I'm gonna post bail for them. Yo, chill, bro. I'm not trying to go ban for ban with the goddamn state over here, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ban for ban against Governor Gavin Newsom.
Like they've completely, I'm sure you guys saw, they've completely barricaded all of it. They have
inside ban for ban against Karen Bass.
They boarded it all up and everything.
Yeah, we built those this morning.
Oh, okay, so yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But I streamed the negotiations too, like the vice president negotiation that happened earlier today. I streamed that as well. But again, that was like, I see it happening. I'm running over
I'm gonna
to
do
find
a money spread. I'm gonna do a money spread on Mayor Karen Bass.
Like, can I live stream? And so I got explicit permission for that one, but I went offline like immediately.
Aim higher,
afterwards,
go against Brandon.
I don't want to be evidence or
I'm very careful. I posted that
Yeah.
Well, are you gonna stick around here? Or are you gonna go back around?
We've been floating, so we're on.
This chat. Does anyone know the quote about how being a leftist is just being right too early? Yeah, I don't know. I think wasn't it someone on Twitter who said that?
And then there's another one up at the front.
Is that the one with the? Is there a huge crowd out there?
Yeah, there's a huge crowd at both, but the front one, there's like barricades, and then there's like 2 lines of police, LAPD, but they aren't.
Nathan Tankus. Yes, Nathan Tankus
They
said it.
aren't really like. I don't
Wait,
think those are
Yale
the
has
police
joined
that are
the
going to
fight?
be,
Wait, what the fuck? Hundreds of Yale student protesters have taken to the streets heading towards President Peter Salaby's house on Hill House Avenue to protest his decision to continue investing. Bro, does Yale know? Does Yale know where they are? Do they know what the institution is? Oh my God. So many future secret agents are going to now take matters in their own fucking hands and try to arrest them. They're gonna do a fucking civilians arrest, dude.
Barricades are being built. I think we may be out of the. Okay. Cool. That's getting a little chilly.
Because in order for imperialism to work, they need soft power. They require a good public image. And right now, we are interrupting their brunch by drawing attention to their crimes.
It's a little late for brunch.
It's not going to be business as usual. These protests are effective. They are
Well, yeah, that's what I thought.
I can't imagine
I
them.
thought it was like a pro-Israel truck, and then I was listening.
I've actually seen it at other protests, but I don't know how they drove all the way in here. Like,
Yeah.
So Taylor, what did you think about the inside of the encampment?
I think they're just trying to like shore it up because all of these police are lurking on the roof with their little, binoculars and stuff.
Yeah.
This is the only main entrance that's open. This is the only entrance that's open.
Yes.
And it looks
Also
like the
exit.
Security guards are. It's the only exit as well.
And were you at the Echo Park raid?
Well, when? A couple years ago? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, if you're standing around,
So you know how they operate. They will not distinguish between press and
that's
protesters. They will.
Want to get arrested.
Yeah.
3 people from the Washington Post. There's Aaron, who's our videographer.
Okay.
And then I think he's meeting a photographer who's working with us, maybe?
Sure.
But Aaron is going to go back inside and get video and stuff.
Cool. So yeah, this is the back part.
Oh, this is what was on YouTube, I think.
Yeah. So they have this whole, they have a person up top that's like giving speeches, leading chants. Students are here working on their finals.
The tension
It's
is
really dark over
clearly,
here. I'll try to
unbelievably high. I'm sure on both sides at this point, Laura. So, I think the arrangement that Nick walked through for us is really what you would expect to find in a situation like this. It's basically the result of what we call mutual aid agreements, which are basically understandings between different law enforcement agencies that'll come in and essentially back each other up when one of them has a job or a crisis or a response that overwhelms their personnel capacity. That's clearly what we have here in the case of the UCLA Police Department. So they're being backed up by the state police, the Los Angeles County Police, the LA County Sheriffs, and I'm quite sure every other law enforcement entity they can find at this point. And so the way to run that logically and effectively is to kind of divide up tasks in the way that Nick described. So none of that really surprises me.
University endowments own approximately 0.1% of public companies. Even if protests are successful, that 0.1% stock would just be bought by someone else quickly, and those buyers might not have the best interest in mind. This is a silly protest. Brother, it is not simply just about divesting, okay? That is one of the major points. But obviously, it's about applying political pressure. Why is it that you are so insanely hyper-focused on this minutia when looking at literally the exact same thing that already happened and was successful in dismantling the apartheid regime in South Africa? It is very frustrating. It doesn't take a genius to predict that the divestment from Israel to... Oh, that's why. Because you're a pussy-ass bitch. Oh, you're a pussy-ass bitch. Not because, like, you're a cowardly dog and a rabid Zionist, or you're a pussy-ass bitch who doesn't even want to fucking openly state what his actual opinion is. Why didn't you come in here with that? Why didn't you just come in here with that? You had to come in and be like, here's my critical take on the divestment. Bitch, you don't even fucking want it. You don't want it at all. It's not about personal insults, so civil conversations make you look like a goofball. Brother, in the year 2024, when 15,000 children have been ruthlessly slaughtered by the state that you're currently defending, a genocidal state, it doesn't fucking matter. You are the goofball here, and everyone else can see that. I'm calling you a pussy-ass bitch for being cowardly and sheltering your actual, your honest opinion on the matter. Because you're too afraid. There's a reason why you're too afraid to actually openly state your opinion. Because a lot of people, a lot more people actually recognize how devastating Israel's existence in the region has been. That's it. Personal insults instead of civil conversations make you look like a gooseball. Why do I have to have a fucking civil conversation with your bitch ass? Why? Do I have to have a civil conversation with you? You are literally defending the notion that, like, divesting from Israel would lead to more bloodshed. Totally, man. Here's a really good way to deal with this, okay? Here's a really good way to deal with this. Israel capitulates to the political pressure brought about in the Western world that then ultimately sees a price, a political price that they must pay for unconditionally offering support to Israel's apartheid and Israel's genocide. And then Israel no longer does some fuck shit. How about that? That's a really easy way to limit the bloodshed. Chatters would be like, I'm defending 15,000 slaughtered babies. Please be civil to me. Civility is simply an aesthetic choice that you're making in order to make your genocidal ambitions more palatable. Why the fuck should I be civil back? You don't want civility. You want me to be servile. You want me to be in agreement with you. That's what you want. You want complicity.
And I'm sure that law enforcement leaders in the LAPD and among their colleagues across the law enforcement community in LA are considering.
That's precisely the reason why so many of the fucking rabid Zionists out there are some of the least civil animals I've ever fucking heard of in my entire life. Like Boner Chelly talking about fucking nuking Gaza, or Rabbi Shmuley. Those motherfuckers ain't civil, but you probably love those dudes. Why? Because they agree with you. You don't want civility. You want complicity. Again, another cowardly way of sheltering your true opinion, hiding your true opinion for no fucking particular reason. We know what you are.
Toxic the interaction is between these kind of pro-Palestinian protesters and the counter-protesters, many of whom are there.
You denied the Armenian genocide. Stop being a Christ actor, Turkey boy. You guys are the biggest things for Israel.
In this geopolitical,
I agree.
Geopolitically,
the Turkish government is a fucking major sin for Israel.
And so those are hostilities that literally could break out any place around LA. As you know, people watch this. They watch this standoff. They will watch what happens, and they could react very strongly to that. So I think it's an appropriate move for the LAPD to put their folks on notice to say, be ready. You could be called in at any time.
I mean, we're talking about Los Angeles County, the most populous in the nation.
Yeah, dude, I didn't vet.
It's more than, according to data, census data. I think it's.
I didn't vet
more
John
than
Fetterman or Joe Biden. You're right.
Residents in LA County. You just described 9,000 officers who are told to be at the ready. Now, obviously, there is no indication that all of LA County would be against the police or pose any significant risk to the officers' ability to maintain the public safety and calm. But just the sheer proportion and number is overwhelming to consider as we are continuing, as you and I are speaking, to see a number of people that has grown from a size when we first began our broadcast 46 minutes ago, a fraction of the people that we are now seeing, the actual pavement underneath the feet that was once able to be readily seen in the street. Now, of course, seems to be crowded with people, and the same officers, reinforcement in lines.
Dude, we always got money in the banana stand for beating the shit out of protesters. We always got money in the banana stand when it comes to fucking police brutality. Never any fucking money for goddamn potholes. No money for healthcare, no money for potholes, no money for investing in fucking private institutions or public institutions of education. Actually, here's a public institution, okay? No money. No money for K through 12 education, chat. We can't do it. Sorry. It's all going to the fucking Gestapo dickheads, dude. Thank God they're out there, you know, spending the $8 million a day in tax dollars, the infinite money glitch. Oh my God. Yeah. Always got money. Always got money to fucking beat people's asses, you know? She literally said we need millions of police officers in LA in case 9 million come out protesting. Yeah. Dude, every man should become a police officer today. We should just honestly deputize everyone, give them guns, and start killing fucking anyone that says anything remotely mean about Israel. That will surely solve the problem. Fuck it. Deputize every hog. Ship them in from Bakersfield so they can beat the shit out of anyone and everyone that dare defy the American State Department. Okay? Call me the sheriff. I'm the sheriff of sucking cock, Israel's cock specifically. Okay? You better not fucking say anything. Not on my watch. I'll fucking dome you so hard. I'll turn the streets of Los Angeles into fucking Gaza. I better not hear you defy the American State Department's interests one more fucking time. Not gonna lie, Hassan. If the ICJ rules that it's not a genocide, will you admit you were wrong? No, dumbass. Why the fuck would I admit? Why be more careful by throwing the term genocide? What are you saying? Do you think I give a single fuck about international institutions? Yeah, of course I care about them as long as they're actually following the rule of law, which it seemingly is going through that process at the moment. It is pretty funny, though, that the only time you actually have issue with Israel's atrocities is when white people are killed by Israel. You fucking animal. You dumb fucking ape. No conscience. Nothing. Just the only atrocity is the World Central Kitchen aid workers, dude. Israel killed 200 aid workers before WCK. That's not an atrocity? Every fucking school has been blown up. That's not an atrocity. Every fucking hospital. That's not an atrocity. 7 white guys get killed and you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. That was an atrocity, we'll admit. You are so transparent in your bias. That is an atrocity. The World Central Kitchen bombings were an atrocity. On a long list of atrocities that Israel has committed since October 7th. Suck my fucking dick. 7-month subscriber coming back in here after October 7th to chirp. Will you admit that you were wrong if the ICJ doesn't declare Israel's actions to be genocidal? Jesus Christ, dude. You don't even care. You don't care about the ICJ court decision. Pretty sure that Nico Sam is a DGG head? Yeah, of course he is. They always make the dumbest fucking arguments. They come in here, make the stupidest fucking arguments, try to piss me off, clip it, and then go, look at us on. We got them. Yeah, the G in DGG stands for fucking deranged genocide gnomes. They love it. They love it so much. They're like, ooh. The funniest part about this is that if Destiny wasn't a fucking pro-genocide streamer, they would literally not be either. That's how fucking easily manipulated they are. That's the funniest part. Like, tomorrow, I promise you, if tomorrow he just decided, yeah, this Israel shit has actually gone too far. I'm actually anti-Israel now. Like 95%, the hyper nationalistic Hasbro weirdos that probably entered his community in the last fucking 7 months would leave. But the rest of the community, the diehards, would absolutely turn around and start advocating for the argument in the opposite direction because they don't have a dog in the fight. They don't have a stake in the fight. They just like fucking shit up. Edgy, nihilistic fucking losers. This instance is a major issue for them specifically because these protests are fucking up my dating life. Look, I don't care about any of this Israel, Palestine, Hamas IDF bullshit. I'm just trying to get laid. And that's impossible to do when every baddie in New York is staunchly on the side of the protesters, no matter how insane they get. Shouldn't you be trying to convince these people of the right thing instead of ostracizing them? Man, suck my fucking dick, dumb fuck. These people are fucking brain broken. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Jesus Christ. I'm willing to bet that fucking idiot is not so easily duped by a couple people going, I'm genuinely curious, and actually is participating in it himself. God, people are so fucking easily manipulated. It is insane to me. All it takes for people to be like, well, he's actually just asking questions is for someone to literally say, I'm simply asking questions. Won't you admit that you're fucking wrong, that Israel is doing a genocide? if the ICJ decides that Israel is not doing a genocide. That's all it took for a bunch of dumb fucking idiots in this chat to turn around and be like, actually, he was just asking a real question. No, he wasn't. He wasn't. They're cynically weaponizing your curiosity and my interest in trying to have as much as an open debate and discourse as possible to manipulate the conversation into me fucking yelling at them so that a bunch of other dumb fucks in the chat will turn around. Yeah, he ran back to DGG to get validation. We see your fucking group chats, dickheads. He really perma-banned me for that. Lol. And some of you guys literally can't understand that they are like straight up watching every fucking day. They watch every day, sit in their fucking little Discord servers and go, we're going to really piss them off. It's ridiculous. Insert the Northern Lion video here for all the people that get, you know, manipulated by people like this. You're getting manipulated by the dumbest fucking lowest effort bait of all time. When people just come in here, spending every fucking waking moment watching so they can piss me off. And they come in here and they're like, Hasan, why have you not actually openly admitted that you're biased and that Israel hasn't killed enough children and that all of those children are actually terror babies? Just curious. And that's all it takes for so many people to be like, well, he's actually just curious. Why did you just yell at him for that? And then they turn around and go, see, this guy is so unreasonable. I was simply asking a question. Here's the troll. Here.
Yeah, that time I was tapped, man. That time I had 6 jokers.
I'll just play this instead.
The trolls were fucking goblins. Back in my day, 20 years ago, the trolls were fucking goblins, bro. They were like, they knew that they were doing bad things and irritating people. And then when people got irritated, they typed "you mad" and they won. They got permit, but they understood that they were the villains. Now the trolls are like, does anybody else think that this person should be locked in a mental hospital? And then when someone's like, you have been permanently banned from the chat, they're like, I was just talking. You are my friend. Like, what? Bro, go back to being a gremlin. Go back to being like a little demon in the wires instead of like, I was just asking questions. Disingenuous so-and-so.
It's just such a banger take. It's such a banger clip. Hamas Piker, certified classic, 7 hours ago, paid upvotes. Hey guys, let's get this to the top of Reddit all. Israel's a Nazi-style state. Israel's actions are identical to the Nazi regime. Hasan. Hey guys, let's get these updudes going, okay? Maybe we'll get them canceled. What are they going to do? Am I going to get fucking on the top of the stopantisemitism.org leaderboard again? Hey guys, it's so funny because sometimes they do these updudes to the left shit, and then it actually hits our all. This obviously is not a take that people will love about on Reddit, because Reddit is fucking insane when it comes to any position that the American State Department holds. Oh, up, dude. Yeah, they fucking call me Hamas Piker in their subreddit. Come on, dude. There's nothing more pathetic, nothing more worm-like than fucking purchasing Reddit up dudes to do propaganda for another streamer who does not give a shit about you, doesn't know you, does not care about you, that you have a parasocial relationship with. You're doing propaganda for his own personal grievances because he's never not going to be a toxic debate pedophile. So he will always forever be angry that someone that he thought would be his little orbiter, just like many of his other current orbiters, actually fucking eclipsed him. And he has never let go of that resentment. And you are fighting his 5-year-long battle at this point for him. It's so sad. If you truly love this person in a parasocial way, you should be telling him to fucking take care of his son, bro. He's 40 years old. He's got a whole ass child pushing 40. The amount of fucking resentment that they have in the amount of resentment he has in his fucking heart is just unimaginable. It's unhealthy. Ay, ay, ay. I have covered the anti-Semitism bill earlier.
Chat, I showered least, like, most days twice.
I'm going to hit the top of the hour ad break right now. That's probably why they're mad.
Whose university? Our university. Whose university? Our university. Whose university? Our university. It's our campus. University. Okay. Can y'all hear me? Our city. We run this place, and yet
We still have cops going around buildings trying to get the folks in the encampment out. Are we okay with that? Are we gonna let that happen? We have one more move to make. Is everyone listening right now? I don't hear you all. Is everyone listening
I'm
right
not
now?
going to stay up until the sweep. Gonna keep going for as long as I can, but I am very
So
tired.
here's the next plan. We want to make room. We want to take space in the hallway that is between Kaplan and Powell. Do y'all know where that is?
And I have to take care of my daughter.
Left here. We have sent already 2 groups before. The first group went to the first entrance of the camp, and it's secure, it's protected. The second group is like the flagpole, and it's secure, it's protected. We can do this again, right?
Yeah!
We're still here, right? We're still fine. Amazing. And so the next move is the following. If you are on my left side, the left
Yes,
side
no
of the
gaming
stairs,
today.
and you're really, ready to start moving and walking around and chanting, I'm gonna ask you folks to stand up and make your way following the marshal that is waving their hands back there. Follow the marshal. We're gonna move some people in between the library and Kaplan. Whatever the library is called. Powell and Kaplan. One more time. If you are getting up, if you're moving, it's because you're ready. Keep the picket line going. Please, marshal, stay in groups, stay close. The rest of us are going to stay here for as long as it takes. Okay?
Did you get enough? Or you good?
I got a little bit more. It's our campus. We know our way around it, and we know how to keep each other safe. Isn't that right?
Freaking. Alright. Do you know where Frogan and them went?
No.
Check Capri's stream. No, it's Capri's son. That's his horoscope. I don't get it. What do you? No, just kidding. He's a Capricorn son, right?
Yeah, I'm holding gaming hostage until Israel decides to free Palestine.
So they are asking for another group to go into the hallway between Kaplan, the one where we entered from. Okay.
Are we doing that? Or?
Just to like equally disperse the bodies to protect the camp more. So they'll keep a lot of people here.
Also, this is
to
an old
protect
t-shirt.
this, but
It
they're
smells
like,
like
"Hey,
shit.
too many
I'm not
here.
gonna lie.
Let's go somewhere else."
Wait, how the fuck? What the fuck is this? CEO Bonk?
Oh, what the fuck? They're walking somewhere completely different. I think they're actually over there. So they're going in the direction where we would go. Do you guys want to move over there? Or yeah. Okay. Let's do it.
Chatters, if you have an issue with me not gaming today,
it's so dark
please
here. I feel like
file your complaint with the Los Angeles Police Department. You seem like you support Israel. Yes. Guy following for an entire year. Definitely. That's what I seem like. File your complaints with Los Angeles Police Department for fucking cooking up gaming hour. Yeah. HasanAbi waiting room is also streaming. The HasanAbi head that I met. I think he was inside the encampment. I don't know if he still is. So is Caprice on Poppy. LAPD, arrest this fool. Okay, if you ask the LAPD to arrest me, I'll never game. This is sick.
It's crazy. It makes me want to cry. Like dead ass. Like it's not like a fucking fuck around shit. It's scary.
Yeah, look at this guy.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I can't tell if these guys are like Palestinian or like Persian, but I want to say what's up in Arabic.
Bonk, bonk, bonk. This is sick. What the fuck? I want a bonker.
Bro, look at him. He's on his little fucking.
One in the chat if you're a Habibi.
Dr.
Angry Nimrod, thank you for the 5 gifted.
You guys gotta stop.
Chatters, Caprice on Poppy is Palestinian, by the way. Bonk, for those of you who don't know. Bonk the cops if they show up. Dude, this is sick. Hold it down for a bigger bonk? What the hell? No way. Yo, this shit is sick. Omega bonk. You're amused so easily. Yeah, the hammer will suffice for gaming content today. Gaming frogs are satisfied. There you go. Bonk. Bro, you don't watch Twitch for shit? This shit is in a lot of chats. I don't watch Twitch at all. I never watch Twitch because I'm too busy fucking streaming, dude. 8-year-old brain. Yeah. Anyway, all right. On that note, I'm going to end it here, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. I love you all. I'm tired. Okay.
Introduction, starting off the day.
There's another 10-hour stream that we did today.
All the shadows trickling in.
I hope that the protesters are safe. I hope that the police magically decide not to be fucking massive pieces of shit tonight. Love you all. And to all of you, a good night. Peace, everybody.
There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again a sun is streaming.